Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Jade. I stride through the glass doors of Warren and Hart Marketing, my heels clicking a steady rhythm against the polished marble floors. The familiar scent of coffee and printer toner fills my nostrils as I navigate past the reception area, nodding to familiar faces. "Morning, Miss Wilson." Our receptionist, Diana, beams from behind her curved desk, tapping away at her keyboard. "Diana, how many times do I have to tell you? It's Jade?" I flash her a quick smile, juggling my laptop bag and the stack of campaign materials I'd stayed up late perfecting. My arms ache from the weight, but I wouldn't dream of showing it. Every detail matters in this place, right down to how you carry yourself. The weight of being the youngest account executive in the firm's history settles on my shoulders as I catch snippets of whispered conversations. 2 years out of college, and I've already landed the coveted position that people twice my age are still chasing. But I didn't get here by accident. Each promotion, each success, was earned through countless late nights, skipped weekends, and an ironclad determination to prove that age is just a number. The envious glances from the corner cubicles only fuel my drive to keep pushing forward. I pause at the elevator bank, pressing the button for the 15th floor. A group of junior associates huddle near the water cooler, their eyes darting my way before quickly looking elsewhere. The same look I've gotten since my promotion 3 months ago. A mixture of awe, jealousy, and speculation about how a 24-year-old Black woman climbed the ranks so quickly. The elevator arrives with a soft ding. Inside, I adjust my blazer in the mirrored walls, smoothing down the navy fabric that cost 2 weeks' worth of paychecks from my first job here. The investment was worth it. In this industry, appearance matters almost as much as results. Almost. I take a deep breath, squaring my shoulders. The Morgan account presentation is in 2 hours, and I've rehearsed it until I could recite it in my sleep. This is what I've worked for since I was that wide-eyed intern making coffee runs. No time for self-doubt. No room for failure. The doors open to the executive floor, and I step out into the hallway lined with glass-walled offices. Mine is the third one down. Still feels surreal seeing Jade Wilson, account executive, etched on the door. Using my elbow on the door handle, I nudge my way past the door and shut it behind me with my heel before dumping my materials haphazardly on the desk. With a sigh, I settle into my chair, spreading out the Morgan presentation materials across my glass desk. Through the wall, voices drift from the break room next door. Male voices. "Did you see Wilson's projections for the Morgan account?" That's definitely Brett from Creative. His nasal voice is unmistakable through the thin wall. "Yeah, pretty ambitious for someone fresh out of college." Marcus, one of the senior account managers, lets out a dismissive laugh that makes my jaw clench. Guess that's what happens when you're trying to make a statement. I grip my pen tighter, focusing on the papers in front of me while their words slither under my skin. 4 years of business school, graduating summa cum laude, and these dinosaurs still can't see past my age and gender. Wonder how long she'll last. These young ones always burn out fast, especially the women. They don't understand it's a marathon, not a sprint. The condescension in Brett's voice makes my stomach turn. Give her 6 months. She'll probably leave to start a family or something. They always do. Marcus's words hit like a punch to the gut. If they only knew how wrong they were about me, about women in general. I've worked too damn hard to let a couple of middle-aged men in cheap suits determine my worth. My jaw clenches. It's the same old story, really. Diminish the work, question the commitment, reduce everything to gender. I've heard it all before, seen it play out with other women who came before me, the way they were passed over for promotions. Their ideas attributed to male colleagues, their ambition labeled as aggressive, while men were praised for being driven. I stand up, straightening my blazer. I decide to make my entrance into the break room, making my way to the coffee maker. Their voices drop as I walk in, heads turning. I meet their eyes directly, unflinching. Morning, gentlemen. Those Morgan numbers giving you trouble? Happy to walk you through my methodology. My voice carries just enough edge to make them shift uncomfortably. Brett suddenly finds his coffee fascinating. Marcus clears his throat. No, we're good. Just discussing strategy. Perfect. Then you'll be ready for my presentation at 11. I've included a 5-year projection model that might interest you. I don't even bother finish making the coffee. I just wanted to give them some trouble, to remind them I have some good ears. I turn on my heel, not waiting for their response. Their words echo in my head as I return to my office, but instead of deflating me, they steal my resolve. I've worked too hard to let outdated attitudes derail me. Let them talk. My results will speak louder than their whispers ever could. I pull up the Morgan presentation on my laptop, clicking through the slides one last time. Each transition is flawless. Each data point meticulously researched. I've practiced this pitch so many times I could do it in my sleep, but that won't stop me from running through it again. The Morgan campaign represents a shift in digital marketing paradigms. I murmur the words under my breath, visualizing myself commanding the conference room. I'll stand tall, maintain eye contact, own every inch of that space. No playing small, no shrinking. They might see youth when they look at me, but I'll make them see capability. My phone buzzes. A text from Marcus asking if we can touch base before the meeting. Delete. I know his type. He'll try to suggest improvements to my presentation, then take credit when things go well. Not today. The framed photo on my desk catches my eye. Me at graduation, flanked by my parents. Mom's crying, Dad's beaming. They wanted me to be a doctor, but they supported my choice anyway. Just don't forget to live a little, Mom always says. I think about Kevin, my last serious boyfriend from college. He couldn't understand why I'd choose late nights at the office over dinner dates. You're always working, he'd complain. When do we get to just be us? The breakup was inevitable. They all were. Then there was Michael last year, the investment banker who thought he'd found someone who got it. He worked as hard as I did, but he still expected me to make time for his schedule, his needs. 3 months in, he gave me an ultimatum. Make more time for us or end it. I chose my career. A man like that isn't worth the trouble anyway. My calendar reminder pings. An hour until the presentation. I smooth down my blazer, check my lipstick in my compact mirror. Love, relationships, dating. They all take energy I can't spare right now. I'm 24. I have time for that later, after I've built something real, something that's mine. Success doesn't wait for anyone, and I won't let anything distract me from what I've worked so hard to achieve. I glance at the family photos lined up on my desk. Birthdays, graduations, family reunions. Mom and Dad's wedding photo sits in the corner, their faces radiating pure joy. 28 years later, they're still just as in love. My fingers trace the edge of their silver frame. What would it be like to have that? To come home to someone who understands you, supports you, shares your dreams. The thought settles in my chest, heavy and persistent. Last month at my cousin Tracy's wedding, I caught the bouquet. All the aunties descended like vultures, armed with their usual questions. When are you settling down? Any special man in your life? Your biological clock won't wait forever, you know. I grip my pen tighter, forcing the memories away. Tracy's already talking about stepping back from her law practice when she has kids. Another brilliant woman dimming her light for someone else's dreams. Not me. I've seen too many women in this industry sacrifice their ambitions for relationships that ended up holding them back. The corner office I'm sitting in right now, it belonged to Sasha Mattingly before she quit to follow her husband's career to Seattle. She was next in line for a promotion. My eyes drift to the Morgan presentation materials spread across my desk. The numbers don't lie. I'm good at what I do, really good. And I'm just getting started. With the decisive click of my pen, I push those fleeting thoughts of romance aside. I have quarterly projections to review and a presentation that needs to be perfect. Love can wait. Success? That window of opportunity is now.
Chapter 2. Tyler. I press my palm against the cool glass, watching the sun paint Manhattan's towers in shades of amber. 20 years of building Collins Enterprises from the ground up, and sometimes I still can't believe this view belongs to me. 40 stories up, the city stretches endlessly, a testament to ambition and determination. My phone buzzes. Another message from Lila. Dad, don't forget dinner next week. The corners of my mouth lift. My daughter, always making sure I don't lose myself completely in work. She's the one bright constant in my life, even if our time together has grown sparse these past few years. The glass reflects my image, the tailored navy suit, the silver threading through my dark hair. Success has its price. Every milestone achieved meant another bedtime story missed, another school event attended by nannies instead of Dad. Now Lila's grown into this remarkable young woman, and sometimes I wonder how many moments I've lost chasing the next big deal. Mr. Collins? Sarah's voice cuts through my thoughts. My assistant stands in the doorway, tablet in hand. The guest list for the upcoming fundraiser needs your final approval. The mayor confirmed his attendance, and the Harrison Foundation doubled their pledge. I turn from the window. What's the total now? Just over $2 million in commitments. The Children's Hospital will be thrilled. Good. I straighten my tie, running my thumb over the silk fabric pensively. Though, these events... The words trail off as I remember countless nights of small talk and strategic smiles, the endless parade of handshakes and fake laughs, necessary evils in this world of high-stakes philanthropy. Your tux is pressed and awaiting at home. Car service will pick you up at 7 on Friday night. Sarah's efficiency, as always, is flawless. She taps her tablet, double-checking the details. And Miss Collins called earlier. She's excited about being your +1 for the event. At least I'll have Lila by my side. These rare moments when our worlds align feel precious now. Too precious. My daughter's presence at these events reminds me of when she was little, falling asleep in my arms during formal dinners, her small hand clutching my lapel. Anything else? I ask, already reaching for the stack of contracts demanding my attention. The familiar weight of responsibility settles back on my shoulders like a well-worn coat. Sarah settles into one of the leather chairs across from my desk, her tablet becoming a shield of organization between us. Your 9 o'clock with Peterson Global was moved to 10:30. They're flying in from Chicago and their plane got delayed. Works better for me anyway. Gives me time to review their proposal thoroughly. The board meeting is at 2. Legal sent over the quarterly reports this morning. I've highlighted the sections that need your attention. Her fingers dance across the screen. The Martin brothers want to schedule lunch sometime next week to discuss their tech startup. I lean back in my chair. Push them to the week after. I want our research team to dig deeper into their patents first. Already on it. She swipes through more notes. The mayor's office called about the Urban Development Initiative. They're suggesting a joint press conference next month. Smart move. Election season's coming up. Politics. Another game I've learned to play well. Set it up, but make sure we control the narrative. I want our PR team involved from the start. Of course. Sarah's efficiency never fails to impress. Oh, and your interior designer sent over samples for the Hampton house renovation. They're in the conference room whenever you want to look. That can wait. Anything else? She checks one final time. That covers everything for today, Mr. Collins. Thanks, Sarah. You're a lifesaver as always. Would you like me to get you some coffee? Maybe something from the cafe downstairs. You haven't eaten since you got in. A genuine smile breaks through my professional facade. Sarah's been with me long enough to know my habits, good and bad. Just coffee would be perfect. Right away, sir. She stands, tucking her tablet under her arm and heading for the door. Cracking my knuckles, I open my laptop. Now, to focus on the upcoming fundraiser, the one significant event amidst the rest of my outings. I pull up the speech draft on my laptop, the cursor blinking against the stark white document. The same old buzzwords stare back at me. Community impact, transformative change, pioneering solutions. After 2 decades, these phrases should roll off my tongue like honey, but today they taste stale. Running my hands through my hair, I stand and pace the length of my office. The words need to sound natural, authentic. These people didn't commit $2 million to hear rehearsed platitudes. Thank you all for joining us tonight, I practice out loud, my voice echoing in the empty space. No, too generic. These donors want to feel special, chosen. They need to believe they're part of something bigger than themselves. How many of these speeches have I given? How many hands have I shaken while wearing that practiced smile? The one that never quite reaches my eyes. I loosen my tie, remembering last year's gala. 300 people packed into the Plaza Hotel ballroom, all of them watching, judging, measuring every word against their expectations. The Tyler Collins they want to see is unflappable, confident, the man who turned his father's company into a billion-dollar empire. None of them see the quiet moments like this, when the mask slips and the weight of it all presses down. They don't know about the empty penthouse waiting for me at night, or how the sound of my own footsteps echoing off marble floors sometimes drives me to walk the streets just to feel less alone. My phone lights up with another message. Some society columnist asking for a quote about the upcoming gala. I ignore it. These people think they know me from newspaper clippings and charity ball photographs. They see the Silverfox businessman, the philanthropist, the perfect father, a cardboard cutout of success. What they don't see is how goddamn exhausting it is, maintaining this image they've built around me. Every dinner, every handshake, every carefully worded statement. It's all part of the performance. And sometimes, in moments like this, I wonder if I've played the role so long I've forgotten who I really am beneath it all. I pick up the silver frame photo from my desk. Lila's college graduation. Her smile radiates pure joy, golden hair caught in the sunlight. My little girl all grown up. The frame feels heavy in my hands, weighted with memories of missed moments and rushed phone calls. Sorry, sweetie, Daddy has a meeting. How many times had those words crossed my lips? The excuses pile up like the contracts on my desk. Board meetings, investor calls, global expansion plans. Each success carved another hour from our time together. Setting the photo down, I traced the edge of the frame with my finger. Lila understood, or at least she said she did. That's just who you are, Dad. The man who makes things happen. But sometimes I catch a shadow crossing her face when I cancel our plans, a flicker of disappointment she tries to hide. The sun dips lower behind the skyline, casting long shadows across my office. In the gathering dusk, my reflection in the window looks tired, worn. When was the last time I shared a real conversation with someone? Not the carefully crafted small talk of galas or the strategic discussions of boardrooms, but the raw, unfiltered truth of who I am. My phone lights up with another message. Some socialite fishing for an invitation to the fundraiser. These women, they see the title, the wealth, the carefully maintained image. None of them see me. None of them want to. The leather of my chair creaks as I sink into it. The silence of my office presses in, broken only by the distant hum of the city below. I've built an empire of glass and steel, but some days it feels more like a fortress or a prison. What I wouldn't give for someone to walk through that door and see past all this. Past Tyler Collins, CEO, past the press releases and public appearances. Someone who could look at me and see just Tyler. Someone real. But in this world of calculated moves and strategic alliances, authenticity feels like a luxury I can't afford. Or maybe I've forgotten how to recognize it when it appears.
Chapter 3. Jade. The coffee shop buzzes with morning energy as I slide into the booth across from Lila. Her blonde hair catches the sunlight streaming through the window, and she's already ordered my usual vanilla latte. The familiar aroma of freshly ground beans and pastries fills the air, making this cozy corner feel like our second home. Girl, can you believe it's been 4 years since we met in Professor Marshall's marketing class? I grab my drink, savoring the warmth between my palms. The ceramic mug is decorated with the cafe's signature swirl pattern, worn smooth from countless mornings just like this one. God, don't remind me. Remember when you saved me with that group presentation? Lila leans forward, her blue eyes sparkling. I was so hungover I could barely string 2 words together. She shakes her head, grimacing at the memory. And I covered for you like a champ. I laugh, remembering how I jumped in every time she froze. That's what sealed our friendship right there. Back then, I never imagined this trust fund princess would become my closest friend. But here we are, sharing our weekly coffee dates like we've known each other forever. Some friendships just click, and ours definitely did from that messy first day. Speaking of presentations, Lila pulls out her phone, scrolling through what looks like a party planning checklist. Daddy's going all out for this year's gala. The Children's Hospital needs a new wing, and he's determined to raise double what we did last year. He already has $2 million in donations. My stomach does a little flip at the mention of Tyler Collins. I've seen him at previous events, always commanding attention in those perfectly tailored suits. Your father really knows how to throw an event. Please, you haven't seen anything yet. The theme is Starry Night, and we're transforming the entire ballroom of the hotel we're hosting it in. She waves her hand with characteristic flair. I convinced Daddy to hire those aerialists from Vegas. I take another sip of my latte, trying not to compare my modest apartment to the mansion Lila calls home. Must be nice having connections to pull off something that elaborate. You know what? You should join the planning committee. We could use someone with your marketing expertise. Lila reaches across the table, squeezing my hand. Plus, I need someone to keep me sane through all this. I don't know. Should I even go to the gala? I trace the rim of my coffee mug. These events are so fancy, and I'd feel out of place among all those executives and socialites. Are you kidding? You absolutely have to come. Lila straightens up, her eyes lighting with excitement. I need my best friend there. These things can get so stuffy, and having you around would make it actually fun. But no buts. She holds up her hand. Do you know how many CEOs and marketing directors show up to these things? The networking alone would be worth it. Daddy always says the real business happens at charity events, not boardrooms. I shift in my seat, considering it. The thought of rubbing shoulders with industry leaders makes my career-focused brain light up with possibilities. But still, I've got this huge project due next week. It's one Friday night, Jade. When's the last time you did anything but work? Lila fixes me with that look she gets when she won't take no for an answer. You're coming. End of discussion. You're not going to let this go, are you? Not a chance. She grins, victorious. Plus, I already have the perfect dress in mind for you. Remember that boutique on 5th? The owner owes me a favor. I laugh, throwing up my hands in surrender. Fine, you win. I'll come to your fancy gala. Yes, Lila claps her hands together. Trust me, this is exactly what you need. A night of champagne, dancing, and who knows, maybe you'll meet someone interesting. Let's not get carried away. I roll my eyes, but I can't help smiling at her enthusiasm. I'm going for the networking opportunities, that's all. Oh, and wait until you see the guest list. Lila scrolls through her phone. Half of Manhattan's elite will be there. I nod, my mind drifting to how different our worlds are. Here's Lila, casually dropping names of billionaires like they're old family friends, which for her, they actually are. Meanwhile, I grew up in a modest townhouse in Queens, where my parents worked overtime to put me through college. Earth to Jade? Lila waves her hand in front of my face. Where'd you go? Just thinking about how far we've come since college. I trace patterns in the condensation on my coffee mug. Remember that cramped dorm room you refused to stay in? Ugh, those twin beds were medieval torture devices. She shivers dramatically. Thank God Daddy got me that apartment off campus. I laugh, remembering how she'd insisted I move in with her, rent-free. That's Lila. Generous to a fault with those she cares about. Even now, she's always trying to share her privileged world with me. Whether it's designer hand-me-downs or introducing me to influential people. You know what I love most about you? Lila tilts her head. You've never treated me differently because of my family's money. Everyone else either kisses up or judges me. My stomach twists with guilt. If only she knew how I sometimes lie awake at night, plotting my career moves, strategizing ways to climb the corporate ladder. Would she still think I'm genuine if she knew I've been eyeing a senior position at her father's company? That's what friends are for. I force a smile, pushing down the urge to confess my career aspirations. Some things are better left unsaid, even between best friends. Lila beams at me, and I feel another pang of guilt. Our friendship has always been real. That's not a lie. But there's an ambition burning inside me that I've never fully shared with her. A drive that might make her question everything about our relationship. So what are you thinking of wearing? You don't have to go with that dress on 5th I have planned. I want you to have full autonomy over your outfit choices, even if I don't agree with them all. Lila pulls out her phone, scrolling through a series of designer dresses that I don't even want to imagine the prices of. I'm thinking of going with this Valentino. The way it catches the light is perfect for the theme. Still, curiosity gets the best of me. I peek at the screen, my chest tightening at the price tag she doesn't even glance at. I'll probably wear that black cocktail dress from last year's company party. Oh, honey, no. Lila's perfectly manicured fingers pause mid-scroll. You need something that makes a statement, something that shows everyone you belong there. The word belong hits harder than it should. I've worked my way up from intern to marketing executive through late nights and countless sacrifices. Yet here's Lila, floating through life with an ease I can't help but envy. Look at this one. She turns her phone toward me, displaying a midnight blue gown that flows like liquid starlight. It would look amazing with your skin tone. It's gorgeous, but I know the designer. She owes me a favor after I connected her with that celebrity stylist. Lila waves off my protest before it begins. Consider it an early birthday present. I stare into my coffee cup, now lukewarm and half empty. While I've been grinding away at spreadsheets and pitch meetings, Lila's been building a network of favors and connections over champagne brunches and charity luncheons. "When's the last time you went on a date?" Lila asks, catching me off guard. "Oh, God, not since college." I've been focused on work. The words sound hollow even to me. My promotion didn't earn itself. I shifted my seat, uncomfortable with the direction this conversation is heading. All work and no play makes Jade a dull girl. She reaches across the table, squeezing my hand. "You're missing out on so much life happening around you." Her diamond tennis bracelet catches the light as she gestures dramatically. Her words sting because they're true. When was the last time I did anything just for fun? My calendar is filled with meetings and deadlines, while Lila's sparkles with galas and weekend getaways. Every time I open my phone, there she is at another exclusive rooftop party or jetting off to some exotic location. "I just want to make something of myself," I say quietly, more to my coffee than to her. The words taste bitter, like the dregs at the bottom of my cup. "You already have?" Lila's voice softens. "But success isn't just about climbing the corporate ladder. Have a little fun. Life is no good if there's no fun." She leans forward, her eyes sparkling with that familiar mischievous glint. "Don't worry, though. Come Friday night, I'm going to show you that there's a whole world out there that you've been missing."
Chapter 4. Tyler. The Plaza Hotel's ballroom transforms into a wonderland of crystal chandeliers and white orchid arrangements. Lila links her arm through mine as we step inside, her designer gown catching the light. "Daddy, this looks incredible. The committee outdid themselves." "They better have. The Children's Hospital needs every dollar we can raise tonight." I scan the growing crowd of New York's elite, mentally calculating potential donations. $2 million's a good start, but these people can do better. Most of them dropped more on their summer homes than they'll pledge tonight. A waiter glides past with champagne. I grab 2 flutes, handing one to Lila. The bubbles dance against crystal as conversations buzz around us. White-clothed tables circle a parquet dance floor, each centerpiece dripping with pearls and floating candles. I've hosted dozens of these galas, but tonight feels different. Maybe it's the way the light catches the ice sculptures, or how the string quartet's melody weaves through the room like silk. "Mr. Collins!" Kenneth Maxwell, CEO of Manhattan's largest real estate firm, approaches with his wife. His tuxedo's new, Bryony by the look of it. Good. He's trying to impress, which means his checkbook should be ready. "Ken, Mary, glad you could make it." I flash my practiced smile, the one that's closed countless deals, the same one that's built my reputation as New York's most effective philanthropist. "How's that new development in Tribeca coming along?" "Ahead of schedule. Speaking of which, that donation we discussed, I'd like to double it." No, that's what I like to hear." I clap him on the shoulder. "The pediatric wing will appreciate every penny." More familiar faces drift over. I work the room with practiced ease, dropping subtle hints about matching donations. Richard from hedge fund management. Josephine, who runs 3 magazines. The Frederickson sisters with their old money and newer plastic surgery. "Your father's in his element," I overhear someone whisper to Lila. They're right. This is my arena, where handshakes seal million-dollar promises and casual mentions of tax write-offs loosen wallets. Every smile, every carefully chosen word moves us closer to that 4 million goal. The orchestra tunes up in the corner, adding refined ambience to the clink of glasses and burst of socialite laughter. My speech notes sit heavy in my jacket pocket, reminding me of my obligation to address all the attendees here. "Daddy, I see Jade over by the dessert table. You don't mind if I—" "Go." I wave Lila off with a smile. I need to prepare for my speech anyway. She bounces away, her blonde hair swaying as she weaves through the crowd. I straighten my bow tie and head toward the stage. The microphone stands ready, waiting. Board member Charles Matthews introduces me with his usual flourish. I climb the steps, take my position behind the podium. The lights dim slightly, focusing attention forward. Hundreds of faces turn my way, expectant, eager to be moved by carefully chosen words. Ladies and gentlemen, my voice carries across the ballroom. Tonight, we gather not just as New York's finest, but as champions for those who need us most. I let my gaze sweep the crowd, making eye contact with key donors. Last year, I visited the pediatric oncology ward. A little girl named Debbie showed me her favorite stuffed elephant, her constant companion through chemotherapy. She told me she named him Hope. Pause for effect. Let the image sink in. Your generosity gives children like Debbie more than medical care. It gives them hope. Hope for birthdays, graduations, weddings, futures they deserve to see. The speech flows smoothly, each practiced pause landing perfectly. I weave statistics with emotional appeals, sprinkle in humor to keep them engaged. Years of experience have taught me exactly how to work a crowd like this. I know when to soften my voice, when to let it thunder across the room. These tricks are second nature now. Thunderous applause erupts as I finish. They're on their feet, bankers, celebrities, socialites, all moved by the performance. I bow slightly, accepting their adoration with practiced humility. From the corner of my eye, I catch my daughter Lila beaming at me from her table, pride written across her face. She's seen this show 1,000 times. But as the clapping fades, something hollow echoes in my chest. These people will write their checks, pat themselves on the back, and forget it all by morning. The applause dies away like it always does, leaving only the familiar emptiness behind. Another $1 million evening that means nothing beyond the bottom line. I make my way down from the stage, accepting handshakes and congratulations with practiced grace. My words still hang in the air, but they feel hollow now. Rehearsed lines I've delivered countless times before. Brilliant speech, Tyler. You really know how to move people. The compliments wash over me, meaningless as rain. I loosen my bow, tie slightly, needing air. These people surround me, yet I've never felt more alone. Rhiannon comes to mind, my last serious relationship 2 years ago. She'd called me emotionally unavailable before walking out. Before her, Elizabeth had said I was married to my work. And Catherine, well, she just wanted the Collins name and bank account. I grab a scotch from a passing waiter and find a quiet corner near one of the ice sculptures. The carved angel seems to mock me with its frozen perfection. Around me, New York's elite laugh and dance, their jewelry catching the light like stars. But it's all surface shine, like everything else in my life. A couple spins past on the dance floor, lost in each other's eyes. Young love, probably. When was the last time I felt that? That raw, unscripted connection with another person? My glass feels heavy in my hand. These events used to energize me. The networking, the deal-making, the careful dance of philanthropy and power. Now they drain me. Every conversation follows the same pattern. Weather, business, careful compliments, thinly veiled requests. Nothing real. Nothing true. I watch Lila across the room, animated in conversation with her friend. At least she still finds joy in these gatherings. For me, they've become another performance, another mask to wear. The successful businessman, the generous philanthropist, the perfect host. But who am I really beneath all these carefully constructed personas? The scotch burns going down, but it doesn't fill the void. I've built an empire of good deeds and influential connections, yet I can't remember the last time I had a conversation that wasn't calculated, a laugh that wasn't measured, a moment that wasn't choreographed for someone else's benefit. A flash of movement catches my eye as someone slides into the seat beside me. Dark curls frame a face that's both elegant and striking. Her champagne flute catches the light as she takes a delicate sip. The scent of vanilla drifts over, a welcome change from the stale perfumes that have surrounded me all evening. This is quite the event, Mr. Collins. The decor alone must have taken weeks to plan. I turn to face her fully, recognizing Lila's friend from college. Those expressive brown eyes hold my attention longer than they should. Jade Wilson, right? And please, call me Tyler. Her smile is genuine, refreshing after hours of practiced social grins. I didn't think you'd remember me. Actually, I do. You gave a speech at your college graduation, didn't you? Made quite an impression. I set my scotch down, finding myself more intrigued by our conversation than the drink. You talked about breaking barriers and challenging outdated thinking. Not the usual forgettable graduation speech nonsense. Her eyes widened slightly. You remember that? Hard to forget someone who challenges an entire auditorium of people to embrace change. I find myself smiling. A real smile, not the polished one I've worn all evening. How's your role at Warren and Hart working out? Challenging, exciting, terrifying some days. She laughs, the sound carrying none of the affected tones I've heard all night. But that's how you know you're doing something worthwhile, right? Couldn't agree more. I shifted my chair, genuinely interested. Tell me about your latest campaign. She launches into a description of her current project, hands moving animatedly as she speaks. Her enthusiasm is contagious. For the first time tonight, I find myself fully engaged in conversation, not thinking about donations or appearances or what to say next. There's something magnetic about her presence, an authenticity that cuts through the usual superficial chatter of these events. When she speaks about her work, her eyes light up with a passion that reminds me of myself at her age, before galas and speeches became routine, before life made me more jaded and cynical in general.
Chapter 5. Jade. The string quartet's music floats through the grand ballroom as I lean against the marble pillar, completely lost in conversation with Tyler Collins. 3 hours have passed, yet it feels like minutes. Every time he speaks, I discover a new layer to him that makes me forget he's Lila's father. So that's when I realized children's healthcare needed a complete overhaul. Tyler's blue eyes spark with passion. These kids deserve more than just basic care. They deserve the best. I had no idea you were so involved in healthcare reform. My fingers trace the stem of my champagne glass. The media always focuses on your business acquisitions. The press loves a good money story. He steps closer, his cologne mixing with the crisp scent of his freshly pressed suit. But this is what drives me, making real change. The way he speaks about his mission sends shivers down my spine. This isn't the stuffy businessman I expected. There's fire beneath that polished exterior, a passion that radiates through every word and gesture. You're different than I imagined. The words slip out before I can stop them. I want to grab them from the air and stuff them back in my mouth. Different good or different bad? His lips curve into a knowing smile, and his eyes dance with amusement. Definitely good. Heat crawls across my face as our eyes lock. I always saw you as just Lila's dad? Something like that. I shift my weight, hyper aware of how close we're standing. He takes my empty glass, setting it on a passing waiter's tray. And now? The electricity between us is undeniable. My skin tingles where his fingers brushed mine, sending sparks of awareness shooting through my body. This magnetic pull terrifies and thrills me all at once. I've never felt anything like it. This raw, instant connection that makes my heart race and my common sense flee. Now I see someone passionate, driven, someone who wants to leave the world better than he found it. My heart pounds against my ribs. Someone who's making me question everything I thought I knew. Tyler's expression softens, and he moves even closer. The rest of the gala fades away. The music, the chatter, the clinking glasses. All I can focus on is the intensity in his gaze and the way my body responds to his presence. You're quite something yourself, Jade Wilson. His voice drops lower, meant only for my ears. I haven't had a conversation this engaging in years. The string quartet shifts to a slower melody, and I catch myself swaying slightly to the rhythm. Tyler notices, his smile widening. "Would you like to dance?" He extends his hand. My throat tightens. I shouldn't, but my body betrays me as I place my palm in his. He guides me to the dance floor with practiced ease, one hand settling on my waist while the other holds mine. The touch sends electricity through my veins. "Tell me more about your marketing vision," he says as we move together. "I've heard whispers about your innovative campaigns." It's what drives me. Every morning I wake up thinking about new strategies, better ways to connect with people. The words flow naturally, but something feels different. For the first time, my career ambitions don't consume my entire focus. Instead, I'm acutely aware of his hand on my waist, the subtle cologne that surrounds us, the way his eyes never leave mine. That passion shows. It's rare to find someone so dedicated, says the man revolutionizing children's health care. I laugh softly, then pause. How do you balance it all? The business, the philanthropy, family? Sometimes balance finds you when you least expect it. His thumb traces small circles on my hand. Life has a way of showing you what truly matters. My carefully constructed walls begin to crack. Years of putting my career first, of measuring success in promotions and project completions. It all seems to blur in his presence. One evening of genuine conversation has me questioning everything I thought I wanted. I've always believed success meant sacrificing everything else, I admit, surprising myself with this honesty. But talking with you, I'm starting to wonder if I've been wrong all along. Tyler pulls me slightly closer as we turn. Perhaps success isn't about sacrifice. Maybe it's about finding what makes life worth living. My heart races at his words. I've spent years building my fortress of ambition, but here, in this moment, I want nothing more than to let those walls crumble. Eventually, the music slows down before transitioning into another tune entirely. Couples begin shifting off the dance floor, and Tyler's grip on my waist loosens. I smile shakily as we part. "Well, it's been a pleasure spending the evening with you." I step back from our dance, my body already missing his warmth, the ghost of his touch lingering on my skin. But I should head home. Got marketing campaigns to work on tomorrow. On a Saturday? His eyebrows lift, and there's a hint of disapproval in his voice that makes my stomach flip. "A woman as talented as you shouldn't need to work weekends." Best time to catch up without office distractions. I smooth down my dress, trying to ignore how his compliment makes me feel. No endless meetings or urgent emails to deal with. "Let me drive you." Tyler's offer catches me off guard, and he steps closer, his cologne teasing my senses. "My car's right outside. I insist." I should say no. Every rational part of my brain screams to call a rideshare. But there's something about him, the gentle confidence in his voice, the way his eyes hold mine without wavering. The magnetic pull between us feels impossible to resist, even though I know I'm playing with fire. "Sure, why not?" The words slip out before I can stop them. My heart pounds as I realize I've just agreed to be alone with Tyler Collins. And God help me, I want nothing more. Tyler's face lights up with a smile that makes my knees weak. He guides me through the crowd with a light touch at the small of my back, stopping to grab my clutch from the coat check. A sleek black Mercedes waits at the curb, and Tyler opens the passenger door. The leather seat embraces me as I slide in, taking in the subtle scent of pine and leather. When he settles behind the wheel, the space feels intimate, charged with an energy I can't explain. "Where to?" He turns to me, and in the dim light of the car, his features seem softer, more approachable. I give him my address, trying to ignore how my pulse quickens when his fingers brush mine as he puts the car in drive. The city lights blur past as Tyler drives, his presence filling the car with an electric tension. My hands fidget in my lap, smoothing non-existent wrinkles from my dress. Every time we stop at a red light, I feel his gaze drift to me, making my skin tingle. This is me. I point to my apartment building as we pull up. Modern architecture meets historic charm in the renovated brownstone, its brick facade glowing warmly under the street lamps. The wrought iron details around the windows catch the light, creating delicate shadows against the walls. Tyler parks smoothly against the curb, the engine's purr fading to silence. Before I can reach for the handle, he's out and opening my door, offering his hand. Such a gentleman. The touch of his palm against mine sends sparks shooting up my arm, and I have to concentrate just to keep my footing as I step onto the sidewalk. Thank you for the ride. I fumble in my clutch for my keys, but his hand catches mine. The warmth of his fingers wraps around my wrist, gentle yet firm. The night air suddenly feels thick with possibility, and I can hear my heartbeat in my ears. Jade. Just my name, but the way he says it makes my breath catch. His voice is low, intimate, like he's sharing a secret meant only for me. Looking up into those blue eyes, I make a decision that could change everything. My professional boundaries, my careful plans, they all seem to fade away in this moment. Would you like to come up? I have an excellent Cabernet that's begging to be opened. The invitation hangs between us, weighted with unspoken promise. His smile spreads slow and sure across his face. I'd love to. My heart thunders against my ribs as we walk to the entrance. Each step up the stairs feels monumental, like I'm walking towards something inevitable. Tyler's hand rests lightly on my lower back, steadying me. When we reach my door, my fingers tremble so much I nearly drop the keys. Tyler's chest brushes my back as he steadies my hand, helping me unlock the door. The casual touch sends electricity coursing through my veins. After you, he murmurs, his breath warm against my ear. I step into my apartment, pulse racing with anticipation. What started as a simple gala has transformed into something far more thrilling and terrifying. But with Tyler's reassuring presence behind me, I've never felt more certain about taking a risk.
Chapter 6. Tyler. I watched Jade settle onto her couch, the deep burgundy of her wineglass matching the sultry shade of her lipstick. The dim lighting from her modern floor lamp casts a warm glow across her features, highlighting the delicate curve of her neck. Christ, she's beautiful. The way she moves, every gesture deliberate and graceful, drives me crazy. You really shouldn't have left your own event. She takes a slow sip, her eyes finding mine over the rim of her glass. What will people think? Let them think what they want. I lean back, stretching my arm across the back of the couch. My fingers brush against her shoulder and I feel her slight shiver. The reaction sends a jolt of satisfaction through me. The hard part was done. Speech given, checks collected, hands shaken. Besides, I've hosted enough of these damn charity events to last a lifetime. Still? Her voice trails off as I shift closer, drawn to her like a magnet. The scent of her perfume fills my senses, something exotic and intoxicating. Still what? My hand finds her thigh, exposed by the slit in her evening gown. The silk of her skin burns against my fingertips as I trace lazy patterns. Her breath catches and I can't help but smirk. You think I'd rather listen to another hour of executives drone on about market projections? Her breath catches. I suppose not. I'd much rather be right here. My fingers continue their slow exploration, mapping the curve of her thigh. The wine in my glass swirls as I take another drink, never breaking eye contact. With you. She crosses her legs but doesn't move away from my touch. Tyler. Yes? I set my glass down on the coffee table, freeing my other hand to cup her face. Her skin radiates warmth beneath my palm. We shouldn't. Tell me to stop. My thumb grazes her bottom lip, smearing that perfect burgundy lipstick. The silky texture of it catches against my skin. Tell me you want me to leave. Her eyes darken, pupils dilating as she leans into my touch. The tension crackles between us like lightning before a storm. I can feel her pulse quickening beneath my fingertips. But what about Lila? Jade's voice wavers. She pulls back slightly, creating space between us. Her hands grip the edge of the couch cushion. She's my best friend, Tyler, and you're her father. And? My fingers trace the curve of her jaw, feeling the softness of her skin. Last I checked, we're both adults capable of making our own choices. My other hand finds her hip, anchoring her in place. It's not that simple. She sets her wine glass down with shaking fingers, but doesn't move away completely. The scent of her perfume, that sweet vanilla that I'm becoming obsessed with, fills my senses. What if she finds out? You're deflecting. I lean closer, my breath mingling with hers. My nose brushes against her cheek as I whisper against her ear. Stop thinking about what everyone else wants. What do you want, Jade? Her eyes search mine, conflict written across her features, desire warring with hesitation. Because I know what I want. My hand slides to the nape of her neck, fingers tangling in her curls. The silky strands wrap around my fingers as I draw her closer. I want you. I've wanted you since the first moment I saw you. Tyler. Her voice comes out breathy, almost a whisper sending electricity down my spine. Tell me you don't feel this too. Tell me I'm crazy for wanting to risk everything just to have you in my arms. Instead of answering, she surges forward. Her lips crash into mine, passionate and demanding, stealing the breath from my lungs. Her fingers grip my shirt, pulling me closer as she parts her lips. I groan into her mouth, tasting wine and desire as her tongue slides against mine. The kiss is everything I've imagined, and more, hot, desperate, and absolutely perfect. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from BWWM. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on our website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story.
Chapter 7. Jade. I straddle Tyler, my body already slick with sweat as I lower myself onto him. His manhood fills me completely, and I can't help but let out a soft moan. The sensation is overwhelming, electric, as I begin to move, finding my rhythm. His hands grip my hips, not guiding, but supporting, letting me take control. Well. Things are heating up again. You know what to do? Go to vixavonromance.com to get the dirty details that this platform won't put on the air. I know it sucks, but at least you can get a 40% discount with code VIXA40 to make up for it. Use it while it lasts and apply it to every digital product in your cart. Back to the story.
I hope you're enjoying this audiobook by Vixavon. If you want to keep hearing more audiobooks, then please hit that subscribe button and like the video. It may seem insignificant, but the more people that subscribe, the easier it is to produce more audiobooks in the future. So please help us out and subscribe to our channel. Thank you for listening, and now back to your book.
Chapter 8. Tyler. The neon sign of Joe's Diner flickers against the evening sky as I guide Jade through the door, my hand resting lightly on the small of her back. The aroma of grilled beef and fresh fries fills the air. This is perfect. Jade's eyes light up as she slides into the red vinyl booth. Much better than those stuffy places where they serve tiny portions on massive plates. I loosen my tie and settle across from her. A woman after my own heart. Sometimes nothing beats a good burger. You know what's funny? She leans forward, lowering her voice. Leela's always bragging about the latest Michelin-starred restaurant she's tried, but I've caught her more than once demolishing a McDonald's in her office when I go visit her. That sounds like my daughter. I can't help but chuckle, though mention of Lila sends a familiar pang of guilt through my chest. The weight of our secret feels heavier every time her name comes up. A waitress approaches with menus, her pen poised expectantly, but Jade barely glances at hers. Double cheeseburger, extra pickles, and curly fries, please. Her confidence in knowing exactly what she wants is just another thing I find irresistible about her. Make that 2. I hand back the menus, enjoying how in sync we are. And a chocolate shake to share? You're learning. Jade's foot brushes against mine under the table, sending electricity up my spine. The simple touch shouldn't affect me this much, but everything about her drives me crazy. The past month has been a delicate dance of stolen moments and discreet meetings. No fancy restaurants where we might be recognized, no public displays of affection. Just quiet evenings like this, where we can be ourselves. These moments in hidden diners and tucked-away cafes have become my favorite part of each day. How's the new marketing campaign going? I ask, watching her eyes spark with enthusiasm. I love how passionate she gets about her work. It reminds me of myself at her age, that same drive to prove yourself to the world. The focus groups love it, though Jenkins still thinks we should go in a bolder direction, whatever that means. She rolls her eyes, and I can't help but smile at her candor. Pretty sure he just likes hearing himself talk in meetings. Last week he spent 20 minutes explaining his revolutionary concept of using social media influencers. Like that hasn't been done to death. Sounds like most men I know in advertising. God knows I've sat through enough presentations where some hotshot creative director just loves the sound of his own nonsense. Your company excluded, of course. She arches an eyebrow, a playful smirk tugging at her lips. Of course. I reach across the table, briefly squeezing her hand before withdrawing as our food arrives. The warmth of her skin lingers on my palm. Though I've been known to enjoy the sound of my own voice on occasion, especially during board meetings. On occasion? She takes a big bite of her burger, closing her eyes in appreciation. A small moan escapes her throat that does things to me I shouldn't be thinking about in public. This is incredible. Seriously, how did you find this place? I take a sip of the chocolate shake, letting the sweetness linger before broaching the subject that's been weighing on my mind. We need to talk about telling Lila soon. The words taste bitter despite the sugar coating my tongue. Jade's hand freezes mid-reach for a fry. Tyler. Her voice carries that edge of panic I've come to recognize whenever this topic surfaces. I know it's not easy, but we can't keep sneaking around forever. I lean forward, keeping my voice low despite the restaurant's ambient noise. The last thing we need is someone overhearing this conversation. Can we not do this right now? She drops the fry back onto her plate. The sound of it hitting the ceramic seems to echo between us. Every time I think about telling her, I feel sick. She's my best friend. And she's my daughter. The longer we wait, the worse it'll be when she finds out. I grip my water glass tighter, ice cubes clinking against the sides. The thought of Lila discovering this from someone else makes my stomach turn. Jade pushes a curl behind her ear, her shoulders tensing. You don't understand. Lila and I tell each other everything. We've been there for each other through breakups, job stress, family drama. Her voice cracks slightly. I can't stand the thought of losing that. The pain in her eyes hits me like a physical blow, and I fight the urge to reach across the table and comfort her. I see a future with you, Jade. I lean forward, keeping my voice low. A real future. Not just stolen moments in diners and quick meetings in my office. That means eventually facing this head on. I know. She stirs her straw through the shake, not meeting my eyes. I want both. Is that terrible? I want you, and I want to keep my best friend. I want to have my cake and eat it too. It's not terrible, but it's not realistic either. You're right, she sighs, finally looking up at me. I just need more time. Please, give me another month to get ready. I promise you that in that time I'll have mustered up the courage to come out with it. I nod slowly, understanding her need for time. 1 month. But after that, we need to face this head on. No more delays. My voice is firm but gentle. I won't let this situation drag on indefinitely. It's not fair to any of us. Deal! She grabs a fry and pops it in her mouth, the tension leaving her shoulders. Now can we get back to enjoying this amazing burger? These are pretty damn good. I take another bite, savoring the perfect blend of meat and cheese. The patty is cooked exactly how I like it. Medium rare with just enough char. Though I have to say the company makes it taste even better. Smooth talker. She dips a fry in the chocolate shake, and I watch her lips curve into that smile that never fails to get to me. I can't believe you've never tried this combination before. I'm a purist when it comes to my fries. Salt and ketchup only. I lean back in the booth, loosening my tie. After 20 years of business lunches in 5-star restaurants, there's something refreshing about this casual diner with its vinyl seats and paper placemats. Live a little, old man. Her eyes dance with mischief as she holds out a chocolate-dipped fry. Open up. The playful challenge in her voice makes it impossible to refuse, even though I'm sure this will end up making a mess of my $1,000 suit. I lean forward, letting her feed me the fry. The sweet and salty combination explodes on my tongue. Okay. I stand corrected. That's delicious. We fall into easy conversation, discussing everything from work to movies to childhood memories. Time slips away until our plates are empty and the shake glass stands abandoned. So, Jade traces patterns on the table with her finger. I was thinking maybe you'd want to come over to my place after this. We could watch a movie, have some wine, maybe make some popcorn. A movie, huh? I can't help the knowing smile that spreads across my face. You know damn well, we won't be paying attention to whatever's playing. A smile appears on her lips as she shrugs sheepishly and she bites her lower lip. Maybe that's the point.
Chapter 9. Jade. Sunlight streams through my bedroom window as I stretch beneath silk sheets, a gift from Tyler last week. These past 2 months feel like a dream. Stolen kisses, secret dinners where no one knows us, passionate nights that leave me breathless. My phone buzzes. Speaking of the devil. Good morning, beautiful. Missing you already. A smile spreads across my face as I type back. Every message from him sends electricity through my veins, even after all our time together. But that familiar knot of anxiety tightens in my stomach. Keeping this hidden from everyone at Warren and Hart is getting harder. The sideways glances when I return from client meetings. The knowing smirks when I check my phone during working lunches. Tyler makes it worth it, though. The way he looks at me like I'm the only woman in the world, how his strong hands trace patterns on my skin. The deep conversations that stretch into the early hours about our dreams, fears, everything. My stomach lurches suddenly. I bolt to the bathroom, barely making it in time. After emptying what feels like everything I've eaten this week, I slump against the cool tile wall. This isn't normal. I've been feeling off for days now, but this is different. I grab my phone again, this time to call the office. Warren and Hart Marketing, how may I direct your call? Hi, Diana. It's Jade Wilson. I'm not feeling well today. I need to see a doctor. Can you let my team know I won't make it in? Of course, honey. Feel better. I end the call and close my eyes, trying to will away the nausea. Whatever this is, I hope the doctor can figure it out fast. I have a lunch meeting with Tyler tomorrow that I refuse to miss. These moments together are too precious to waste being sick. The drive to the doctor is uneventful and boring. I get there, I check in, and I'm quickly ushered into a room where I'm assured the doctor will see me soon. The doctor's office smells like antiseptic and cheap air freshener. I drum my fingers against the paper-covered exam table. The crinkling sound matching my jangled nerves. Dr. Yesenia Martinez enters, clipboard in hand, her dark eyes scanning my chart. "So, Miss Wilson, tell me about these symptoms." Dr. Martinez's professional tone does nothing to ease my anxiety. "Just nauseous. Throwing up in the mornings mainly. I figured it was food poisoning or a stomach bug." I twist my hands in my lap, trying to maintain my composure. Sometimes even the smell of coffee makes me sick, which is weird because I love coffee. She nods, making notes, her pen scratching against the paper. "And how long has this been going on?" "About a week, maybe longer. The days blur together lately. Between project deadlines and stolen moments with Tyler, I've lost track of time." "Are you sexually active?" The question hits like ice water. My throat goes dry. "Yes." "When was your last menstrual period?" My mind races. Between work deadlines and Tyler, I haven't even... Oh, God. I grip the edge of the exam table harder, the paper crinkling under my fingers. I'm not sure. I've been stressed with work, so... "Would you be open to taking a pregnancy test today?" Pregnant? The word echoes in my head like a thunderclap. "No, that's impossible. We were careful, weren't we?" My stomach does another flip, but this time it's not from morning sickness. "I guess so." My voice sounds distant, like it belongs to someone else. Minutes later, I'm staring at 2 pink lines on a plastic stick. The room spins. Dr. Martinez's voice filters through the fog in my brain. "Congratulations, Miss Wilson. You're pregnant. Based on your last remembered period, I'd estimate you're about 8 weeks along." 8 weeks. Tyler and I have only been together for 2 months. The timing lines up perfectly to that first passionate night we spent together after the fundraising gala. My hands shake as I grip the edge of the exam table. "Would you like some water?" Dr. Martinez touches my arm gently. I shake my head. Water won't fix this. Nothing will fix this. I'm 24, climbing the corporate ladder at Warren and Hart, secretly dating the CEO of one of the most important companies in New York City. And now I'm pregnant. The fluorescent lights suddenly seem too bright. My carefully planned life crumbles around me as reality sets in. I'm going to have a baby. Tyler's baby. I stumble out of the doctor's office. Prescription papers clutched in my hand. The bustling New York street blurs as tears threaten to spill. My dreams of becoming chief marketing officer by 30 swim before my eyes. The promotion I've been gunning for, the projects I've poured my soul into, all slipping through my fingers like sand. A baby. An actual human being growing inside me. My hand drifts to my still flat stomach. How can I lead major campaigns with morning sickness? Present to boards while sporting a growing belly? The whispers will start, the judgment, the assumptions that I can't handle both motherhood and a career. My phone buzzes. Another message from Tyler. I can't bring myself to look at it. Sweet, successful Tyler, who never mentioned wanting children. Tyler, who's 20 years my senior and established in his career. Tyler, who chose me because I matched his drive and ambition. I duck into a nearby coffee shop, needing somewhere to hide from the world. The smell of coffee hits me, and my stomach lurches. Right. No more coffee. Just another reminder of how everything's about to change. What am I going to do? I whisper to myself, sliding into a corner booth. Tell Tyler and risk losing everything we've built? Keep it secret and face this alone? my career, our relationship, my independence. It all hangs in the balance. The thought of telling him makes my chest tight. Would he be excited? Horrified? Ask me to? No, I can't even consider that. But what if he thinks I planned this? Trapped him? God, what if this news destroys everything? I pull out my phone, staring at his unread message. The same message that would have made me smile an hour ago now fills me with dread. How many more normal conversations do we have left before I have to tell him? Before everything changes? My fingers hover over the keyboard, trembling. For the first time since we started dating, I don't know what to say to him. I sink deeper into the coffee shop booth. The reality of my situation crashes over me in waves. A baby, me, a mother. The word feels foreign, like trying on clothes that don't quite fit. My phone lights up again. Tyler's third message since this morning. I flip it face down, my heart clenching. How can I face him knowing this secret grows inside me? Every time I imagine telling him, my throat closes up. The image of my corner office at Warren and Hart blurs with visions of midnight feedings and daycare pickup times. I've spent years crafting the perfect career trajectory. Now this tiny person will need everything. My time, my energy, my focus. My parents' house in New Jersey flashes through my mind. Mom's garden, Dad's terrible dad jokes, the spare bedroom that still has some of my old posters up. They'd understand. They'd help. No judgment, no workplace whispers, no complicated explanations. Can I get you anything? The barista's voice startles me. No, I'm good. My voice cracks. Nothing about this is good. I pull up my parents' number, then stop. Telling them means making this real. But what choice do I have? Stay here, watch my belly grow while dodging Tyler? Wait for Lila to discover her father's been sleeping with her best friend, and now there's a baby involved? My finger hovers over Tyler's messages. He deserves to know, but the words tangle in my throat. What if he thinks I trapped him? What if this ruins everything he's built? What if Lila never forgives either of us? I grab my purse, leaving everything behind, one step at a time. First, call Mom, pack a bag, take some time off work. My boss will understand. Figure out how to be someone's mother when I barely feel grown up myself. The city streets blur as tears fill my eyes. I'll miss him. God, I'll miss him. But I can't drag him into this mess. Not yet. Maybe not ever.
Chapter 10. Tyler. The numbers blur across another quarterly report. I drum my fingers against the desk, the steady rhythm doing nothing to ease the hollowness in my chest. The same hollowness that's been there since she vanished. Mr. Collins, your 3 o'clock is here. Sarah's voice crackles through the intercom. Send them in. My voice sounds rough, tired. Another meeting, another handshake, another fake smile as I guide potential investors through our latest philanthropic venture. The words flow automatically. Sustainability, community impact, projected returns. But my mind drifts to dark curls and bright eyes that lit up the room. Jade. The investors leave, and I loosen my tie, suffocating under the weight of another pointless day. My phone sits silent. No messages, no calls, no explanation for why she disappeared 3 weeks ago. Damn. I slam my hand against the desk. The sting doesn't compare to the ache of remembering how her body felt against mine, how her laugh filled every empty space in my world. I scroll through my calendar, charity galas, board meetings, networking events. Each entry blends into the next, an endless parade of obligations that used to give my life meaning. Now they're just distractions that failed to fill the void she left behind. The city lights flicker to life outside my office window. Another day wasted, pretending I'm not searching for her face in every crowd, not hoping each incoming call might be her voice. Mr. Collins, should I cancel your dinner reservation at Le Cirque? My assistant pokes her head in. No. I reach for my jacket. Maybe if I keep moving, keep working, keep showing up, this feeling will fade. But deep down, I know better. Nothing feels right anymore. Not since Jade ghosted me without a word, taking all the color from my world with her. The memory of her hits hardest in quiet moments like this. I lean back in my chair, phone clutched in my hand, staring at our last text exchange. 3 weeks of silence stretch between now and then, a void I can't make sense of. Not even Lila knows what happened to her. Even my daughter, Jade's closest friend, has no idea where she went. The worry in Lila's eyes matched my own, but there was also a spark of curiosity there that I was unwilling to disclose. Lila wanted to know why I was interested in Jade's sudden disappearance. I lied, talking work opportunities and a position at my own company, but it was all nonsense. In the end, I never got to tell Lila the truth about Jade and I. My thumb hovers over Jade's name. Another attempt, another message that won't go through. The little not delivered notification mocks me. Did she block my number? Change carriers? Leave the country? I close my eyes and she's there, curled up on my living room couch late one night, dissecting marketing strategies with fierce intelligence. The way her eyes lit up when she talked about her dreams, her goals, how she challenged every assumption, pushed back against the status quo. You can't just throw money at problems and expect them to fix themselves, she'd said, leaning forward, passion burning in her voice. Real change needs strategy, needs heart. That's what drew me to her first, not just her beauty, but that fire, that authenticity. In an industry full of yes-men and corporate puppets, she dared to be real. My hand tightens around the phone. Our last conversation plays on repeat. Nothing unusual, nothing to suggest she'd vanish. Just plans for dinner that weekend. Her laugh when I suggested cooking instead of going out. You? Cook? Her voice had been warm with amusement. I've seen your takeout collection, Tyler. Now there's just silence. I pull up her contact again, type another message knowing it won't send. Just tell me you're okay. The red exclamation point appears instantly. Not delivered. Reaching for my bourbon on my desk, I pour myself a glass. Who gives a damn if it's my third one of the day? The bourbon burns going down, but it's better than the ache in my chest. I've dated before, had serious relationships, even been married. But none of them left me feeling this gutted, this lost. God damn it! I set the glass down harder than intended. The sound echoes through my empty penthouse. 8 weeks. That's all it took for Jade to completely upend my world. She walked into that fundraising gala in a dress that caught every eye, but it was her mind that caught mine. The way she challenged my views on corporate responsibility, her passionate defense of grassroots initiatives. I leaned back on the leather chair, remembering how she'd sit in front of me, legs tucked under her, breaking down market trends with razor-sharp insight. No pretense, no agenda, just raw intelligence and drive. Should have taken it slower. The words taste bitter, but would that have changed anything? We were careful, discreet. Nobody at the office knew. Even Lila had no clue her best friend was seeing her father. My phone sits heavy in my pocket. I could hire someone, have them track her down, find out where she went. But that feels wrong, like betraying the trust we built. Damn! I run my hands through my hair, messing up the careful styling. What did I miss? Every interaction plays on repeat in my head. Was there a warning sign? A hint that she was unhappy? The last time I saw her, she'd been laughing, planning our weekend. Nothing seemed off. The city lights blur outside my window. Somewhere out there, Jade has answers. Somewhere, she knows why she cut me off without a word. The not knowing eats at me worse than any breakup speech could. I grab my phone again, scroll through old messages. Her responses were always quick, engaged, until they just stopped. The transition from passionate connection to cold silence happened overnight. No warning, no explanation, just gone. My fingers hover over the keyboard. What haven't I already said in my unanswered messages? What magic combination of words would make her respond? "Mr. Collins!" Sarah's voice breaks through my brooding. Before entering, she had knocked on the door 3 times, but I was too dazed to even realize it. "About your dinner at Le Cirque with the Morgan investors." She pauses. "You look exhausted. I can reschedule if you need a break." The concern in her voice catches me off guard. Sarah's been with me 5 years now. She knows my moods better than most. She's seen me through acquisitions, mergers, and more than a few late-night strategy sessions fueled by nothing but coffee and determination. That obvious, huh? You haven't been yourself lately. Her voice softens through the intercom. And those investors? They're sharks on a good day. Maybe tonight isn't... She trails off, diplomatic as always, but I can hear what she's not saying. I look like trash, and the Morgan Group would smell weakness like blood in the water. You're right. I loosen my tie further, letting it hang limply around my neck. Push it to next week. Make some excuse about an emergency board meeting. Already drafted the email. Just needed your go-ahead. Of course she had. Sarah's always 3 steps ahead, cleaning up my messes before they happen. What would I do without you, Sarah? Probably miss half your meetings and forget to eat. The light humor in her voice is welcome. Go home, sir. Get some rest. I grab my jacket, not bothering to straighten my desk. The bourbon glass sits empty, accusing. 3 weeks ago, I wouldn't have touched it before 5. Now it's become a constant companion, helping me forget those unanswered messages, that sudden silence. The ice has long since melted, leaving behind nothing but diluted regret. The elevator ride down is mercifully empty. No fake smiles, no small talk about quarterly projections or market trends. Just the quiet hum of machinery and memories of Jade pressing against me in this same elevator, her lips curved in a wicked smile. Damn! I scrub a hand over my face. Even the mundane spaces are haunted by her now. My driver opens the car door without comment. He's used to my darker moods these past weeks. The city slides by in a blur of lights and shadows, each street corner holding another memory. That cafe where she'd spilled coffee all over my suit and somehow made me laugh about it. The park where I'd caught her dancing in the rain like some romantic movie scene. I close my eyes, but it doesn't help. She's there too, vivid as ever, making my chest ache with every phantom smile.
Chapter 11. Jade. The cardboard boxes scattered across my apartment floor mock me as I place another stack of baby onesies into the dresser. 1 year. 365 days since I left Tyler behind, and my life has transformed into something unrecognizable. My 3-month-old son, Matthew, sleeps peacefully in his crib, the newest addition to my once minimalist space. His gentle breaths fill the room with a rhythm that both soothes and terrifies me. Each inhale reminds me of the secret I'm keeping. Each exhale whispers of the guilt that weighs on my conscience. You're doing the right thing, honey. Mom's words from this morning echo in my head as I fold another tiny outfit. She helped me move back today, her eyes full of concern when she left. Tyler's world is complicated. This protects both you and the baby. The Manhattan skyline stretches beyond my window. The same view I'd left behind when the pregnancy test showed positive. I'd fled to my parents' house in New Jersey, crafting careful excuses about needing family time and working remotely. The corporate world bought it. After all, the pandemic had made remote work normal. But Tyler? My fingers traced the edge of my phone. I blocked his number, but still saved it in my notes app, just in case I needed it. His company's latest philanthropy project made headlines last week. Another success. Another reason to stay away. He has an empire to run, a reputation to maintain. An illegitimate child with a woman half his age would shatter everything he's built. Matthew stirs in his sleep, his little face scrunching up before relaxing again. Those blue eyes, Tyler's eyes, pierce my soul every time he looks at me. The guilt churns in my stomach, knowing I'm denying both father and son the chance to know each other. But the alternative terrifies me more. The scandal, the media frenzy, the potential damage to Tyler's career and reputation. I can't be responsible for that. I sink onto my couch, surrounded by half-unpacked boxes and baby supplies. The city lights twinkle outside, so familiar yet different now. Everything's different. I'm different. The ambitious marketing executive, who once put career above all else, now spends her nights singing lullabies and changing diapers. My hand drifts to my stomach, now flat again, but the memories of those 9 months still linger. The morning sickness that kept me hunched over the toilet. The kicks that made me cry because Tyler wasn't there to feel them. The ultrasound appointments where Mom held my hand instead of him. The nights I stared at his contact photo, finger hovering over the call button. Every milestone felt hollow without him. The first flutter of movement, learning the gender, picking out names. Even now, the birth certificate's blank space where a father's name should be haunts me. The labor lasted 18 hours. Through each contraction, I imagined Tyler's strong hands holding mine, his voice encouraging me. Instead, I gripped the hospital bed rails until my knuckles ached, Mom's worried face watching as I brought our son into the world alone. My therapist says I need to stop torturing myself with what-ifs, but they creep in during quiet moments like this. What if I told him? What if he'd been happy about the baby? What if we could have been a family? No. I shake my head, banishing the thoughts. This protects everyone. Tyler's reputation stays intact. Matthew grows up away from media scrutiny, and I get to keep my dignity. I grab my phone, needing a distraction. Time to start rebuilding my life here. Opening my messages, I type, "Hey Lila, finally back in NYC after my extended vacation. Needed some family time this past year, but ready to jump back into city life. Hope you're doing well." The response comes quickly. "Jade, oh my goodness. Where have you been hiding? I've missed you so much. We need to catch up ASAP. Drinks tomorrow? Please say yes." My stomach knots. Lying to my best friend feels wrong, but it's necessary. I can't risk her finding out about Matthew. She'd tell Tyler immediately. "Maybe not tomorrow, but soon. I have to figure out work again. You know how it is." Totally. Just let me know when you're available, and I'd love to go out with you again." I close my messaging app and walk over to Matthew's crib. His tiny chest rises and falls with each breath, his dark curls a stark contrast against the white sheets. My fingers brush his velvet soft cheek, and he shifts in his sleep, those long eyelashes fluttering. "I'm so sorry, baby." The words catch in my throat. I wish things were different. The weight of my choices crashes over me, not just keeping him from Tyler, but lying to Lila too. She's been my closest friend since college, always there through breakups and career milestones. Now I'm hiding the biggest part of my life from her. Matthew's fingers curl around my pinky when I touch his hand. So small, so innocent. He has no idea about the complicated web I've woven around us both. No idea that his father runs one of the biggest companies in New York, or that his half-sister is my best friend, who thinks I've been on some extended soul-searching trip. "I promise I'll protect you." My voice barely breaks a whisper. No matter what it takes. No cameras, no tabloids, no gossip columns picking apart our lives. No one's going to make you into some scandalous headline. I lean down and press my lips to his forehead, breathing in that sweet baby smell. His dark curls tickle my nose, so soft and fine against my skin. My heart clenches at how perfect he is, how much he deserves better than all this secrecy. "It's just you and me, little man, and that's okay. We'll figure this out together." My fingers trace the delicate curve of his cheek. "I'll give you everything you need, everything. but the guilt lingers, heavy in my chest. Every time I look at Matthew, I see Tyler, in the shape of his eyes, the curve of his mouth, those striking blue eyes that captured my attention from the first moment we met. And every time Lila messages me, excited to reconnect, I feel the weight of my deception growing heavier. Her latest text sits unanswered on my phone, full of plans for coffee dates and shopping trips, while I'm here hiding the biggest secret of all, her baby brother. I turn back to the mountain of boxes, pulling out another stack of onesies and burp cloths. My once pristine living room, with its carefully curated art pieces and sleek furniture, now looks like a Babies R Us exploded in it. The modern glass coffee table is buried under bottles and pacifiers. My prized white sectional sports a few suspicious stains from spit-up incidents. At least you're worth it, little guy. I glance at Matthew's sleeping form. I organize the changing station next to my ergonomic desk setup. A stark contrast between my two worlds. My laptop sits ready for Monday's marketing meetings, while diaper cream and wipes line up beside it. The room divider I ordered should arrive next week, helping separate my workspace from Matthew's play area. My phone pings with a work email. The team wants to discuss the upcoming campaign launch, and I'm grateful my company embraced remote work for me when I requested the shift. The thought of leaving Matthew with a stranger while I commute to an office makes my chest tight. We can do this, I whisper, more to myself than Matthew. Mommy can nail those pitch meetings and still be here for your feedings. I stack board books next to industry reports, arrange his activity mat near my standing desk. The apartment might not look like a spread from Architectural Digest anymore, but it works for us. Each item has its place, even if that place is different from what I'd imagined a year ago. My marketing awards still shine on the shelves, but now they share space with Sophie the giraffe and musical toys. It's a physical representation of my new reality, career woman and mother, trying to balance both worlds from within these walls. All the while, I'm still trying to grapple with the massive heartache that comes with losing Tyler. It's for the best, I know that, but I still wonder. I wonder if we could have made it work, if this truly was the best decision after all. I guess I'll never know.
Chapter 12. Tyler. I rub at the stubble on my chin, watching Sarah flip through her tablet with practiced efficiency. She hums to herself, narrowing her eyes as she zooms in to certain details on my schedule. I've mirrored her tablet screen onto my own monitor so we could go over the fine details together. The board meeting is scheduled for 10, followed by lunch with Jebediah Peterson. He flew in from Dallas for this meeting. Sarah's fingers glide across the screen. Then you have a conference call at 2. What's this? I tap the calendar entry she's sharing on my monitor. A party at the Grand? Oh, yes. Sarah looks up, her expression brightening. Lila's throwing quite the event this weekend. She specifically asked me to make sure you'd attend. The mention of my daughter's party makes me exhale heavily. These social gatherings have become more frequent lately, each one grander than the last. I don't know, Sarah. I've got that merger proposal to review. Mr. Collins. Sarah sets her tablet down, fixing me with that look she gets when she thinks I'm being difficult. Your daughter went to considerable effort to organize this, and you haven't attended any social functions in weeks. Because I've been busy running a company, which will survive one evening without you hovering over spreadsheets. She picks up her tablet again, her tone softening. Lila misses you. She mentioned wanting to introduce you to some of her new friends. I lean back in my chair, loosening my tie. You know these parties aren't my scene anymore. Just a bunch of 20-somethings making me feel ancient. You're hardly ancient. Sarah's lips quirk up. And it would mean the world to Lila. She's been asking about you, wondering why you've been so distant lately. The guilt hits its mark. That's not fair, using the dad card. I'm your assistant. Using whatever works is literally in my job description. She taps something on her screen. Should I RSVP yes? I slump into my seat, mind drifting to the last party I attended. 3 different women had cornered me throughout the night, each one armed with practiced smiles and calculated touches. But none of them were her. None of them were Jade. It's been a year since she vanished from my life without explanation. A year of wondering what went wrong, replaying our last moments together. The memory of her smile haunts me, bright and genuine, nothing like the manufactured interest I get from the society vultures at these events. Tyler! Sarah's voice snaps me back. Sorry. I loosen my tie further. Just thinking. About Miss Wilson? My jaw tightens. Sarah's too perceptive sometimes. She'd noticed the change in me after Jade left, though she never pushed for details. These events, I gesture vaguely, they're exhausting. Every single woman there seems to think being the next Mrs. Collins is some sort of competition. And you're not interested in competing? No. The word comes out harder than intended, making Sarah flinch slightly. How could I be? After experiencing something real with Jade, everything else feels hollow. Empty flirtations and strategic advances from women who see me as nothing more than a wealthy widower, a prize to be won. Just thinking about their predatory smiles makes my skin crawl. But Lila, my daughter, deserves better than a father who hides in his office. She needs me present, especially now. These social obligations are part of maintaining the connections that will help secure her future in this cutthroat world. Fine. I straighten in my chair, squaring my shoulders like I'm preparing for battle. RSVP yes, but I'm not staying the whole night. I'll give them 2 hours max before I make my escape. Sarah's fingers fly across her tablet, her efficiency a small comfort. Done. And don't worry, I'll run interference if anyone gets too persistent. The knowing look in her eyes tells me she's already planning strategic exits and emergency phone calls. You're a lifesaver, I mean it. Without her managing these social landmines, I'd have been married off by some opportunistic socialite years ago. I know. She stands, gathering her things with practiced grace. The party starts at 8. I'll have your driver ready at 7:30. She pauses at the door. And Mr. Collins? Try to at least pretend you're enjoying yourself. It makes my job easier. I roll my eyes. Easy for you to say. You're not the one who has to dodge marriage proposals all night. Oh. Sarah lingers at the doorway, her hand resting on the frame. You still haven't gotten over her, have you? The mention of Jade hits me like a physical blow. My fingers curl around the armrest of my chair. Sarah's one of the few people who knows about us. She'd figured it out long before I admitted anything. How am I supposed to get over someone when I don't even know what happened? The words burst out, raw and unfiltered. One day, we're planning dinner. The next, she's gone. No explanation, no goodbye. Nothing. I stand up, pacing behind my desk. Hell, I don't even know if she's alive or dead right now. Have you tried? Everything. I run a hand through my hair, probably messing it up. I caved in and started asking around. Private investigators, old contacts, even had someone check hospitals in 3 states. It's like she vanished into thin air. The frustration builds in my chest, threatening to choke me. You know what the worst part is? Not knowing if I did something wrong. If I pushed too hard, moved too fast. Was I just another rich jerk who couldn't take a hint? Did she? My voice cracks. Did she feel trapped? Sarah's expression softens with sympathy. From what I've heard about her, she cared about you deeply. Then why disappear? Why not just tell me it wasn't working? I slump back into my chair. A text, a letter, anything would have been better than this. Nothing. The silence that followed her disappearance still echoes in my mind. A void I can't seem to fill no matter how many meetings I schedule or deals I close. I shake my head, pushing away from my desk. I've already said too much. No use brooding about it. What's done is done. Thank you, sir. Sarah's voice is soft. For being so honest with me about all this. I know it's not easy opening up. Yeah, well, I gesture at the empty office. These walls have heard worse. Hell, they've probably seen me at rock bottom more times than I care to count. I could. She hesitates, fingers drumming against her tablet, that familiar look of determination crossing her face. I could do some research of my own. Maybe there's something the investigators missed. Social media changes. Name changes. Sarah. I try to cut her off, not wanting to go down this rabbit hole again. Even obituaries. The word drops like a stone between us. Just to be thorough. My stomach lurches. The thought of Jade's name in black and white print, dates marking the end of her life. I grip the edge of my desk until my knuckles turn white. The mere possibility makes my chest tighten, and for a moment, I can barely breathe. After all this time, just the thought of her being gone for good nearly breaks me. I'm so sorry. Sarah steps forward, her face etched with concern. That was insensitive. I shouldn't have brought up. No. I force myself to breathe, fighting against the tightness in my chest. My hands are trembling and I jam them into my pockets. No, you're right. We should know. If something happened. The words taste like ash in my mouth, and my throat constricts around each syllable. I'll be discreet. She clutches her tablet to her chest like a shield. Her voice softens. And Tyler, whatever happened, I'm sure she had her reasons. Someone like Jade wouldn't just... She trails off, perhaps seeing the pain flash across my face. Thanks, Sarah. I manage a weak smile, though it feels more like a grimace. For everything. For keeping this quiet. She nods and slips out, closing the door with a soft click. The silence settles around me like a heavy blanket, suffocating in its completeness. I stare at the city skyline through my window, but all I can see is Jade's face, her smile, the way she'd throw her head back when she laughed. The memory of her perfume, subtle and sweet, still haunts my dreams. I sink deeper into my chair, letting the weight of everything press down on me. The thought of her name in an obituary column keeps circling back, a vulture I can't chase away. My fingers itch to grab my phone, to try calling her number one more goddamn time, but I know it'll just ring endlessly, mocking me with each unanswered tone.
Chapter 13. Jade. The breeze nips at my face as I push Matthew's stroller down Fifth Avenue. My fingers grip the handles tighter, and I adjust my oversized sunglasses for the 100th time. The wide-brimmed hat shadows most of my features, but my heart still races every time someone walks past. Matthew coos and reaches up toward a cluster of red leaves dancing overhead. His innocent joy makes me smile despite my paranoia. 3 months of keeping him hidden, of careful planning and calculated moves, it's exhausting. But one look at his cherubic face makes it all worth it. That's right, baby. Those are leaves, I whisper, leaning down to adjust his blanket. A businessman in a sharp suit walks by, and I snap back up, turning my face away. For a split second, his build reminds me of Tyler, and my stomach drops. Tyler. Even thinking his name sends electricity through my veins. What would he do if he saw me here? If he saw Matthew? The thought makes me dizzy with both fear and something else. Something that makes my pulse quicken for entirely different reasons. I hurry past Rockefeller Center, keeping close to the buildings. Every reflective surface shows glimpses of people behind me, and I can't help checking each one. Is that woman on her phone taking pictures? Does that tourist recognize me? Matthew starts fussing, and I stop to give him his pacifier. As I bend down, A deep laugh echoes from somewhere nearby. My hands freeze. That sound, it's so familiar. But when I look up, it's just another suit-clad executive talking on his phone. Mommy's being silly, isn't she? I tickle Matthew's chin, trying to steady my nerves. He grabs my finger, his grip strong and reassuring. We're just taking a nice walk. Nobody knows us here. But even as I say it, I scan the crowds again. Part of me wishes Tyler would appear, wants him to see his son, to see me. The other part knows better. I adjust my hat one more time and keep walking, torn between hoping and dreading that familiar silhouette might appear around the next corner. My phone buzzes in my coat pocket, and I nearly jump out of my skin. Matthew stirs at my sudden movement, but stays quiet. When I see Lila's name on the screen, my throat tightens. "Hey, stranger." Her voice rings through the speaker, bright and familiar. "Lila, hi." I shift the stroller back and forth with one hand, trying to keep Matthew content. "So when are we finally getting together? You can't tell me you're back in the city and then ghost me?" "I've just been..." I watch a mother and daughter walk past, the little girl skipping along in pink rain boots, settling in. "Well, perfect timing. I'm throwing this absolutely incredible party at the Grand next Friday. You have to come." My stomach knots. The Grand, one of the most exclusive venues in Manhattan. "I don't know. I've got a lot going on right now." "Come on, Jade. You used to live for nights like these. Plus, I need a confident wing woman to help me. There's this guy from Morgan Stanley." Matthew makes a small gurgling sound, and I quickly start humming to cover it up. That's sweet, but no buts. I won't take no for an answer. You've been MIA for a year, and I miss you. Just one night. I press my lips together, mind racing. A babysitter, maybe? But the thought of leaving Matthew with a stranger makes my skin crawl. He's so tiny, so vulnerable. "Lila, please? For me? I'll even send a car to pick you up. No excuses about transportation." The desperation in her voice makes my chest ache. She has no idea why I've been distant, why I disappeared. And I can't tell her. Not about Matthew, not about Tyler, not ever. The weight of my secrets feels heavier with each passing day. "Okay," I hear myself say, already regretting it. My mouth apparently making decisions without consulting my brain. "Just for a little while." "Yes, you're the best. I'll text you the details. You're going to love it. It'll be totally laid back. Friends only." She squeals into the phone, her excitement practically vibrating through the speaker. "This is going to be amazing." I end the call and look down at Matthew, peacefully watching the world go by from his bouncer. His tiny fingers curl and uncurl as he studies the ceiling with those beautiful eyes that look so much like his father's. What did Mommy just get herself into? My stomach churns at the thought of everything that could go wrong. My heels click against the pavement. As I continue down Fifth Avenue, my mind spinning with possibilities and consequences. What am I thinking? Going to a party at the Grand? With Lila? It's practically begging for disaster. Matthew waves his little fist at a passing pigeon, completely oblivious to my internal crisis. I stop at a bench and sit down, positioning the stroller so he can watch the birds hop around. "Your mommy needs to get her head examined," I mutter, pulling out my phone to draft a cancellation text to Lila. But my fingers hover over the keyboard. When was the last time I did anything for myself? The past year has been OB/GYN appointments, midnight feedings, and careful planning to keep Matthew hidden. My world has shrunk to the size of a nursery. I scroll through old photos on my phone. Pictures from before. There I am at charity galas, marketing events, even nights out with friends. My smile looks different somehow. Lighter. less worried. I love you more than anything. I lean down to kiss Matthew's forehead. But maybe Mommy needs one night to remember who she is beyond these mom jeans and diaper bags. A young woman struts past in killer heels and a designer dress, reminding me of how I used to dress, of how good it felt to put on something other than yoga pants and oversized sweaters. God, I miss the confidence that came with a perfect outfit. The way heads would turn when I walked into a room. I delete the half-written cancellation text. One night, just a few hours to laugh with Lila, to wear something fabulous, to feel like myself again. I can arrange a sitter, or maybe even my mom can come from New Jersey to watch him for a few hours. My parents live just out of Newark, so it wouldn't be too much of a hassle to come out here. What do you think, little man? Should Mommy dust off her dancing shoes? Matthew responds with a happy gurgle, and I choose to take that as approval. His tiny hands reach up toward my face, and I catch one in my own, pressing a kiss to his perfect little palm. I promise I won't stay out too late, just long enough to remember what it feels like to be more than someone's mama. Standing up from the bench, I guide Matthew's stroller through the bustling sidewalks with renewed energy. The weight that's been pressing on my chest since Lila's call lifts slightly. One night. I can do this. We're going to call Grandma when we get home, I tell Matthew, who's busy cooing at the leaves above to look at me. She'll be thrilled to spend some quality time with her favorite grandson. A group of women around my age passes by, their laughter echoing off the buildings, their designer bags swing from their arms as they chat about weekend plans and office drama. I used to be them, carefree, focused on climbing the corporate ladder, meeting friends for happy hour after work. Your mama used to wear shoes like that. I point to one woman's red-bottomed heels, before you came along and made everything so much better. Matthew babbles in response, his little face scrunching up in what looks like a smile. My heart melts. He's the best decision I've ever made, even if the circumstances aren't ideal. As we turn onto our street, I spot Mrs. Chen watering the plants outside her flower shop. She waves, and I wave back, grateful for neighbors who don't ask too many questions about the single mom who moved back into her apartment after disappearing for a year. Maybe this party is exactly what I need. I adjust Matthew's blanket as we wait for the elevator. A chance to remember who I am beyond these walls, to prove I can be both, your mom and still me. The elevator doors open to our floor, and I feel lighter with each step towards our apartment. This could work. A few hours at a party, surrounded by the familiar energy of my old life. My mom watching Matthew in our safe, cozy home. I can have both worlds, even if just for one night. And who knows? I unlock our door, lifting Matthew out of his stroller. Maybe it'll be good for both of us to stretch our wings a little bit.
Chapter 14. Tyler. The marble floors of the Grand reflect the crystal chandeliers, casting a warm glow across the expansive ballroom. Lila practically bounces beside me as we make our way through the entrance, her excitement palpable. Everything looks perfect. She clasps her hands together, surveying the elegant space with its white-clothed tables and champagne towers. Her eyes dance over the intricate floral arrangements I'd had imported specifically for tonight. This party is going to be amazing. I adjust my tie, the silk smooth against my fingers, wondering why she insisted on such an elaborate event without any particular occasion. The whole thing feels excessive, even by Lila's standards. You seem extra enthusiastic tonight. Because... Lila turns to me, her blue eyes sparkling with that same mischievous glint she's had since childhood. She's practically vibrating with excitement, reminding me of when she was little and couldn't keep a secret. I have the best surprise! Jade's coming! My heart stops. The name hits me like a physical blow. and I have to force myself to keep my expression neutral. My fingers freeze on my tie, and for a moment I forget how to breathe. Memories of soft lips and heated whispers flood my mind. Jade? Yes, Jade Wilson. You remember her, right? She used to work at Warren and Hart Marketing. I don't know if she still is. I doubt it, considering she was away for so long. Lila's voice rises with excitement. But I finally got in touch with her last week, and she promised she'd come tonight. The room suddenly feels too warm. Memories flood back, stolen moments, passionate kisses. The way Jade's smile could light up my whole day. Then the abrupt silence when she vanished without a word, leaving an ache I've tried desperately to ignore. That's unexpected. I loosen my collar slightly, feeling like I'm being strangled by my own tie. My fingers fumble with the knot as memories of Jade's perfume, her touch, her laugh assault my senses. Did she say where she's been all this time? No. Lila frowns briefly, her brow furrowing in that way that reminds me so much of her mother. But I don't care. I'm just glad she's back. We were such good friends, Daddy. I've missed her so much. The guilt twists in my gut like a knife. If Lila knew the truth about Jade and me, about those late nights at the office, the way Jade would perch on my desk with that knowing smile, how we'd nearly been caught in the elevator that one time. I pushed the thought away. My daughter's happiness means everything to me, and I won't let my past mistakes taint that. Lila's hand touches my arm, pulling me from my thoughts. Daddy, are you okay? You look a little pale. I clear my throat, trying to ground myself in the present moment. I'm fine, sweetheart. Are you sure? Her eyes narrow with concern. You're not getting sick, are you? No, just... I run a hand through my hair. I think I need a drink. Oh, come with me. Lila grabs my hand, practically dragging me across the ballroom to where the bartenders are still setting up their station. Crystal glasses clink as they arrange them in neat rows. Hey, my father needs a drink right now. The young bartender glances up from his prep work, looking mildly annoyed at the interruption. I don't care if you're not ready yet. Lila's voice carries that entitled edge she gets when she's determined, the same tone she's used since she was a little girl demanding ice cream before dinner. This is Tyler Collins. Get him whatever he wants! Whiskey, neat. The words come out rougher than intended, my throat tight with tension. Make it a double, Lila adds, then spots something across the room that catches her attention. Her face lights up with that event planner enthusiasm she's had all week. Oh, I need to check on the place settings. Be right back, Daddy. She hurries off in a flutter of blonde hair and designer dress, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the approaching whiskey. I sink onto one of the bar stools, my legs suddenly unable to hold my weight. The room feels too warm, too crowded, even though the party hasn't officially started. Jade. Here. Tonight. The thought pounds through my head like a sledgehammer, making it impossible to focus on anything else. The bartender slides the drink in front of me, and I down half of it in one swallow, welcoming the burn. A year of silence, of wondering where she went, of trying to convince myself it was better this way, all of it about to shatter in a few hours. I watch Lila flit from table to table, adjusting flower arrangements and straightening place cards with meticulous precision. My daughter's always been a perfectionist, especially when it comes to social events. Right now, that dedication to detail is the only thing keeping me from losing my mind entirely. The whiskey glass sits empty in front of me. I press my palms against my temples, trying to massage away the tension building behind my eyes. What the hell am I supposed to say when I see her? Hey, nice to see you after you disappeared without a trace. How have you been since our secret affair ended? The champagne needs to be precisely 45 degrees. Lila's voice carries across the room as she lectures one of the servers. And make sure the glasses are spotless. I want them sparkling. I drop my head into my hands, my elbows propped on the bar. The polished marble surface reflects the overhead lights, creating dancing patterns that do nothing to distract from the chaos in my mind. Every possible scenario of seeing Jade again plays through my thoughts, each one worse than the last. "Another!" I mutter to the bartender, pushing my empty glass forward. The clink of crystal and ice barely registers as I try to imagine what she looks like now. Does she still wear that vanilla-scented perfume? Did she cut her hair? Does she still bite her lower lip when she's nervous? "Daddy!" Lila's voice snaps me back to reality. The string quartet is setting up in the wrong corner. Can you believe it? The wrong corner! I lift my head, forcing a smile. "I'm sure you'll sort it out, Princess." She's already rushing off, her heels clicking against the marble floor, completely oblivious to how her surprise is tearing me apart. My fingers wrap around the fresh glass of whiskey, but I don't drink. I need a clear head tonight, even though every instinct screams for the opposite. The thought of facing Jade, of looking into those eyes that used to set my world on fire, makes my chest tight. What do you say to someone who shared your bed, your secrets, your heart, and then vanished like smoke? The bartender slides back over, wiping down the bar with a white cloth. His eyes scan my face, lingering a moment too long. "Everything all right, sir?" "Never better." I take another sip, letting sarcasm drip from every word. Just waiting for my world to implode in spectacular fashion. You know, the usual Friday night. He pauses his wiping, studying me with that knowing look bartenders seem to perfect. His salt and pepper mustache twitches. "Ah, I know that expression. You're a man troubled by love." A harsh laugh escapes my throat. That obvious, huh? Damn, I used to be better at hiding this. Running a billion-dollar company? Easy. Keeping my emotions in check when it comes to Jade? Apparently impossible. I couldn't even keep this secret from Sarah. 20 years behind the bar, sir. You learn to read people. He tosses the cloth over his shoulder and walks away to help another guest, leaving me to contemplate how a complete stranger managed to sum up my situation so perfectly. The ice in my glass clinks as I swirl it, watching the amber liquid catch the light. If only he knew just how deep this particular trouble runs. Troubled by love. What an understatement. More like haunted by it. Tormented. The memory of Jade's last kiss plays through my mind. How was I supposed to know it would be the final one? That the next day, her apartment would be empty, her phone disconnected, every trace of her gone like she never existed. I stare into my glass, watching the amber liquid catch the light. The bartender's words echo in my head. Troubled by love. Yeah, that about covers it.
Chapter 15. Jade. The doorbell chimes as I'm wrestling with Matthew's onesie. He squirms and giggles on the changing table while I try to snap the buttons closed. His little legs kick with endless energy, making what should be a simple task feel like an Olympic sport. "Coming, Mom," I call out, scooping up my wiggly 3-month-old. His tiny fingers grab at my curls as I make my way to the door, and I wince as he manages to get a surprisingly strong grip on a strand. The things I do for this little man. My mother stands there with her overnight bag, her warm smile lighting up her face. "There's my precious grandson." She immediately reaches for Matthew, and he lets out an excited squeal. The way his face lights up at the sight of his grandmother never fails to melt my heart. "Thanks again for watching him tonight." I hand him over, along with his favorite stuffed elephant. The worn-out toy has been his constant companion since day one. His bedtime routine is on the fridge, and I pumped enough milk. "Jade, honey." Mom cuts me off with a knowing look, carrying Matthew in her arms like she's done it 1,000 times before. "This isn't my first rodeo. We'll be just fine. Now go get ready for that party." She shoos me away with her free hand, already cooing at Matthew in that special grandma voice of hers. I hesitate, watching Matthew nestle into my mother's shoulder. Maybe I should stay home. He might. Don't you dare. Mom's tone brooks no argument. You haven't been out since he was born. 3 months of nothing but work and mommy duty? You need this. But, no buts. She waves me toward my bedroom. That dress you showed me isn't going to put itself on. And I know you've been looking forward to Lila's party at the Grand. She's right. I have been looking forward to it, and dreading it in equal measure. But watching my mother sway with Matthew, humming his favorite lullaby, some of my anxiety eases. His doctor's number is on the fridge with everything else. Mom fixes me with a stern look. Go. Get dressed. Have fun. Be young. You deserve one night to yourself. I take a deep breath, trying to quiet the voice in my head listing all the things that could go wrong. Okay. You're right. Of course I am. She winks at me. Now scoot. That makeup won't apply itself either. As I head to my bedroom, I hear her cooing to Matthew. Your mama needs to remember she's not just a mommy. She's still Jade, too. My fingers brush against the silky material of my dress hanging on the closet door. One night, I can do this. I sweep mascara across my lashes, my hands steadier than my nerves. The black dress hugs my curves that took a few months of determination to get back after Matthew. My natural curls frame my face, and for the first time in what feels like forever, I look like the old Jade. Well, almost. A glance at my phone makes my stomach drop. Mom? I step out of the bedroom, clutching my clutch. I'm running really late. Maybe this is a sign I shouldn't. Don't even think about it. Mom bounces Matthew on her hip, his eyes heavy with sleep. You look stunning, by the way. But no buts. She grabs my purse from the counter and pushes it into my hands. Matthew and I have big plans tonight. Don't we, sweet boy? Grandma's going to tell you all about the time your mama tried to convince me she could fly by, jumping off the garage roof with an umbrella. Mom? What? He should know his mama was quite the adventurer. She guides me toward the door with her free hand. I'm staying the night, remember? We've got everything under control. His favorite books are ready. I know where the emergency numbers are, and I've got enough experience with babies to write a manual. I turn back, drinking in the sight of my son's sleepy face. But what if? He'll be fine. Mom's voice softens. And you'll feel so much better after spending time with your friends. Trust me. Something in her tone makes me pause. She's right. She always is. I lean in and kiss Matthew's forehead, inhaling his sweet baby scent. Be good for Grandma, little man. Now go. Mom opens the door. Have fun, dance, laugh. Just don't bring home any more surprises, okay? Mom! But I'm laughing as I step into the hallway, the sound of her chuckling following me out. Love you, honey. Now scoot. The door closes behind me with a gentle click, and I take a deep breath. I can do this. I'm just overreacting. This will be good for me. I repeat these things to myself as I head to my car, trying to ignore the swirling pit of anxiety settling in my stomach. I pull out my phone before starting the car, typing quickly. So sorry, running late, but on my way now. Traffic willing, I'll be there in 20. The response from Lila comes instantly. Girl, you better be. It's not a party without you here. Drive safe. My hands grip the steering wheel as I navigate through the city streets. The familiar route to the Grand should be calming, but my heart won't stop racing. I've been to countless events here before. Charity galas, corporate parties, Lila's previous get-togethers with her many friends. Why does this feel so different? Maybe it's because I haven't been out since Matthew was born. Maybe because I've been carrying a secret with me for the past year, and now I'm trying to pretend everything is all right, if only just for a night. A car horn blares, making me jump. I've been sitting at a green light. Sorry, I mutter, pressing the gas. The Grand's familiar facade comes into view. Its Art Deco architecture lit up against the night sky. The valet line stretches around the corner. Clearly, Lila's pulled out all the stops for her party. My stomach twists as I spot some vaguely familiar faces stepping out of their cars, all dressed to impress. I check my reflection in the rearview mirror one last time. The woman staring back looks polished, put together, exactly like the Jade everyone expects to see. No one would guess she spent last night walking the floors with a colicky baby. You can do this, I whisper to myself, pulling into the valet line. It's just one night. Just be normal, Jade. But that's the problem, isn't it? I'm not normal Jade anymore. I'm someone's mother now. Someone's secret mother. The valet opens my door, and I force a smile, handing over my keys. My heels click against the pavement as I walk toward the entrance, each step feeling heavier than the last. Music pulses from inside, the bass vibrating through the ground. Just breathe, I tell myself. Just breathe and smile. No one knows. No one has to know. The Grand's lobby sparkles with crystal chandeliers, their light catching on sequined dresses and polished cufflinks. I weave through clusters of people, nodding at familiar faces while scanning the crowd for Lila's blonde hair. The main ballroom thrums with energy. Lila's gone all out with the decor. White roses spill from towering centerpieces, and fairy lights drape across the ceiling like stars. The dance floor pulses with bodies moving to the DJ's beat, while quieter conversations buzz around elegant tables. Jade, someone waves from across the room. I squint through the shifting lights, but it's just another marketing exec I vaguely recognize. I need a drink. The vintage bar beckons from the far wall, its mahogany surface gleaming under amber lights. I make my way over, already planning what I'll order. Something sophisticated but not too strong. I need to keep my wits about me tonight. My hand reaches for the bar to steady myself in these heels when I see him. My heart stops. That profile, the way he holds himself, commanding attention without trying, the slight gray at his temples, that only makes him more striking. Tyler. I haven't seen him in a year. Not since that night when everything changed, when I found out about Matthew and made the decision that would alter both our lives, even if he doesn't know it. He turns slightly, those blue eyes sweeping the room, and I duck behind a group of partygoers. My pulse pounds in my ears, drowning out the music. What is he doing here? This is Lila's party, his daughter's party. Of course he'd be here. How did I not think of this? My hands shake as I grip my clutch. I should leave. I should turn around right now. I'm just about to do that, just about to run out of here and escape. But a voice stops me.
Chapter 16. Tyler. I nurse my scotch at the bar, keeping my back turned to the party. The last thing I need is small talk with Lila's friends. Music thumps through the Grand, while champagne flows freely among Manhattan's elite youth. These events always drain me, watching trust fund kids burn through their parents' money while pretending they understand the world. But then suddenly I hear something. A certain voice, a few words, that makes my blood run cold. My heart practically stops in my chest. Jade, oh my God, you made it. My fingers tighten around the glass at the sound of that name, knuckles going white with tension. Memories I've tried desperately to suppress come flooding back. I turn, watching Lila rush across the floor to throw her arms around a woman in a sleek black dress. The sight of her hits me like a physical blow. Jade. My throat goes dry. She's even more beautiful than I remember. Her natural curls framing her face, her smile lighting up the room. The way she carries herself with that quiet confidence that first drew me in. 1 year, 365 days since she walked away without a trace. Since I let her go without knowing what went wrong between us. She laughs at something Lila says, the sound carrying across the space between us. Her hand gestures animatedly as she talks, those delicate fingers I used to trace. The dress hugs her curves perfectly, showing off the body I memorized over countless nights. I down the rest of my scotch in one burning gulp. My daughter's voice rises with excitement. "You have to tell me everything. Are you seeing anyone?" Each question hits like a punch to the gut. I signal the bartender for another drink, stronger this time. Seeing Jade here now threatens to unravel the careful walls I've built. The ones that let me pretend I'm over her, that what we had was just a fling. But one look at her, and I'm right back there, drowning in memories of stolen moments and whispered promises. Of the way she'd curl into me late at night, fitting perfectly against my chest like she was made to be there. Her eyes meet mine across the room, and for a moment, time stands still. Recognition flashes across her face, followed by something else. Panic? Fear? She breaks the contact first, turning back to Lila with forced attention. Without a warning, Lila's got her by the hand, practically dragging her in my direction. My muscles tense as they approach. Jade's steps are hesitant, like she's being led to her execution. "Daddy, look who finally made it!" Lila bounces on her heels, oblivious to the electric current crackling through the air. "It's Jade! The one I'm always talking about!" I straighten, schooling my features into practiced neutrality. Up close, the familiar scent of her perfume hits me, jasmine and something uniquely her. My fingers itch to reach out, to touch her like I used to. "Nice to see you again, Jade." The words taste like ash in my mouth. "Mr. Collins." Jade's voice is steady, professional. Only someone who knows her intimately would catch the slight tremor underneath. "Oh my God, this party is incredible," Lila continues, bouncing between us. "The Grand really outdid themselves with the decorations. And wait until you see the chocolate fountain, Jade. It's massive. Remember when we used to dream about having parties like this in our old apartment?" I watch Jade's throat work as she swallows, her fingers fidgeting with the small clutch she carries. "The party's lovely, Lila." Jade manages a smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes. "And Daddy arranged everything. Isn't he the best?" Lila loops her arm through mine, and I feel Jade flinch slightly at the gesture. "He even got that DJ you love." "What's his name?" "The one who played at that club opening last month?" The irony of my daughter playing polite hostess between me and my ex-lover would be funny, if it wasn't so damn painful. Suddenly, a certain somberness crosses over Jade's face as Lila chatters on. Her knees buckle, and I react on instinct, my arm shooting out to catch her before she hits the ground. The familiar curve of her waist beneath my palm sends electricity through my fingers. "Whoa, easy there." I guide her to the nearest bar stool, keeping my touch clinical despite every nerve ending screaming for more contact. The familiar scent of her perfume hits me, and I have to force myself to maintain my composure. "Water, please." Jade's voice comes out weak as she grips the bar edge. Her chest rises and falls with quick, shallow breaths. I signal the bartender with a sharp nod, fighting the urge to wrap my arms around her. "Oh my God, are you okay?" Lila hovers nearby, concern etched across her features. My daughter's presence is both a comfort and a stark reminder of why I need to keep my distance. "I'm fine." Jade accepts the glass from the bartender with trembling fingers. "Just dehydrated. Been running around all day." She takes a small sip, and I watch her throat work as she swallows, remembering times when things were different between us. "You need to take better care of yourself." Lila squeezes her shoulder. "Rest up, okay? I should go check on everyone else. Carter's probably wondering where I disappeared to." She shoots me a quick glance before heading off, her heels clicking against the floor, leaving me alone with the woman I've been trying desperately to forget. As Lila melts back into the crowd, the air grows thick between us. Jade won't look at me, but I catch the way her fingers tap against the glass, an old nervous habit I remember well. The silence stretches, filled only by the muffled bass from the dance floor and the clink of ice in her water. "Thank you," she finally murmurs, still staring straight ahead, "for catching me. Couldn't let you fall." The words come out rougher than intended. She shifts on the stool, putting another inch of space between us. Her perfume still wreaks havoc on my senses, bringing back memories of her skin against mine. The tension radiates off her in waves, from the rigid set of her shoulders to the tight grip on her glass. "How have you been?" I keep my voice low, controlled, though every cell in my body screams for answers. The familiar scent of her makes my chest ache with memories I've tried like hell to forget. "Good. Busy with work." Jade takes another sip of water, her composure returning. "The marketing firm's been growing." Her voice stays steady, professional, like we're discussing a damn business deal. "That's nice." I lean against the bar, close enough to catch her subtle intake of breath. My proximity affects her. I can tell by the way she shifts her weight. "You know what else would be nice? Understanding why you vanished without a trace last year." Her fingers tighten around the glass. "Tyler." The way she says my name, soft and strained, hits me like a punch to the gut. No calls, no messages, nothing. The words come out sharper than intended, edged with the anger I've carried for months. Just gone one day, like we meant nothing. Like those nights together were just a dream I'd imagined. "It's complicated." She whispers the words like a shield, but they only fuel the fire burning in my chest. "Complicated!" I bark out a harsh laugh. "Try waking up alone after spending every night together for months. Try wondering if something happened to you, if I did something wrong." "Please." Her voice cracks. "This isn't the time or place." "Then let's go somewhere more private." I gesture toward the bathrooms. "We can talk without an audience." Jade freezes, her entire body going rigid. Those expressive eyes lock onto mine, filled with something that looks suspiciously like fear. She grips her clutch tighter against her stomach, knuckles white with tension. "I can't." The words come out barely above a whisper. "Can't or won't?" She just stares at me, her chest rising and falling with quick breaths. "Please, Tyler," she whispers, eyes fluttering closed. "I don't know if I'm strong enough for this right now." "Then let me help you." I take her wrist, guiding her up to stand again. "Let's talk. We can take things slow. I just want to understand. Please help me understand." When Jade's eyes open again, I can see that she's made her decision. With a small nod, she and I head towards the bathrooms together. Tossing a glance over my shoulder, I make sure no one is eyeing us as we make our way out of the party.
Chapter 17. Jade. Tyler's hands are firm, gripping my waist, pinning me against the cool wall of the bathroom. His lips move against mine, hungry and insistent. I wasn't prepared for this. After a year of silence, of convincing myself that what we had was a momentary lapse, here he is, igniting every nerve ending in my body. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vic Savon audiobook is available at VicSavonRomance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product.
Chapter 18. Tyler. I drum my fingers on my desk, staring at the quarterly reports without absorbing a single number. The spreadsheet blurs as my mind drifts back to Friday night, to Jade pressed against the bathroom wall, her dress hiked up, her lips on mine. The taste of her, the feel of her skin. Damn. I push back from my desk and loosen my tie. The corner office suddenly feels stifling. 1 year. 1 whole year I managed to survive without her after she left. Now all it took was one encounter to completely unravel my self-control. The memory of her gasps, the way she arched into me, how perfectly she fit against my body, it's all I can think about. My phone buzzes. Another meeting reminder. I should be reviewing the philanthropy initiative proposals, preparing talking points for the board. Instead, I'm reliving every moment with her. The curve of her hip under my palm, her fingers gripping my shoulders, the heat of her breath against my neck. "Mr. Collins, your 10 o'clock is here." Sarah's voice crackles through the intercom. "Reschedule it." The words come out sharp. I need to get my head straight. I stand and walk to the window, looking out over the city skyline. Somewhere out there, she's probably at her desk, being the consummate professional she always was. Is she just as distracted? Does she feel this same burning need? The marks I left on her neck, the way she moaned my name. Christ. I adjust my tie again, but it doesn't help. Nothing helps. 1 year of distance shattered by 5 minutes in a bathroom during Lila's party. I grab my phone, thumb hovering over her contact. I shouldn't. But God help me. I want her in ways that go beyond that rushed encounter. Want her spread out on my bed. Want to take my time with her. Want to. The intercom buzzes again. The CFO needs those projections by noon. Right. Work. I need to focus on work. But her scent still lingers on my collar, and my skin burns with the memory of her touch. I force myself to stare at the screen, willing the numbers to make sense. The quarterly projections need my attention, but my mind keeps drifting. I delete the same line 3 times, cursing under my breath. The intercom crackles again. "Hey, Mr. Collins." Sarah's voice holds a note of tension. "Lila's here. She's insisting on seeing you. Tell her I'm in meetings all morning." I scrub a hand over my face, already knowing how this will play out. Lila's never been one to take no for an answer, not since she was old enough to talk. "I tried, sir. She's not." Sarah's voice cuts off. The door bursts open, and Lila strides in, her designer heels clicking against the hardwood floor. Sarah hovers in the doorway, shooting me an apologetic look. I wave her off. Damn it. I'm in no mood for one of Lila's impromptu visits, not with my mind still stuck on Jade and these projections driving me insane. Princess. I lean back in my chair, keeping my expression neutral despite my irritation. What brings you by? Can't a daughter visit her father? Lila perches on the edge of my desk, her smile bright but not quite reaching her eyes. There's something calculating in her expression that sets me on edge. I brought your favorite. She holds up a paper bag from that French bakery downtown, wielding it like a peace offering. But I know my daughter, she never shows up without a reason. That's thoughtful, but I'm swamped with. You've been avoiding me. Her smile dims. Ever since my party, you've barely returned my calls. You missed our Sunday brunch. I scroll through meaningless emails. Work's been hectic. Really? She slides off the desk, arms crossing. Because you've never been too busy for me before, what's changed? Nothing's changed. The lie tastes bitter. I just have a lot on my plate. You're different. She paces in front of my desk. Distracted, distant. You barely said goodbye at the party. And now you're canceling our standing plans? Her voice rises. What aren't you telling me? My collar feels too tight. Lila. Is there someone? Her eyes narrow. Is that what this is about? I don't have time for this. I stand gathering papers I don't need. I have a meeting. Since when do you shut me out? The hurt in her voice makes me pause. We tell each other everything. At least we used to. You're imagining things, Princess. I keep my voice steady, though my pulse quickens at the direction of this conversation. I've got major initiatives launching this quarter. The board's breathing down my neck. Lila steps closer, her head tilting to one side. Her eyes, so much like her mother's, fix on me with unsettling intensity. You know what's weird, Daddy? You started acting strange right after talking to Jade at the party. The pen in my hand stills. My grip tightens until I feel the plastic strain against my palm. And isn't it interesting, she continues, each word deliberate, that you both disappeared around the same time that night? Her perfectly manicured nail traces patterns on my desk. Did you think I wouldn't notice? Guilt and anger war in my chest. She's too damn perceptive for her own good. Always has been. Just like her mother, she knows exactly which buttons to push, which wounds to probe. My palm slams against the desk, papers scattering. That's enough. The sharp crack of skin against wood hangs in the air between us. Lila jumps, her eyes widening at my outburst. It's the first time I've ever raised my voice to her. The shock on her face mirrors my own. 24 years of careful control, shattered in an instant because I can't keep my emotions in check when it comes to Jade. Lila scrunches her nose, a gesture that takes me back to when she was 5 and didn't get her way. You know what? Fine. Keep your secrets. But I'll find out what's going on sooner or later. Might as well come clean now, Daddy. My throat tightens. Part of me wants to tell her everything. About the connection with Jade. About how she makes me feel alive again. But the words stick in my throat. The hurt in Lila's eyes, the betrayal that would follow. I can't. There's nothing to tell. I shuffle the scattered papers, avoiding her gaze. You're acting irrationally. Irrationally? Her voice pitches higher. You're the one acting strange. Missing our brunches, dodging my calls, and now you won't even look at me. She slams her palm on my desk. You're keeping things from me. You've never kept secrets before. Not from me. Lila. My voice cracks, the weight of everything I'm hiding pressing down on my chest. No. You know what? Forget it. She snatches her purse from the chair, her movements sharp and angry. When you decide to stop treating me like a child and tell me what's really going on, you know where to find me. Her words cut through me like a knife, reminding me of every time I've disappointed her. The door slams behind her with enough force to rattle the awards on my wall. The sound echoes through my office like a gunshot, making the expensive crystal paper weight on my desk tremble. Sarah's concerned face appears in the doorway for a moment before she wisely retreats. Damn. I sink into my chair, running both hands through my hair, tugging at the strands until it hurts. This is exactly what I was trying to avoid. The mess, the complications, the hurt. Every decision I've made lately seems to lead to another dead end, another potential disaster waiting to explode. I'm in a world of trouble now. My daughter's fury I can handle, but her determination to uncover the truth? That's what terrifies me. Lila's always been like a dog with a bone when she wants something, and now she's caught the scent of secrets. It's only a matter of time before everything comes crashing down.
Chapter 19. Jade. The gentle glow of my laptop screen illuminates my makeshift home office as I juggle Matthew in one arm while typing with the other. Another morning of multitasking begins. And the Q3 projections show. My colleague's voice drones through my headphones. Matthew starts fussing, and I quickly hit the mute button. Shh, baby, just 5 more minutes. I bounce him gently, praying he doesn't break into full-blown tears during this crucial meeting. A notification pops up on my screen. Another deadline approaching. The calendar beside my monitor is a maze of color-coded blocks, pediatrician appointments in blue, work meetings in red, feeding schedules in green. The overlapping commitments make my head spin. Jade, what are your thoughts on the marketing strategy? My boss's voice cuts through my thoughts. I unmute. I believe we should focus on digital engagement first. The data suggests. Matthew lets out a sharp cry. I cover it with a cough. Excuse me. As I was saying, the demographics show. Eventually, the meeting ends, and I slump in my chair exhausted. I'm sweating already, and it's only 10 a.m. Matthew needs his bottle. I have 3 reports to finish, and somewhere in between, I need to squeeze in a load of laundry. The breast pump sits accusingly on my desk, reminding me it's time for another session. My phone buzzes with a message from the pediatrician's office, rescheduling tomorrow's appointment. I'll have to move 2 client calls to accommodate it. Every schedule change feels like rebuilding a house of cards. Matthew coos from his bouncer, and I catch his sweet smile. These moments make it worth it. But sometimes I wonder how long I can keep this pace. Remote work has been my saving grace, Warren and Hart's flexibility, the only reason I've managed to keep my secret this long. But the constant fear of a crying baby during a video call, the strategic camera angles to hide bottles and baby gear, the elaborate excuses for background noise, it's becoming harder each day. I check my reflection in the dark computer screen. The circles under my eyes tell the story of countless nights up with Matthew, followed by early morning meetings. My carefully constructed professional image feels like it's held together by coffee and concealer. With the meeting finally over, I scan my apartment. Baby toys, burp cloths, and pacifiers litter every surface. Matthew babbles happily in his bouncer while I gather the scattered items. Look at this mess, little man. You're 3 months on this earth and you've managed to take over every inch. I toss a handful of clean onesies into the nursery, which used to be my home office. The space that once held my vision board and sleek desk now houses a changing table and rainbow mobile. The morning bottles need washing. I stack them by the sink, alongside the breast pump parts that seem to multiply daily. My apartment, once a showcase of minimalist decor, now looks like a damn baby circus. The pristine white walls are now adorned with colorful alphabet decals, and my designer throw pillows have been replaced by nursing pillows and stuffed animals. A knock at the door freezes me mid-cleanup. My heart jumps into my throat. I tiptoe to the peephole, praying Matthew doesn't make a sound. My stomach drops as Lila's familiar face peers back at me, her perfectly styled blonde hair framing an expression I can't quite read. Damn, I whisper hiss, spinning around to survey the damage. Matthew's bouncer sits in plain view of the entrance. How did she? Then it hits me. Of course she has my address. We spent countless nights here during our friendship, sharing wine and secrets. I sprint across the room, scooping up stray toys and shoving them behind the couch. The diaper bag goes into the closet. The bouncer. Damn, it's too big to hide quickly. I grab Matthew, who protests with a squeak, and rush him to the nursery. My heart pounds against my ribs as I try to move as quietly as possible. Sorry, baby. Mommy needs you to be extra quiet right now. I place him gently in his crib, pressing a quick kiss to his forehead. Another knock. Jade, are you home? Her voice carries that familiar sing-song quality that used to make me smile. Now it sends ice through my veins. I close the nursery door, willing Matthew to stay silent. After scanning one last time for obvious baby evidence, I smooth down my shirt and run fingers through my curls. Taking a deep breath to steady myself, I crack open the front door just wide enough to show my face. Lila, what a surprise! My voice comes out higher than intended, practically squeaking like a teenager caught sneaking in past curfew. Jade, hi. I was in the neighborhood and decided to drop by. Lila beams, pushing against the door. Can I come in? We haven't had a proper catch-up in forever. I keep my grip firm on the edge. God, I wish, but my place is a disaster right now. I'd die of embarrassment if anyone saw it. I gesture vaguely behind me. Been working nonstop, you know how it is. Takeout containers everywhere. Oh, please, like I haven't seen your place messy before. Her perfectly manicured hand waves dismissively, but she steps back. But I get it. Speaking of catch-ups, though, when can we grab breakfast? Or lunch? I need my Jade fix. My mind races through the logistics. Babysitter, feeding schedule, pump times. I've just been drowning in work lately. The marketing campaigns that I'm working on are completely taking over my life. The deadlines are brutal. I shift my weight, hoping she can't hear the anxiety in my voice. A sharp cry pierces the air from the nursery. My heart stops, and I feel the blood drain from my face. Lila's perfectly shaped eyebrows furrow. What was that? Oh, just the TV. I force a laugh, gesturing behind me with my free hand, trying to appear casual despite the sweat breaking out on my palms. I leave it on for background noise while I work. You know how quiet it gets working from home. Sometimes I put on those reality shows. Total guilty pleasure. Right. Her eyes narrow slightly, searching my face. I can see the wheels turning behind those bright blue eyes, and my stomach clenches. So about lunch? Let me check my calendar and get back to you. I grip the door tighter, praying Matthew doesn't make another sound. My nerves are fraying with each passing second. Things should calm down next week. I promise we'll set something up then. Perfect. I'll text you. Lila's smile doesn't quite reach her eyes as she backs away from my door. I wait until her footsteps fade down the hall before triple-checking the locks. My legs shake as I sprint to the nursery, where Matthew's cries have grown louder. I'm here, baby. I'm here. I scoop him up, pressing him close to my chest. His tiny fingers grip my shirt as his cries turn to whimpers. Mommy's got you. My heart won't stop racing. Did Lila buy my excuses? That look in her eyes? I've seen it before when she's caught someone in a lie. She's too smart, too observant. Matthew nuzzles against my neck, his breath evening out. I sink into the glider, rocking us both as my mind spins through worst-case scenarios. If Lila finds out about Matthew, she'll tell Tyler. And if Tyler discovers he has a son, what are we going to do? I whisper into Matthew's soft curls. He responds with a sleepy coo, completely unaware of the storm brewing around us. My phone buzzes in my pocket. I shift Matthew to check it. A text from Lila. Miss you already. Don't work too hard. The message seems innocent enough, but my stomach knots. Every interaction feels like walking through a minefield now. One wrong step, one slip-up, and everything I've built could explode. Those exclamation points mock me, each one a reminder of the web of lies I've woven. Matthew's warm weight against my chest grounds me, reminding me why I've gone through such lengths to keep him hidden. I breathe in his sweet baby scent, trying to calm my racing thoughts. His tiny fingers curl against my collarbone, and my heart aches with the fierce need to protect him. We just need to be more careful, right? I stroke his back as he drifts off. No more surprise visitors, no more close calls. My voice catches on the last word, remembering how Lila almost walked in on me nursing him earlier. But even as I say it, I know it's getting harder. Matthew's growing, becoming more vocal. And Lila, she's like a bloodhound when she suspects something's off. Soon these flimsy excuses won't be enough to keep her at bay.
Chapter 20. Tyler. The sunlight streams through the floor-to-ceiling windows of Le Petit Café, casting a warm glow across our corner table. Lila sits across from me, animated and gesturing with her fork as she talks about her latest interior design project. And then the client had the audacity to suggest chartreuse for the accent wall. Can you believe it? She wrinkles her nose. I mean, Daddy, it would have completely ruined the whole aesthetic I was going for. I nod, pushing the eggs Benedict around my plate. My mind drifts to Jade, her radiant smile, the way her eyes lit up when she laughed. Are you even listening? Lila's voice cuts through my thoughts. Of course, chartreuse walls. Terrible idea. I take a sip of my coffee, now lukewarm. Right? Thank God she finally agreed to the sage green instead. My daughter continues her story, but my thoughts wander to the way Lila looked at me that night, after Jade hurried out of the bathroom and left me behind. The suspicion in her eyes. If she connects the dots... Damn. The thought of hurting my daughter tears at me, but the idea of losing Jade again... Daddy? I snap back to attention. Sorry, Princess. Just distracted with work. You've barely touched your food. She leans forward, concern etched across her features. Is everything okay? Just some complicated deals in the works. The lie tastes bitter on my tongue. Nothing for you to worry about. The waiter refills our coffee cups, giving me a moment to collect myself. I need to be more careful, more present. But with every passing second, my mind keeps circling back to Jade, to the impossible situation we're in. How long before Lila figures it out? The thought of my daughter's reaction makes my stomach churn. Tell me more about this client of yours, I say, forcing myself to focus on Lila's words rather than the storm of worry in my head. Lila shakes her head, setting down her fork. Speaking of complicated situations, I visited Jade yesterday. My hand freezes midair, coffee cup suspended. Oh. Yeah, at her old apartment, the same one from before she disappeared. Lila's brow furrows, but she was acting super weird, like jumpy and nervous. She didn't even want to let me inside her apartment, said it was a mess. I set my cup down, careful to keep my expression neutral. Maybe she's still settling back in. That's not all? Lila leans forward, lowering her voice. I swear I heard a baby crying inside her apartment. But when I asked about it, she said it was just the TV. She scoffs. Who watches baby shows in the middle of the day? My chest tightens. A baby? That can't be... Are you sure about what you heard? Pretty sure. But she practically shoved me out the door before I could ask more questions. Lila stabs at her remaining eggs, the metal scraping against china making me wince. I don't know, Daddy. Something's different about her. I grip my coffee cup tighter, mind racing. Jade's back in her old apartment, the one I'd visited countless times before. The one where we... Christ. Those memories hit me like a freight train, her laughter echoing through the halls, the way she'd wait up for me with takeout after late meetings, how perfectly she fit against me on that worn leather couch, the way we would make love on that very same couch, on her bed, in the kitchen. Maybe she just needs space, I managed to say, though my thoughts are a tornado of possibilities. Maybe. Lila sighs, pushing her plate away. I just wish she'd talk to me like she used to. I nod absently, already calculating how quickly I could drive to Jade's apartment after breakfast. I know that building, that street like the back of my hand. Apartment 3B, with the crooked brass numbers on the door. 15 minutes if I hit all green lights. 10 if I push it. The urge to jump up from this table and sprint there is almost overwhelming, but Lila's watchful eyes keep me anchored to my seat. Lila reaches across the table, her fingers wrapping around my hand. The gesture, so innocent and trusting, makes my gut twist. Daddy, you wouldn't keep secrets from me, right? I squeeze her hand, forcing a smile. Of course not, Princess. Then tell me I was just imagining things at my party. Her blue eyes, so much like mine, search my face. When I saw you and Jade both disappear around the same time, a chuckle escapes my lips, practiced and easy. Years of business deals have taught me how to mask discomfort with confidence. Is that what's bothering you? I had to step out for an urgent call with our Singapore office. Time zones are messy when you're dealing with international investments. Really? Her shoulders relax slightly. Really? The lie slides off my tongue smooth as honey, even as memories of that night flash through my mind. Jade's lips on mine in that secluded bathroom, her fingers on my shoulders as I hiked up her dress and unbuckled my belt. the familiar scent of her perfume making my head spin. You know how these deals get. Even at parties, I can't escape work. I guess that makes sense. Lila sits back, relief washing over her features. God, I feel silly now. My imagination was running wild. I signal the waiter for the check, needing to end this conversation before more questions arise. Every second I sit here, feeding my daughter these lies, feels like another nail in my coffin. I pull out my wallet, sliding my black Amex across the table. The waiter whisks it away, leaving Lila and me in momentary silence. This was nice, Daddy. We should do breakfast more often. Lila gathers her designer purse, checking her reflection in her compact mirror. Oh, I almost forgot dinner at my place next Friday. I'm trying out that new recipe you love. Wouldn't miss it, Princess. I sign the check, adding a generous tip. We step out into the crisp morning air. Lila's heels click against the sidewalk as she walks toward her white Mercedes, parked in the premium spot right in front. Love you, she waves, sliding into her car. I lift my hand in response, watching until her car disappears around the corner. The moment she's gone, my thoughts snap back to Jade like a rubber band. Her old apartment is only a few blocks from here. The route burns in my mind. Left on Madison, right on Park, third building on the right. My fingers drum against my thigh as I walk to my Range Rover. Would showing up unannounced be crossing a line? After that night at the party, after she ran, the memory of her hurrying out of that bathroom still haunts me. I grip my steering wheel, engine idling. This is insane. I'm the CEO of Collins Enterprises. I don't do impulsive drive-bys like some lovesick teenager. I run a billion-dollar company. I make calculated decisions, strategic moves, not this reckless nonsense. But Jade's always had this effect on me. 1 year apart hasn't changed that. If anything, seeing her at the party only amplified it. The way she trembled under my touch in that bathroom like no time had passed at all. Her soft gasp when I pressed her against the wall, the familiar scent of her perfume clouding my senses. Something was different about her, though. I couldn't put my finger on it. My GPS blinks, waiting for input. It would be so easy to punch in her address, to get answers to the questions burning holes in my mind. Why did she leave? Where has she been? And why can't I stop thinking about her? My thumb hovers over the screen, common sense warring with desire.
Chapter 21. Jade. The bistro buzzes with the lunch crowd, but I can barely focus on my Caesar salad. My phone sits face up beside my water glass, screen dark, but demanding my attention every few seconds. I've texted the babysitter 3 times already to check on Matthew. Earth to Jade? Lila waves her hand in front of my face. You've been staring at your phone for the past 5 minutes. Sorry, I trail off, scrambling for an excuse. Work. On your day off? Lila's eyebrows arch. She takes a deliberate sip of her wine, those sharp blue eyes studying me over the rim of her glass. You know what I think? I think you're different since you came back. My fork clatters against the plate. Different how? For starters, you're jumpy as hell and secretive. She leans forward, elbows on the table. We used to tell each other everything, and now it's like pulling teeth just to get you to lunch. The knot in my stomach tightens. I've just been busy readjusting. To what exactly? You vanish for a year, show up at my party looking like a whole new person, and now you can barely sit still through one meal? Her voice drops lower. What aren't you telling me, Jade? My phone vibrates. A text from the babysitter. My hand shoots out to grab it, but Lila's faster. She snatches it away, holding it just out of reach. See? This is exactly what I mean. Since when do you care more about your phone than catching up with your best friend? Lila, give me my phone. My voice comes out sharper than intended. Not until you tell me what's really going on. She sets my phone face down beside her plate. And don't feed me that work excuse again. I know you better than that. Heat crawls up my neck as panic sets in. Every maternal instinct screams at me to grab my phone and run home to Matthew. But Lila's stare pins me to my chair, demanding answers I'm not ready to give. The salad turns to ash in my mouth. I force myself to take another bite, buying precious seconds to craft a response that won't shatter everything. Look, moving back has been complicated. I reach for my water glass, my fingers trembling against the condensation. There's just a lot to handle right now. Like what? Your job's the same. Your apartment's the same. Lila ticks off points on her manicured fingers. What's so complicated that you can't tell your best friend? My chest constricts. The weight of Matthew's existence presses against my ribs, threatening to burst free with each breath. I imagine him at home, probably napping in his crib, tiny fists curled around his favorite blanket. I've changed, okay? People change. Bull. Lila's palm slaps the table, making the silverware jump. You're hiding something. First, you disappear without warning. Then you show up at my party and leave early with my father of all people. Ice shoots through my veins. What? Don't play dumb. I saw you both leave. She leans closer, her voice dropping to a whisper that feels like a knife. Did something happen between you two? What are you talking about? I didn't leave with him, The question hits like a punch to the gut. My hands start to shake harder, and I clench them in my lap. Nothing happened. Then why are you sweating? I swipe at my forehead, betrayed by my own body. The walls of the bistro seem to close in, trapping me with Lila's accusations and my mountain of lies. My phone sits there like a ticking bomb, probably filled with messages about my son. Our son, and I can't even check it. I need my phone back, my voice cracks. Please? Not until you tell me what's really going on. Lila's eyes narrow. Friends don't lie to each other, Jade. Whatever it is, you can trust me. That's exactly what I can't do. Not with this. Not with Matthew. Not with Tyler. The truth would destroy everything. Our friendship. Tyler's relationship with Lila. My carefully constructed new life. Nothing happened with your father, Lila. I force steel into my voice, even as my insides quiver. I left early because I wasn't feeling well. I told you this. Right. And my father just happened to leave at the exact same time? Lila drums her fingers on my phone. What a coincidence. I don't keep track of your father's schedule. The words taste bitter, each one a fresh lie coating my tongue. Can we drop this? No, we can't. You're my best friend, Jade. Or at least you were. Her voice cracks, and guilt slices through me. I deserve to know what changed, why you left, why you came back different. My hands clench under the table. Every instinct within me screams to grab my phone and run home to Matthew. But I can't. Not without raising more questions. Not without risking everything. Nothing changed, Lila. I just needed time away to focus on myself. For a whole year? Without telling anyone where you went? She shakes her head. The Jade I knew would never do that. Well, maybe you don't know me as well as you think. The words come out harsher than intended, but I let them hang there. Better anger than truth. Clearly not. Lila's eyes narrow. Because the Jade I knew wouldn't keep secrets, wouldn't lie to my face. Each accusation lands like a physical blow, but I force myself to stay still, to keep breathing, to remember why I'm doing this. For Matthew, for his safety, for his future. I'm not lying. My voice stays steady even as my heart pounds. I just needed space, time to figure things out. Not everything has some dramatic explanation. Then why won't you look me in the eye when you say that? I lift my gaze to meet hers, channeling every ounce of conviction I can muster. I am looking you in the eye, and I'm telling you, there's nothing to tell. The lie settles between us like a wall, but walls keep things safe. Walls protect. And right now, protection matters more than truth. Lila's shoulders slump. She pushes my phone across the table. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have ambushed you like that. I snatch the device, checking the messages. 3 texts from the babysitter. Matthew's napping peacefully. My racing heart slows a fraction. You're right, though. I stuff the phone in my purse. I have been acting weird. It's just complicated. I get it. Sort of. Lila traces the rim of her wine glass. I miss how things used to be, that's all. Me too. The truth in those 2 words burns my throat. I stand, gathering my things. I should go. Thanks for lunch. Already? Yeah, I've got some errands to run. Another lie to add to the growing pile. The walk home feels endless. Each step amplifies the guilt churning in my stomach. Lila deserves better than lies. She's been my rock through everything. College, career struggles, breakups. Now I'm the one breaking her trust. But Matthew, my sweet boy with Tyler's blue eyes and my curls. He needs protection more than Lila needs truth. I pause at a crosswalk, watching a mother push a stroller past. She makes it look so effortless, this balance of life and love and truth. Meanwhile, I'm drowning in secrets, terrified one wrong move will shatter everything. The woman catches my eye and gives me a knowing smile, probably thinking I'm just another young professional admiring her perfect life. If she only knew. The weight of motherhood crashes over me. It's not just diapers and midnight feedings. It's choices that tear at your soul. Decisions that force you to hurt people you love to protect the one person who depends on you completely. Every lie I tell Lila feels like a knife twisting deeper. But what choice do I have? Tell her I disappeared for a year because I was pregnant with her father's baby. My keys jingle in shaking hands as I unlock my apartment door. The babysitter's smile greets me, but I barely register her departure. I move straight to Matthew's crib where he sleeps, tiny chest rising and falling. His dark curls are starting to come in, but those eyes, when they're open, are all Tyler. My heart clenches at the thought. I'm trying, I whisper, stroking his cheek. I'm trying to do right by everyone. I just don't know if that's possible anymore. Matthew stirs slightly at my touch, his tiny fingers flexing in his sleep. The innocence of his peaceful face makes my resolve stronger. No matter what happens with Tyler or Lila, protecting him has to come first.
Chapter 22. Tyler. I drum my fingers on the steering wheel, staring up at Jade's apartment building. The brick exterior holds memories I can't shake. Stolen kisses in her living room, her fingers trailing down my chest. Those heated moments we both pretended weren't wrong. But seeing Lila's white Mercedes parked right there stops me cold. Damn! The word escapes through clenched teeth as I kill the engine. My hands grip the wheel until my knuckles turn white. The rational part of my brain screams to leave, to let whatever's happening play out without my interference. But the thought of Lila confronting Jade the same way she confronted me back in my office, full of anger and malice and accusations, my stomach twists. The leather creaks under my grip. Down the street, a couple walks their dog, completely oblivious to the storm brewing inside my chest. I should be anywhere but here, doing anything but this. Yet here I sit, like some lovesick teenager, unable to stay away from a woman half my age. A movement catches my eye, Lila's distinctive blonde hair through one of the hallway windows up above. She's gesturing, animated. Even from here I can read the tension in her posture. God damn it! I release the wheel, my palms stinging. The smart move would be to start the car and drive away. But when it comes to Jade Wilson, I haven't made a smart move yet. I take the stairs 2 at a time, my footsteps echoing through the stairwell. The elevator would take too long, and every second counts when I hear Lila's voice rising through the walls. Open the door, Jade. We need to talk. I burst through the 4th floor door, my breath coming in sharp bursts. The hallway stretches before me, and at the end stands my daughter, her finger jabbing toward Jade, who's pressed against her apartment door. Lila. My voice cuts through their standoff. What are you doing here? She whirls around, mascara smudged beneath her eyes. What am I doing here? What are you doing here? Jade's eyes lock with mine, wide with panic. Her hand grips the doorknob behind her like a lifeline. I saw you both at the party. Lila's voice cracks. And then I found these. She thrusts her phone toward me, displaying photos, security camera stills from the Grand's hallway, the one that led to the bathroom we both entered. Tell me what's going on, and don't you two lie to me because I'm sick of the lies. Lila, calm down. I step between them, hands raised. This isn't the place. Don't tell me to calm down. She shoves the phone against my chest. I'm not stupid. The way you looked at her at the party, the way she ran away after you two went to the bathroom together. Something happened between you two, didn't it? My throat tightens. Behind me, I hear Jade's shaky breath. Answer me, Dad, what is going on? I glance over my shoulder at Jade, who looks stricken with panic. The truth hangs between us like a guillotine blade. Let's talk about this somewhere else, I say, reaching for Lila's arm. Just you and me. No, she yanks away. I want to hear it now. From both of you. A piercing wail cuts through the tension. Jade's eyes go wide and she spins around, fumbling with her keys. I have to. She doesn't finish the sentence before disappearing inside. Oh, you're not getting away. Lila barrels past me, shoving the door wider. Lila, stop! I grab for her arm but miss as she storms into Jade's apartment. The scene before me stops my breath. A pack and play sits in the corner of the living room. Stuffed animals litter the coffee table. Tiny onesies hang over a drying rack near the window. The unmistakable scent of baby powder fills the air. Jade emerges from the hallway, cradling a small bundle against her chest. Her movements are practiced, gentle as she soothes the crying infant. Shh. It's okay, Matthew. Her voice trembles. Mommy's here. The baby's cries soften to whimpers. He turns his head, and my heart stops. Those eyes, a crystal clear blue that I've seen every morning in my mirror for 45 years. The same eyes that stare back at me from Lila's face. So, this is why you disappeared for a year? Lila's voice drips with venom as she points at the baby. Her face contorts with the same rage I've seen when she was a little girl throwing tantrums. Jade clutches Matthew closer, her chin dropping to her chest as she nods. The shame radiates off her in waves. Her fingers tremble against the baby's blanket, and I notice how she positions herself between my daughter and my Christ. I can't move, can't speak, can't process the reality unfolding before me. The baby, Matthew, looks about 3 months old, which means my knees nearly buckle as the math hits me. 1 year ago, right before she vanished without a word. No calls, no texts, nothing but silence, and the ghost of her perfume on my sheets. The room spins as I stare at those familiar blue eyes. My eyes. My son's eyes. The same damn genetic legacy I passed to Lila, now staring back at me from this tiny face. A face I should have known about. Should have been there to see from day one. You brat! Lila lunges forward, her face twisted with rage. You slept with my dad? What kind of friend does that? Lila! My voice booms through the apartment, authority dripping from every syllable. I step between them instinctively, my body tensing. Watch your language in front of the baby. The baby? She whirls on me, jabbing a finger toward Matthew. Her eyes, so like mine, are wild with betrayal. That thing is not my brother. I will never accept him as family. Never. Her heels click against the hardwood as she storms toward the door, each step punctuated with fury. You two deserve each other. The door slams behind her with enough force to rattle the windows, the sound making Matthew cry again. Jade rocks him, whispering soft words against his forehead. Her gentle movements with our son, Christ, our son, make my chest tighten. My son. The thought hits me like a physical blow, leaving me dizzy with its implications. I've never known this boy because she ran, because she never told me. I can't take my eyes off him. Those tiny fingers, that tuft of dark hair, the way his face scrunches up when he cries, just like Lila did as a baby. Why? The word scrapes out of my throat. Why would you keep this from me? Jade won't meet my eyes. She keeps her focus on Matthew, her fingers tracing patterns on his back. Tyler, please leave. Leave? You're telling me to leave after dropping this bomb? I step closer, desperate to see more of him, to memorize every detail of this child I didn't know existed. I had a right to know. Just go. Her voice cracks. I can't do this right now. Do what? Talk about how you hid my son from me for a year? The anger rises, mixing with hurt and confusion. Were you ever going to tell me? Tyler. She finally looks up, her eyes swimming with tears. Please, just go. My feet carry me backward, each step heavier than the last. Matthew's whimpers fade as I retreat toward the door, but the sound etches itself into my memory. The cries of my son. My son. The words still don't feel real. The hallway spins as I stumble out. My shoulder hits the wall and I lean against it, struggling to breathe. Images flash through my mind. Jade's morning sickness that last week we were together, which she blamed on a bad takeout. The way she touched her stomach when she thought I wasn't looking. All the signs I missed because I was too caught up in our affair to see them. The elevator arrives with a cheerful ding that mocks the devastation churning in my gut. Inside, I punch the lobby button harder than necessary, my reflection fractured in the metallic walls. A stranger stares back at me, a man who just discovered he has a 3-month-old son, a man whose daughter now hates him, a man whose entire world just imploded in the space of 5 minutes. Damn! I slam my fist against the elevator wall. The pain barely registers through the numbness spreading through my chest. Those eyes. His eyes. My eyes. The perfect mirror of Lila's, of mine staring up from that innocent face. A face I should have been there to see from the moment he took his first breath. First smile. First everything. The lobby doors open and I stumble out into the afternoon sun. It feels wrong that the world keeps turning. The people walk by laughing and talking on their phones like nothing has changed. Like my heart isn't being ripped apart by the weight of what I've lost. It was stolen from me. I collapse into my car, but I can't bring myself to start the engine. My hands shake as I grip the steering wheel, the same wheel I held just minutes ago when I thought the worst thing waiting for me upstairs was an argument with Lila. God, Lila. The look in her eyes. The betrayal. My daughter hates me, and I have another child I never knew existed. The magnitude of it all crashes over me in waves, each revelation worse than the last.
Chapter 23. Jade. I adjust my laptop screen and check the baby monitor one last time. Matthew's still sound asleep, his tiny chest rising and falling in peaceful rhythm. Perfect timing for my quarterly review. Your numbers are impressive, Jade. My boss Charles's pixelated face fills my screen, his salt and pepper hair slightly blurred by my less-than-perfect internet connection. The Johnson campaign exceeded expectations, and client satisfaction is through the roof. The metrics for engagement are some of the highest we've seen this quarter. Thank you. I straighten in my chair, professional even for my home office, grateful that my webcam only shows me from the shoulders up. The spit-up stain on my designer blouse would definitely ruin the polished image I'm trying to maintain. I've been working hard to maintain our relationships during my leave. I made sure to keep in contact with all our key accounts. About that, Charles clears his throat, and I notice the way his expression shifts, that telltale tightening around his eyes that always signals bad news coming. There's something we need to discuss. Have you been monitoring your social media presence lately? My fingers freeze over the keyboard. The baby monitor catches my eye, and my heart rate spikes. Social media? Yes, some concerning posts have been circulating. Nothing specific, but there are implications about your personal life that could reflect poorly on the company. You know how image-conscious some of our clients can be? My heart pounds. I haven't posted anything in months. I'm not very active online these days. Well, someone is talking about you, and in this industry, perception is everything. We need our account executives to maintain a pristine image. Matthew's soft coo comes through the baby monitor. I glance at it, praying he stays asleep. I understand, but I'm not sure what post you're referring to. I keep my voice steady despite the growing knot in my stomach. Look, Jade, you're valuable to us. Just handle it. Whatever's out there, clean it up. We can't have negative attention affecting our brand relationships. Of course. I force a smile. I'll look into it right away. The meeting ends and I slump in my chair. Who could be posting about me? I grab my phone, hands shaking as I open apps I haven't checked in months. Nothing obvious jumps out, but Charles wouldn't have brought it up for nothing. Matthew starts to fuss. I need to feed him soon, but first I have to figure out who's talking about me online and why. I open Twitter first, and my stomach drops. Hundreds of tweets, all with variations of the same theme. Gold-digging marketing employee seduces billionaire boss. My hands shake as I scroll through post after post, each one more vicious than the last. Sources say she targeted him from day one. Another young girl trying to sleep her way to the top. Wonder how many others there were before her. The timestamps show they started appearing right after Lila came here to confront me. Of course. Only she would have the connections to plant these stories so quickly, to make them spread like wildfire across social media. LinkedIn is worse. Professional contacts I've built relationships with over years are sharing articles about workplace ethics and maintaining professional boundaries. Each one feels like a knife twisting in my gut. Instagram's a nightmare of gossip, accounts posting blurry photos from the Grand, speculating about my mysterious disappearance and sudden return. My vision blurs as tears well up. This isn't just about me anymore. These posts could destroy my career, my ability to provide for Matthew. I glance at the baby monitor where my son sleeps peacefully, unaware his mother's world is crumbling. The thought of not being able to give him everything he deserves makes my chest ache. A notification pops up. Another article shared by a major business account. I can't take anymore. With trembling fingers, I power off my phone and toss it face down on my desk. The sound it makes against the wood seems to echo through my quiet apartment, a reminder of how alone we are in this mess. Matthew's soft cry comes through the monitor. I wipe my eyes and stand up, my legs shaky but determined. At least one person in this world still needs me, still loves me without judgment. His cries grow a little stronger, pulling me from my spiral of self-pity. "Coming, baby," I whisper, heading to his nursery. My career might be in shambles, but my son needs his mother. And right now, I need him too. He's the only thing keeping me anchored. The only reason I'm not completely falling apart. His innocent face and tiny hands remind me what I'm fighting for. I scoop Matthew into my arms, his tiny body warm against my chest. "Hey there, sweet boy. Let's get you changed, hmm?" His blue eyes stare up at me as I lay him on the changing table. He coos and kicks happily as I unzip his onesie. "Should have stayed in Jersey with Grandma and Grandpa, shouldn't we?" I unfasten his diaper, keeping one hand on his belly to steady him. They didn't care about social media or corporate image, just wanted to spoil you rotten. Matthew kicks his legs, cooing as I clean him up and slide a fresh diaper under him. "At least you're easy to please." I snap up his onesie and carry him to the kitchen. Clean diaper, warm bottle, maybe a song or two from Mommy. That's all you need. The formula container feels light. I'll need to buy more soon, which means venturing out where people might recognize me, where whispers might follow, where someone could snap a photo of Matthew and post them online for the vultures to see. The stress of this whole situation is why I'm using formula in the first place. Can't produce a lot of milk while I'm losing my mind from the stress of it all. My hands shake as I measure the powder. What was I thinking, coming back here? I had a good setup in New Jersey. My parents helped with Matthew. I worked remotely. Nobody knew our story. But no, I had to return, had to face Tyler, had to try to build some kind of life here. And look where that got us. I test the temperature of the formula on my wrist. "Lila hates me. Your father probably thinks I'm a selfish woman. And now my job," my voice cracks. Matthew's tiny fingers wrap around my thumb as I settle into the rocking chair with him. He latches onto the bottle immediately, those blue eyes fixed on my face with complete trust and love. "At least I got you out of all this mess." I stroke his cheek, so soft under my fingertips. "You're worth everything, every single bit of it." I place Matthew back in his crib after he falls asleep, my mind racing with possibilities, none of them good. These social media posts aren't just gossip anymore. They're a targeted attack on my professional reputation, carefully crafted to make me look like some calculating seductress. My career is everything I've worked for. Years of late nights, working holidays, sacrificing my social life to climb the corporate ladder. And now it could all vanish because someone's spreading this about me online. Stuff I never wanted public in the first place. I grab my phone and pull up Lila's contact info. My finger hovers over the call button. Tyler would never do this. He has too much to lose. And despite everything, he's not cruel. But Lila, she has the connections, the spite, and most importantly, the motive. Enough. I hit dial before I can talk myself out of it. The phone rings 3 times before she picks up. "Well, if it isn't my former best friend." Her voice drips with fake sweetness. "Cut the act, Lila. I know you're behind those posts." "Posts? I have no idea what you're talking about." The tweets, the articles, the Instagram stories, all painting me as some gold-digging brat. Only you and Tyler know about us, and we both know Tyler wouldn't do this. Maybe you should have thought about consequences before sleeping with my father. Her tone turns ice cold. My job is on the line because of your little vendetta. Is that what you wanted? To destroy my career? Everything that happens to you from now on, it's because you deserved it. You're a traitor. You went behind my back, slept with my father, and thought you could lie your way out of it. Well, guess what, Jade? Life doesn't work that way. You made your bed, now lie in it. With that, she hangs up on me, and the phone falls limply out of my hands. What am I going to do now?
Chapter 24. Tyler. The reports and the spreadsheets blur together on my screen as I review the latest numbers. My mind keeps drifting to Jade and our son, making it difficult to focus on work. Damn, I can't believe I have another kid out there. A son! The thought sends a jolt through my system every damn time. The projections in front of me might as well be in Chinese for all the sense they're making to me right now. A soft knock at my door breaks through my thoughts. Sarah stands in the doorway, fidgeting with her tablet. Her usual put-together appearance seems slightly ruffled today. "Mr. Collins, do you have a minute?" "Of course. Come in." I gesture to the chair across from my desk, straightening my tie as I lean back. The movement's automatic, a CEO's habit of maintaining authority even when my world's spinning off its axis. She perches on the edge of the seat, her usual confident demeanor replaced with obvious discomfort. Her knuckles are white where they grip the tablet. "I don't know how to say this, but..." She swipes through her tablet, the sound of her finger against the screen unnaturally loud in the tense silence of my office. "There are some concerning posts circulating online about you." My shoulders tense. "What kind of posts?" "Someone leaked information about your relationship with Jade Wilson." Sarah turns the tablet toward me. The comments are getting nasty, especially toward her. They're calling her, well, it's not pleasant, implying she slept her way to the top in her current position, questioning her qualifications. Blood pounds in my ears as I scan the posts. Anonymous accounts spreading rumors, twisting what Jade and I had into something sordid. Each vicious comment makes my jaw clench tighter. How widespread is this? It's gaining traction on LinkedIn and Twitter. Several industry blogs have picked it up. Sarah pulls the tablet back. "PR wants to know how you'd like to handle it." I push back from my desk, pacing to the window. The city sprawls below, oblivious to how my world is tilting on its axis. "Have they contacted Jade about this?" "Not that I'm aware of, but, sir..." Sarah pauses. "She's getting the worst of it. These people are ruthless." The thought of Jade facing this alone twists my gut. After everything that's happened between us, I can't let her weather this storm by herself. "Get PR in here. Now." I turn back to my desk, already reaching for my phone. "And Sarah, thank you for bringing this to my attention." She nods and hurries out, leaving me staring at my phone, Jade's contact information glowing on the screen. I slam my phone down on the desk, running a hand through my hair. The urge to protect Jade wars with the anger still burning in my chest over her deception. 3 months. My son's been alive for 3 months, and I knew nothing about him. Every milestone I've missed crashes through my mind. His birth, his first smile, the late-night feedings. Moments I can never get back. "Damn!" The word echoes in my office as I drop into my chair. The PR team will be here any minute, but all I can think about is Matthew, my son. The words still feel foreign on my tongue. The comments about Jade flash across my mind again, making my blood boil. These vultures don't know her, don't understand what she's capable of. She earned every promotion, every accolade through pure talent and determination. To see them reducing her to nothing but a stereotype makes me want to punch a wall. My phone buzzes with another notification. Another blog picked up the story. I scan the headline and my grip tightens until I hear the case crack. They're painting her as some kind of gold digger, a young woman who seduced a CEO for advancement. It's nonsense. Complete nonsense. She should have told me. The words come out through gritted teeth. I had a right to know about my child. But watching her get crucified online for something that was mutual, something real between us, it's wrong. The image of Jade alone in her apartment, dealing with this mess while taking care of our baby, hits me like a physical blow. Whatever anger I feel about her keeping Matthew from me, she doesn't deserve this public crucifixion. She's still the brilliant, fierce woman who captured my attention from day one, the mother of my child. Sarah appears in my doorway again. PR team is assembled in the conference room. I stand adjusting my tie. Time to do damage control. These vultures want a story? I'll give them one. But I'm doing it my way, and I'm making damn sure Jade doesn't take the fall for this. I stride into the conference room, my footsteps echoing against the hardwood floors. The PR team jumps to attention, 5 pairs of eyes tracking my every move as I take my position at the head of the table. Let's cut through the nonsense. I pull up the latest blog post on the screen. These stories are painting a narrative that's not only false, but potentially damaging to an innocent person's career. Dennis, our head of PR, clears his throat. Sir, we've drafted a statement denying any impropriety. No. I slam my palm on the table. We're not denying anything. Yes, I had a relationship with Jade Wilson. It was consensual, private. It had nothing to do with her career advancement. The room falls silent. Sarah, standing by the door, gives me an approving nod. But sir, a junior PR rep pipes up. The optics. The optics? I lean forward. Let me tell you about the optics. Jade Wilson works for Warren and Hart Marketing, not Collins Enterprises, not any of our subsidiaries. She's earned every promotion through her own merit and talent. I want that fact front and center in our statement. Dennis starts typing furiously on his laptop. We can emphasize the separate companies angle. Make it clear there was no professional overlap. Exactly. I pull up Jade's LinkedIn profile. Look at her track record. Top of her class at NYU. Fastest promotion track at Warren and Hart. Multiple industry awards. Make sure every outlet covering this story knows these facts. The team scrambles to take notes as I continue laying out my vision for the statement. No denials, no corporate doublespeak. Just the truth. That 2 consenting adults had a relationship that had nothing to do with career advancement. And one more thing. I fix each person with a hard stare. Anyone caught spreading or engaging with negative comments about Miss Wilson will be dealt with severely. Is that clear? The room responds with a chorus of, Yes, sir. Good. I want a draft of the statement in an hour. Make it strong, make it clear, and make damn sure it shuts down any suggestion that Jade Wilson is anything less than the professional she is. I storm out of the conference room, my phone already in my hand. The evidence is clear as day. Only Lila had access to certain details about Jade's career trajectory and about our secret relationship. She's the only one who could have twisted this narrative so precisely. My fingers hover over the keyboard before I type. I know it's you behind these posts about Jade. This ends now. The response comes instantly. What makes you think I had anything to do with it? Cut the nonsense, Lila. The details in those posts, only you knew them. Only you knew about her promotions, her work history, and about our relationship. 3 dots appear and disappear several times before her reply comes through. And what if I am? What are you going to do about it, Dad? The question hits me like a punch to the gut. What can I do? She's my daughter, my flesh and blood. But this vindictive behavior, this calculated attempt to destroy someone's career, it's crossing a line I never thought she'd cross. You're really going to make me choose between protecting you and doing what's right? You already chose her over me once. What's stopping you from doing it again? I sink into my office chair, the weight of the situation pressing down on my shoulders. Lila's always been headstrong, determined, traits she inherited from me. But this is pure malice. My finger hovers over the keyboard as I consider my options. I could cut off her trust fund, but that would only fuel her anger. I could expose her as the source, but that would destroy our relationship forever. Neither choice sits right with me. Dad, still there! Her message pops up, taunting me. The image of Matthew flashes through my mind, my son, Lila's half-brother, an innocent young baby who has no fault in any of this. This vendetta of hers isn't just hurting Jade anymore. It's affecting my entire family. I stare at my phone, wrestling with what move to make next. How do I check my own daughter without destroying everything in the process?
Chapter 25. Jade. The late morning sun beats down mercilessly as I juggle Matthew and my overstuffed diaper bag, heading toward my car in the apartment complex parking lot. My little man needs more formula, and the cabinets are looking sparse. I've been putting off this shopping trip, trying to stretch what we have, but there's no avoiding it now. Almost there, sweetie. I shift Matthew higher on my hip, his tiny fingers curling into my shirt as he snuggles closer. The familiar weight of him against me brings a smile to my face. He's getting so big already, growing out of his 3-month clothes faster than I can keep up. The smile vanishes the instant I spot my car. My steps falter. My throat closes up. The world seems to tilt sideways for a moment. Angry red letters stretch across my windshield, my windows, my doors. Indecent words scream at me in dripping crimson ink, like something out of a horror movie. My stomach churns at the sight of the vandalism, at what this means. No, 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 my voice cracks. Matthew stirs against me, making soft cooing sounds, completely oblivious to the way my world is crumbling. I clutch him tighter, my hands trembling as I try to shield him from the hateful display before us. Shock and humiliation burns through me. Who would do this? How did they know where I live? Hot tears blur my vision. I blink them back, but they keep coming. The hateful words swim before my eyes, seeming to grow larger, more accusatory. "It's okay, baby," I whisper to Matthew, though my voice trembles. "Mommy's okay, but I'm not okay. The safe bubble I've tried to build for us since coming back to the city has just been violently burst." A sob escapes me before I can stop it. Matthew whimpers, picking up on my distress. I bounce him gently, trying to keep it together, but the tears are flowing freely now. My gaze darts around the parking lot, suddenly feeling exposed. Is someone watching? Waiting to see my reaction to their handiwork? The thought sends a chill down my spine, despite the warm day. I fumble for my phone with my free hand, needing to document this, needing proof. But my fingers are shaking so badly I can barely hold it steady enough to take photos. The red ink seems to mock me. Each letter, a stark reminder that my careful plans to protect Matthew, to give him a normal life, are crumbling. Someone knows. Someone is angry enough to do this. With trembling fingers, I scroll through my contacts until I find Tyler's number. My thumb hovers over the unblock button for a moment before I press it. The pictures upload quickly. 6 shots showing every angle of the vandalism. The morning sun making the red ink look even more garish. I know Lila did this. This is going too far. I can't handle something like this. I hit send before I can second-guess myself, then quickly lock my phone and shove it in my pocket. Matthew fusses against my shoulder, probably sensing my anxiety. "Let's go back inside, baby." I press a kiss to his forehead, breathing in his sweet baby scent to ground myself. "We'll have our groceries delivered instead." The walk back to my apartment feels like running a gauntlet. Every shadow makes me flinch. Every distant sound has me holding Matthew closer. By the time I get my door unlocked, my shirt is damp with sweat, despite the air conditioning in the building. I secure all 3 locks behind us before settling Matthew in his playpen. He immediately grabs for his favorite stuffed elephant, content now that we're home in familiar surroundings. My phone feels like it's burning a hole in my pocket. But I force myself to focus on pulling up the grocery delivery app first. Formula, diapers, wipes, I add everything we need to the cart with shaking hands. The total makes me wince, but the delivery fee is worth not having to go back outside right now. Only after I complete the order do I allow myself to check my phone. No response from Tyler yet. The message shows as delivered, though. And knowing him, he's probably already seen it. I sink onto the couch, exhaustion hitting me like a physical weight. Matthew babbles happily in his playpen, and I focus on his innocent joy instead of the nightmare waiting in the parking lot. My phone buzzes, making me jump. Tyler's name appears on the screen. "I'll handle Lila, but first, can I come by after work? I want to see you both." My heart skips. The last time Tyler and I were alone together. Heat floods my body at the memory. Every time we're in the same space, it's like gravity pulls us together. One look, one touch, and all my carefully constructed walls crumble. Matthew squeals from his playpen, drawing my attention. He's got his elephant by the ear, trying to stuff it in his mouth. Those blue eyes sparkle with innocent joy. I glance back at the phone. Tyler deserves to know his son, to have these precious moments. And Matthew deserves to know his father, even if things between Tyler and me are complicated. Okay, 6:30. I type, then add. Matthew usually gets fussy around 7:30, so we'll have some time before his bedtime routine. The response comes instantly. I'll be there. My stomach flutters. 3 simple words shouldn't affect me this much, but they do. I try to focus on Matthew, on tidying the apartment, on anything but the electric anticipation building inside me. But as I fold tiny onesies and wipe down counters, my mind keeps drifting to Tyler, to his hands, his voice, the way he looks at me like I'm the only woman in the world, to all the reasons I left in the first place. Your daddy's coming to visit, I tell Matthew, lifting him from the playpen. He gives me a gummy smile, drool running down his chin. What do you think about that, sweet boy? Matthew just coos and pats my face with his tiny hand. If only everything could be as simple as his baby logic. Eat, sleep, cuddle, repeat. I set him down on his playpen, allowing him to kick happily and play with his toys. I check the time. 4 hours until Tyler arrives. 4 hours to prepare myself for whatever happens when he walks through that door. With a heavy sigh, I start gathering Matthew's scattered toys from around the living room. He watches me from his playmat, content to bat at the dangling animals on his activity gym. The familiar motions of tidying help calm my nerves, but my hands still shake whenever I think about those hateful words painted on my car. The doorbell chimes, making me jump. I check the peephole. Just the grocery delivery person. After a quick exchange and signature, I'm left with several bags of supplies. Look, Matthew, your formula arrived. I hold up the familiar blue container, but he's more interested in trying to grab his stuffed toys. His innocent giggles ease some of the tension in my shoulders. I move through the kitchen mechanically, putting away groceries while keeping one eye on Matthew. Diapers in the nursery closet, wipes on the changing table, formula in the cabinet above the sink. The routine tasks should be soothing, but my mind keeps circling back to the vandalism. Who could be so cruel? The red letters flash behind my eyelids every time I blink. Even though I accused Lila in my text to Tyler, doubt gnaws at me. Would she really go that far? The Lila I knew, my best friend, would never do something so vicious. But the Lila who glared daggers at me when she found out about Matthew, who practically snarled when she realized the truth behind Tyler and I's relationship, that Lila might be capable of anything. Matthew fusses, drawing me from my dark thoughts. I abandon the half-empty grocery bag and scoop him up, breathing in his sweet baby scent. What do you think, little man? Should mommy be scared? His tiny hand pats my cheek as if trying to comfort me. Or should I stand my ground? The remaining groceries can wait. I settle onto the floor with Matthew, letting his innocent joy wash over me. But even as I help him reach for the colorful toys dangling above us, I can't shake the feeling that this is just the beginning.
Chapter 26. Tyler. The elevator doors open to the familiar hallway of Jade's building. My heart pounds against my chest, the paper bag of Chinese takeout growing damp in my grip. My footsteps echo against the hardwood as I approach her door. The brass numbers gleam under the hallway lights, mocking me with their permanence while everything else changed. I knock, adjusting my tie with my free hand. The door opens and there she stands. God, she's even more beautiful than I remember. Her curls frame her face perfectly, and she's wearing a simple cream sweater that makes her skin glow. For a moment, I forget why I'm angry. Tyler. Her voice is soft, uncertain. Jade. The name feels both foreign and familiar on my tongue. I brought dinner. I hold up the bag, trying to keep my tone neutral despite the storm of emotions churning inside me. She steps back, opening the door wider. Come in. The apartment looks different. Baby toys scattered across the floor, a playpen in the corner, the unmistakable scent of baby powder in the air. Evidence of the life she built without me, the son she kept secret. A soft coo draws my attention to the bassinet near the window. My feet move before I can think, drawn to the tiny being inside. Matthew, my son, waves his little fists in the air, dark eyes wide and curious. He has my nose, my chin, my eyes. How did I not see it the moment I first laid eyes on him? He just woke up from his nap. Jade hovers nearby, wringing her hands. I grip the edge of the bassinet, my knuckles turning white. A year, Jade. You kept him from me for a whole year. Tyler, No. I turn to face her, struggling to keep my voice down. My hands are trembling with barely contained rage. You don't get to explain this away. That's my son, mine. And you robbed me of his first everything. His first breath, his first smile. Moments I'll never get back. Keep your voice down. Jade's tone is sharp, but controlled, her spine straightening as she steps between me and the bassinet. I understand you're upset, but I won't have that energy around Matthew. He picks up on everything, even at this age. The truth in her words hits me like a punch to the gut. She's right. My son doesn't deserve to feel this tension. I look over at him, so small and innocent, completely unaware of the storm brewing between his parents. I inhale deeply, letting the anger seep out with my exhale. 45 years old, and I'm just now learning what it means to put someone else's needs before my own emotions. You're right. I'm sorry. I run a hand through my hair, forcing myself to soften my stance. My voice comes out rough, barely above a whisper. Can I hold him? Jade's expression softens, and for a moment I catch a glimpse of the woman I fell for a year ago. Of course. Here, let me set this down first. She takes the takeout bag from my hand and heads to the kitchen. I lean over the bassinet, my hands trembling slightly as I slide them under Matthew's tiny body. Supporting his head just like I remember from taking care of Lila, I lift him to my chest. He weighs almost nothing, yet carries the weight of everything I've missed. Matthew looks up at me, his tiny mouth forming an O of curiosity. His warmth seeps through my dress shirt, and something inside me cracks wide open. This is my son. My boy. The sound of containers being opened drifts from the kitchen, but I barely notice. I'm lost in counting his perfect fingers and memorizing the curve of his cheeks and watching how his eyes, my eyes, track my every movement. Hey, buddy, I whisper, swaying gently. I'm your dad. He responds with a gurgle and grabs my finger with surprising strength. The simple gesture steals my breath. How many moments like this have I missed? First smile, first laugh, first time he grabbed someone's finger just like this. But he's here now, solid and real in my arms, and somehow that makes everything both better and worse at the same time. I turn around to find Jade watching us, tears streaming down her face. She swipes at them quickly, but more fall. I'm so sorry, Tyler. For everything. Her voice cracks. For disappearing, for not telling you about him, for running away. I panicked. Matthew coos against my chest, and I hold him closer, protecting him from the weight of this conversation. I found out I was pregnant 8 weeks after the night we saw each other at the fundraising gala. Remember that one? We talked all night, and then we came back here. She wraps her arms around herself as she sniffles. You were this powerful CEO, and I was working marketing at Warren and Hart. The tabloids would have had a field day. Your reputation, your family name. Stop. I cut her off, my jaw clenching. That wasn't your decision to make, Jade. You think I give a damn about what people say? This is my son. I know that now. She sinks onto the couch, shoulders slumping. But back then I was terrified. 24, pregnant, and the father was... She gestures vaguely at me. You. Everything felt overwhelming. So I ran to my parents in Jersey. It was the only solution I could think of. That wasn't a solution. My voice comes out harder than intended, and Matthew stirs against me. I force myself to soften my tone. We could have figured this out together. Found a way to handle it that didn't involve you disappearing for a year. I know. She nods, fresh tears spilling. God, I know. It was horrible of me. Selfish. You deserved better. He deserved better. Yes, we did. I looked down at our son, his tiny hand still gripping my finger. We deserve the chance to be a family. Jade stays silent, her tears falling steadily now. I move to the couch, settling beside her with Matthew cradled against my chest. His warmth grounds me, keeps me from losing myself in the anger and hurt churning inside. I missed you so much. My voice comes out raw, stripped of pretense. Every day. I wondered what happened, what I did wrong, why you just vanished. She draws in a shaky breath but doesn't speak. Your apartment was empty, and when I asked around at Warren and Hart, they said you took an extended leave. No note, no explanation. Just gone. I stroke Matthew's back as he snuggles closer. I called, texted, nothing. Like you never existed. A sob escapes her throat. I thought maybe I came on too strong. Maybe I scared you off by telling you how I felt that night at the gala. My jaw clenches at the memory. I replayed every moment, every conversation, trying to figure out where I went wrong. Drove myself crazy with it. Matthew makes a soft sound and I adjust him against my shoulder. His tiny breaths tickle my neck. And now? I shake my head, still processing. Now I find out I have a son. A beautiful, perfect little boy who's been here for 3 months, and I didn't even know he existed. Jade's crying harder now, her shoulders shaking with silent sobs. Part of me wants to comfort her, but the hurt is still too fresh, too deep. Do you know what it's like? My voice cracks. To discover you missed the birth of your child. The first time he opened his eyes. His first smile. Those are moments I'll never get back, Jade. Never. My hands clench into fists at my sides, fighting the urge to punch something, anything to release this overwhelming mixture of rage and devastation. She presses her hands to her face, her whole body trembling with grief. The space between us on the couch feels like miles, though we're barely a foot apart. The familiar scent of her perfume drifts toward me, and it takes everything in me not to reach for her, to shake her, to demand answers for every day she kept this secret. I'm sorry, Tyler, she whispers, averting her gaze. I'm so sorry. I don't expect your forgiveness, but just know I regret everything that went down. Every single part of it. Her words hit me like daggers, each one a reminder of what I've lost. I nod, but stay quiet. Instead, I focus on the pure goodness that is my son, my beautiful baby boy. His tiny weight in my arms is the only thing keeping me anchored, stopping me from completely losing my mind. 3 months, 90 days of his life that I'll never know about, never experience. The thought makes my jaw clench so hard it aches.
Chapter 27. Jade. The familiar weight of Matthew in my arms brings comfort as I carry him to the nursery, hyper aware of Tyler's presence behind me. Each step feels deliberate, like I'm performing rather than following our usual routine. My baby boy's sleepy eyes flutter as I lower him onto the changing table. First, we change him into his nighttime diaper and PJs. My voice comes out softer than intended, almost a whisper in the dimly lit nursery. I grab the supplies, my hands moving with practiced ease despite Tyler's intense gaze burning into my back. Every movement feels magnified under his scrutiny. Matthew coos as I slip him into his favorite star-printed onesie, his little legs kicking with familiar excitement. He's always loved this one, the soft cotton worn from countless washes. There we go. Sweet boy. I press a gentle kiss to his forehead, inhaling his baby powder scent. I cradle him close, swaying toward the rocking chair. The floorboard creaks beneath my feet, the same spot it always does, a sound that usually makes Matthew giggle. Tyler shifts in the doorway, but remains silent, his presence like a physical force in the room. This is his favorite part. I settle into the chair and begin humming our nightly lullaby, the melody of Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, filling the space between us. Matthew's tiny fingers curl around the collar of my shirt as his eyes grow heavy, fighting sleep the way he always does. The weight of everything unsaid fills the room, thick enough to touch, pressing against my chest with each breath. Minutes pass before his breathing evens out. I rise carefully, muscles moving with the familiar choreography of transferring a sleeping baby without waking him. Matthew barely stirs as I lay him in his crib. Sweet dreams, my love. I brush a feather-like kiss on his forehead, lingering a moment to breathe in his baby powder scent. The baby monitor casts a soft glow as I adjust it. Tyler's shadow stretches across the nursery floor. He hasn't moved from his position by the door. The silence between us holds 3 months of missed moments, just like this one. I follow him back to the living room, where paper bags of Chinese food wait on the coffee table. The scent of Kung Pao chicken fills the apartment, but my appetite has vanished beneath the weight of what comes next. Tyler drops onto the couch, his jaw tight. The space between us spans more than just cushions. The food's probably cold by now. I reach for the containers, desperate for something to do with my hands. I move to the kitchen, pulling plates from the cabinet. The microwave hums as I reheat the first container of food, my mind racing with what to say, how to explain everything. Watching you with him. Tyler's deep voice breaks the silence, making me still. The way you take care of him, how natural you are as a mother, He clears his throat. Seeing this side of you, this domesticity, damn, it does something to me. The microwave beeps, but I can't move. My fingers grip the counter edge, heart thundering in my chest. Heavy footsteps approach from behind. Tyler. His body presses against my back, caging me against the counter. One hand plants beside mine while the other grips my hip possessively. His breath fans hot against my neck, making my skin tingle with awareness. The solid wall of his chest against me is achingly familiar. I'm still pissed as hell that you kept him from me. His voice comes out rough, strained, edged with something dangerous. But goddamn if watching you be his mother doesn't make me crazy. Been fighting it since I walked in here, but... His grip tightens, fingers digging into my flesh through my clothes. You still drive me wild, Jade? My breath catches as his lips brush my ear. The slight contact sending shivers down my spine. Every point of contact between us burns, familiar electricity crackling across my skin. The heat of him seeps through my clothes, making my knees weak. I should push him away, maintain distance. But my body betrays me by melting back against his chest. My hands grip the counter harder, trying to ground myself. I shouldn't want you like this. His words rumble through me, deep and full of dark promise. The scruff of his jaw scrapes against my neck as he speaks. But I do. Always have, never stopped. I turn in Tyler's arms, my back pressing against the counter edge. His intense blue eyes lock with mine, dark with desire. Before I can think better of it, his mouth crashes down on mine. The kiss is desperate, hungry, a year's worth of longing packed into a single moment. My fingers curl into his shirt, pulling him closer as his hands frame my face. My body responds instantly, muscle memory taking over as I arch into him. His tongue sweeps into my mouth, claiming, demanding, and I'm lost. All the reasons this is a bad idea fade away under the onslaught of sensation. When we finally break apart, we're both breathing hard. Tyler's forehead rests against mine, his thumb stroking my cheeks. What are we going to do about Lila? The words slip out before I can stop them. She hates me now. Finding out about Matthew, about us. I swallow hard. The way she looked at me that day. I'll handle Lila. Tyler's voice holds steel. He pulls back enough to meet my eyes, his expression hardening. I'm going to have a conversation with her, set things straight. Make it crystal clear that her vendetta against you ends now. She won't listen. I shake my head, remembering the cold fury in Lila's eyes. You didn't see how angry she was, Tyler. The look on her face. She will. His jaw clenches, a muscle ticking beneath the skin. She's my daughter, and I love her, but I won't let her hurt you or Matthew. This stops today. The conviction in his voice sends shivers down my spine. How can you be so sure? My voice comes out smaller than I intend, betraying the fear that's been eating at me since that confrontation. Because I'm done letting anyone come between us. His fingers thread through my hair, grip tightening possessively in a way that makes my breath catch. Lila needs to understand that you and Matthew are part of my life now. Non-negotiable. The steel in his voice leaves no room for argument. My heart pounds against my ribs so hard, I'm sure he can hear it. Are you serious about this? About us? After everything that happened? After I ran away? After I kept Matthew a secret? After all the pain I caused? Tyler's hands frame my face, his intense blue eyes boring into mine with such raw emotion it steals my breath. I've never been more serious about anything. His thumb traces my bottom lip, the touch sending electricity through my body. This past year without you, damn, it was hell. Empty house, empty bed. Nothing felt right. His words, they crack with emotion, and I can hear the truth in every syllable. Tyler, let me finish. His voice drops lower, rougher. Seeing you tonight with our son, watching you be this incredible mother, it clicked. Everything I've been missing, everything I need, it's you, Jade. Always has been. My breath catches at the raw honesty in his voice. I want this, all of it. His fingers slide into my hair. Coming home to you and Matthew every day. Building a life together. Whatever it takes. Even with all the complications, Lila, your reputation, the age gap. I don't care about any of that. His grip tightens possessively. I've spent too long worrying about what other people think, living up to expectations, being the perfect father, perfect businessman. He pulls back just enough to meet my gaze. But none of it means without you. Oh, Tyler. Tears prick at my eyes. I love you. The words fall between us, heavy with certainty. I love our son, and I'm done pretending otherwise. What about no more what ifs? His thumb brushes away a tear that escapes. I want you. I want Matthew. I want lazy Sunday mornings and midnight feedings and watching our boy grow up together. Everything. I nod, a weak laugh escaping me as he cups my cheeks and brings me in for another kiss. This one is much gentler, slower than the previous one. Tyler Collins is the man for me, and it took me a whole year without him to realize that.
Chapter 28. Tyler. The maitre d' leads us to a secluded corner table at Le Bernardin. Lila follows, her heels clicking against the marble floor with sharp, angry steps. Her jaw remains clenched even as we take our seats. I ordered your favorite champagne. I gesture to the bottle chilling in an ice bucket. Dom Perignon Rosé, the same one we'd shared on her 21st birthday. Lila's ice blue eyes narrow, so much like her mother's when she's angry. Save it. I know why you brought me here. Then you know we need to talk about what you're doing to Jade. My fingers tighten around the stem of my water glass, fighting to maintain composure. What I'm doing? She laughs, a harsh sound that draws attention from nearby diners, the crystal chandelier seeming to tremble with her rage. You mean exposing that little brat for who she really is? Lower your voice. I lean forward, keeping my tone firm but controlled, the same way I handle hostile takeovers in the boardroom. This ends now. The social media posts, the accusations, all of it. She slept with my father and had his baby in secret. Lila's nails dig into the pristine white tablecloth. She deserves everything coming to her. Jade and I were both consenting adults, and Matthew, he's your brother, Lila, your flesh and blood. Half-brother, she spits the words like venom. From someone barely older than me. Do you have any idea how this makes me look? My friends are laughing behind my back. This isn't about you. Your actions are hurting an innocent woman and child. I won't stand for it. Or what? Or I'll be forced to take legal action. The posts you've made are libelous. One call to my lawyers. You'd sue your own daughter? Her voice cracks. I'd protect the mother of my child from harassment, even if that harassment comes from you. I pull out my phone, showing her the screenshots I've collected. After showing her the dozens upon dozens of photographic evidence I have, I slide my phone back into my jacket pocket, maintaining eye contact with my daughter. Your behavior these past weeks has crossed every line. The social media harassment, vandalizing her car, calling her all sorts of vile names online. She deserves... No. My palm strikes the table, rattling the silverware. You don't get to decide what anyone deserves. Last week, you leaked some of her personal medical records. Do you understand that's a federal crime? Lila's face pales, but defiance still burns in her eyes. Oh, who will care about that? It just proves that she was pregnant, that's all. And what about the fake reviews you left for her marketing firm? Or the anonymous emails you sent to her clients claiming she embezzled funds? I lean back, studying the daughter I thought I knew. You're better than this, Lila. Apparently not good enough for you to tell me about your relationship with her. That's exactly why we kept it private. This reaction, this vindictive crusade, it's exactly what we wanted to avoid. I rub my temples, feeling the weight of the situation. Every time Jade tries to move forward, you find a new way to tear her down. The comments about her being a gold digger, spreading rumors about Matthew when he's just a young baby. I saw the way you looked at her at my party. Her voice trembles, like she was everything. You never looked at Mom that way. This isn't about your mother. It's about you deliberately trying to destroy someone's life because you feel hurt. I've let it slide too long, hoping you'd come to your senses. I motioned for the waiter to pour the champagne. But now I need you to understand something. Jade and Matthew are my family too. Every attack on them is an attack on me. Dad, are you serious? And right now you're forcing me to choose between protecting them and enabling you. Don't make me make that choice, Lila, because you won't like the outcome. Lila crosses her arms, her shoulders rigid with tension. Her champagne sits untouched, bubbles rising in silent protest. I watch my daughter, seeing the stubborn set of her jaw that reminds me so much of her mother. The same determined look that always preceded a battle. I will never accept them. Not her, not the baby, none of it. Her words slice through the air between us. You can't make me play happy family with your little mistress. That's not what this is about. I straighten my tie, a habit from countless boardroom negotiations. The silk feels too tight against my throat, but I resist the urge to loosen it. I've dealt with hostile takeovers that felt easier than this conversation. What I need to know is if you're going to continue this harassment campaign against Jade. Lila's shoulder lifts in a dismissive shrug, her lips curling into a sneer. Her eyes, so like mine, flash with a dangerous glint that makes my jaw clench. Maybe she should have thought about consequences before spreading her legs for my father. The venom in her voice makes my blood run cold. This isn't my little girl anymore, this is someone I don't recognize. The crude comment hits like a slap. I lean forward, my voice dropping low enough that only she can hear. Let me be crystal clear. I've spent my life building relationships based on trust and mutual respect. What you're doing, this calculated destruction of someone's life, it shows me exactly who you've chosen to become. What's that supposed to mean? It means I can't have someone in my life who deliberately strategizes against the people I care about. Not even my own daughter. My words land heavy between us. I need genuine connections, Lila. Real relationships. Not whatever game of revenge you're playing. So you're choosing her over me? Her voice cracks, and for a moment I see the little girl who used to run to me with skinned knees and broken toys. No, I'm choosing not to enable behavior that goes against everything I've taught you about integrity and respect. The choice to continue this vendetta, that's all yours. My chest tightens as I watch fury cloud her features. 24 years of memories flash through my mind. First steps, dance recitals, graduation. How did we get here? The champagne hits my face before I can react, the expensive rosé dripping down my silk tie as Lila sweeps her arm across the table. China crashes against marble, crystal shatters. The $400 bottle we were supposed to share becomes a weapon, and I taste the bitter tang of alcohol on my lips. Damn you. Her voice rises above the gasps of other diners. Damn you and your brat. Each word is a dagger, aimed to wound. I remain frozen, droplets falling from my chin, as she grabs her Hermes bag and storms toward the exit. The maitre d' rushes forward, concern etched across his features, but I wave him off with a raised hand. The last thing I need is to make more of a scene in one of Manhattan's most exclusive restaurants. The weight of dozens of eyes burns into my back, and I fight the urge to adjust my ruined tie. Years of boardroom negotiations haven't prepared me for this particular brand of public humiliation. My heart pounds against my ribs as I dab at my face with a napkin. The restaurant has gone silent except for the soft classical music floating from hidden speakers. I've seen Lila throw tantrums before. She is her mother's daughter, after all. But this is different. The pure hatred in her eyes when she threw that glass. A busboy appears with a dustpan, carefully sweeping up broken crystal. Another staff member begins clearing the ruined table. I pull out my wallet, leaving enough cash to cover the damage plus a generous tip for their trouble. My hands shake as I reach for my phone. The screen lights up with 3 missed calls from Jade. Something twists in my gut, a primal fear I've never felt before. If Lila was willing to cause this scene in public, what might she do next? To Jade? To Matthew? The thought of my infant son makes my chest tighten. I've only known about him for a short amount of time, but the fierce need to protect him burns through my veins. And Jade, sweet, strong Jade, who's already endured so much of Lila's wrath. I need to warn them. Need to get security in place before Lila's rage finds a new target. But as I sit here in this ruined corner of Le Bernardin, watching staff clean up the aftermath of my daughter's fury, I wonder if I've already waited too long.
Chapter 29. Jade. Matthew's soft coos fill the living room as I change his diaper on the changing table. His tiny legs kick in the air, and I can't help but smile at his innocent joy. He's growing so fast, already 4 months old and becoming more animated every day. The evening light streams through the window, casting a warm glow over his perfect little face. Almost done, sweet boy. I secure the fresh diaper and lift him up, pressing kisses to his chubby cheeks. His dark eyes, so much like his father's, sparkle with delight as he gives me one of his gummy smiles. A sharp knock at the door breaks our moment. Matthew startles at the sound, his bottom lip quivering. My heart clenches. He's always been sensitive to sudden noises, and I hate seeing him upset. Shh, it's okay. I cradle him against my chest and walk to the door, peeking through the peephole. Mrs. Chen stands in the hallway, wringing her hands. The elderly woman has always been kind to us since we moved back, often bringing over homemade dumplings. I open the door, adjusting Matthew in my arms. Mrs. Chen, is everything all right? Her eyes dart between me and Matthew, and I notice the worry lines creasing her forehead. She twists the hem of her floral blouse nervously. Miss Wilson, I'm so sorry to disturb you and the baby, but something terrible is happening downstairs. What do you mean? There's a woman in the parking garage. Blonde, very angry. She's destroying your car with what looks like keys or something sharp. Mrs. Chen's voice shakes. I called the police right away when I saw her, but I wanted to tell you myself. Such violence. I've never seen anything like it. My stomach drops. A blonde woman? It couldn't be. Did you see what she looked like? I clutch Matthew closer. Tall, wearing expensive clothes. She kept saying something, but I couldn't hear what. And then she started screaming. Mrs. Chen touches my arm. The police are on their way. Please stay inside with your baby. That woman seems unstable. Matthew whimpers against my chest, picking up on my tension. I bounce him gently, trying to keep my voice steady. Thank you for letting me know, Mrs. Chen. I really appreciate you looking out for us. Of course, dear. Lock your door. I'll let you know when the police arrive. I close the door, making sure to slide both deadbolts into place. My hands shake as I dig my phone out of my pocket, keeping Matthew secure against me with one arm. He fusses, sensing my distress. It's okay, baby. Mommy's got you. I pull up Tyler's contact and hit call before I can second-guess myself. The phone rings twice before his deep voice answers. Jade? Tyler, I need your help. Lila's here at my apartment complex. What? Why would she? She's in the parking garage slashing my tires. My neighbor just came to warn me. She said Lila's completely out of control, screaming and destroying my car. Jesus Christ! His sharp intake of breath crackles through the phone. Are you safe? Is Matthew? We're inside, doors locked. But Tyler, she's scaring my neighbors so badly they called the police. The police are coming? The sound of keys jingling and a door slamming carries through the line. I'm leaving right now. Don't go anywhere near her, understand? Stay inside with Matthew. I will, but Tyler... I stroke Matthew's back as he starts to fuss again. Mrs. Chen, my nayer, said she looked unstable. I'm 15 minutes away, less if I can help it. His voice is tight with anger. Keep your doors locked. I'll call you when I get there. Okay. I end the call and sink onto the couch, holding Matthew close. His tiny fingers grab at my shirt as he starts to cry, overwhelmed by the tension in my voice. I'm sorry, sweet boy. I kiss his forehead, trying to keep my own fear from showing. Everything's going to be okay. Daddy's coming. The first bang against my door makes me jump. Matthew wails, his tiny face scrunched up in distress, his eyes wide with fear. My heart pounds against my ribs as I clutch him closer. You brat! Lila's scream pierces through the wood. Open this door! Another thunderous bang. The door frame rattles, and I swear I can feel the vibration through the floor beneath my feet. My stomach churns as memories of our friendship flash through my mind, now shattered by her fury. I know you're in there. You ruined everything. Her voice cracks with rage. You seduced my father, you manipulative brat. My hands tremble as I rush Matthew to his nursery, trying to keep my steps steady despite my shaking legs. His cries grow louder with each impact against our door, and tears spring to my eyes at his distress. The sound of splintering wood makes me move faster. Shh, baby, please. I lay him in his crib, tucking his favorite blanket around him. Mommy's here, you're safe. I stroke his cheek, praying Tyler arrives soon before Lila breaks down our door. I'll make you pay for this. Lila's fists pound against the door. You destroyed my family. My father won't even look at me the same way anymore. I sprint back to the living room, scanning for anything heavy enough to block the entrance. The vintage cabinet by the window. It's solid oak, heavy as hell. I grip the sides and start dragging it across the floor, muscles straining. My arms shake from the effort, but fear gives me strength I didn't know I had. Everyone will know what kind of person you really are. Her voice grows more unhinged with each word. Gold-digging brat. You think you can just come back here like nothing happened? After what you did to my father? The raw hatred in her voice makes my stomach turn. The cabinet scrapes against the hardwood as I position it in front of the door. Matthew's screams from the nursery tear at my heart. Each cry feels like a knife twisting in my chest. I should be holding him, comforting him, not barricading us inside our own home. The pounding resumes. More violent than before, the door groans under the assault. I hear something crack, and my heart races faster. Where the hell is Tyler? I'd called him 10 minutes ago, and where's the police? I'll kill you. You hear me? I'll kill you. She slams against the door so hard the hinges rattle. You destroyed everything. Everything. Lila, please. My voice cracks as Matthew's cries pierce through the apartment. You're scaring my baby. Just stop. A cruel laugh echoes from the hallway. Your baby? I don't give a damn about you or your bastard child. You think I care that it's crying? Another violent slam against the door makes me stumble backward. The cabinet shifts an inch, and panic claws at my throat. What if she manages to break through? What would she do to me? To Matthew? Lila, this isn't you. Please, we used to be friends. Friends? Her voice rises to a shriek. Friends don't screw their friend's father. Friends don't destroy families. The door frame splinters further with each impact. I'll tear this door down if I have to. Matthew's wails grow more frantic from his nursery. Each cry feels like a physical blow, knowing I can't comfort him while trying to keep us safe. Your precious baby can cry all it wants. The venom in her voice sends chills down my spine. Maybe if you hadn't spread your legs for my father, you wouldn't be in this situation. In the distance, sirens wail. The sound grows closer, and relief floods through me even as Lila continues her assault on the door. You hear that? She laughs maniacally between strikes. Let them come. Everyone will know what kind of woman you are. Everyone will know how you seduced my father. The cabinet scrapes across the floor with each hit. My arms ache from trying to hold it in place as Lila throws her full weight against the door, again and again. The sirens grow louder, their piercing sound competing with Matthew's terrified screams and Lila's rage-filled attacks. I press my back against the cabinet, praying it holds until help arrives. I'll make you pay. Another slam. Both of you.
Chapter 30. Tyler. I slam my car into park, tires screeching against the curb, not giving a damn about the paint job. The gathering crowd outside Jade's building makes my heart pound faster, blood rushing in my ears. An elderly woman in a floral robe rushes toward me, wringing her hands in distress. Thank God someone's here. That crazy woman is trying to break down the door. We called the police, but... A crash echoes from above, followed by screaming. My daughter's voice. The sound sends ice through my veins. Get out here, you lying brat! My feet pound up the stairs, taking them 3 at a time, my expensive leather shoes barely touching each step. 2nd floor. 3rd floor. The sound of splintering wood drives me faster, adrenaline coursing through my body. More neighbors crowd the hallway, phones out, recording like this is some goddamn reality show. I shove past them, using every inch of my 6'4" frame to clear a path. Move now! My voice booms through the hall, leaving no room for argument. These people have no idea what kind of storm they're about to witness. The sight at the end of the hall stops my blood cold. Lila, my little girl, hurling herself against Jade's door like a wild animal. The frame splinters with each impact. Inside, a baby wails. Lila, stop this right now! My voice booms through the hall. She whirls, blonde hair wild around her face, eyes blazing with a fury I've never seen. You're defending her? After what she did? Step away from the door. She trapped you, can't you see that? The baby's probably not even yours. I said step away. The command in my voice makes her flinch, and for a moment I see my little girl again, the one who used to crawl into my lap after scraping her knee. Behind the door, Matthew's cries grow more frantic, piercing straight through my chest. Jade's muffled voice tries to soothe him, but I can hear the tremor of fear in her words. Please, Tyler, help. She's scaring him. Jade's voice breaks, and the desperation in it makes my jaw clench. Lila's face contorts into something ugly and foreign. She raises her foot to kick the door again, and something snaps inside me. I cross the space in 2 powerful strides, catching her arm with enough force to spin her toward me. That's my son in there. Your brother. And if you hurt either of them, I swear to God. The threat hangs unfinished because I can't bear to voice what I'd do, even to protect them. She's still my daughter, but right now she's a danger to my family. Sirens wail in the distance, growing closer by the second. Lila's eyes dart between me and the door, reality finally seeming to sink in. The wild fury in her expression cracks, replaced by raw hurt. How could you do this to me? Her whisper cuts like glass, sharp enough to draw blood. How could you both betray me like this? The words fall between us like poison, and I know nothing will ever be the same. Get out, now! My voice drops low, dangerous, the same tone I use in the boardroom when someone's made a catastrophic mistake. The hall falls silent, except for Matthew's cries, each wail driving daggers through my chest. My son. Lila's face twists, something feral and unrecognizable flashing in her eyes. The daughter I raised, who I thought I knew better than anyone, has become a stranger before me. You're choosing them over me? I'm choosing to protect my son from... She launches at me with a shriek, fists flying wild. Her nails rake across my face, drawing blood. The crowd gasps, phones still recording this nightmare, tomorrow's headlines writing themselves in real time. I grab her wrists, trying to restrain without hurting her, but she thrashes like a trapped animal. Every movement tears at my heart. This is my little girl, the one I taught to ride a bike, the one who used to crawl into my bed during thunderstorms. Let go of me, she kicks, connecting with my shin. The pain barely registers through the adrenaline surging through my veins. Stop this. You're not thinking straight. I struggle to keep my grip as she writhes against my hold, her designer dress ripping at the shoulder. She wrenches one arm free and swings, catching my jaw. The taste of copper fills my mouth. Behind the door, Jade's voice joins Matthew's cries. I wrap my arms around Lila from behind, pinning her arms to her sides. She struggles harder, tears and mascara streaming down her face. I hate you. I hate both of you. A flash of metal catches my eye too late. Pain explodes across my forearm as she slashes with something small and sharp, a pocket knife I didn't even know she carried. Blood wells up immediately, running hot down my sleeve. "Oh my God!" someone screams. The crowd surges back. I stumble backward, staring at the crimson stain spreading across my white shirt. The cut isn't deep, but the sight of my own daughter holding a bloodied blade makes my knees weak. Lila. Her name comes out broken. She stands there trembling, the knife dropping from her fingers with a metallic clatter. The look in her eyes shifts from rage to horror as she realizes what she's done. The wail of sirens grows deafening. My vision blurs as I slump against the wall, watching crimson drip steadily from my arm onto the hallway floor. Each drop hits with perfect clarity, like a metronome counting down the seconds of this nightmare. Daddy, I wasn't thinking. Lila's voice cracks. Her mascara-stained face crumples as she reaches toward me. I didn't mean to. Heavy footsteps thunder up the stairs. Police. Everyone clear the area. A flood of blue uniforms fills the narrow hallway. 2 officers immediately zero in on the bloody knife at Lila's feet. They move with practiced efficiency, pinning her arms behind her back before she can process what's happening. No, wait! That's my father! I didn't mean to hurt him! She thrashes against their grip as they click handcuffs around her wrists. Daddy, tell them, please! My throat closes up. I can't form words as they read her rights, watching her transform from my little princess into a criminal suspect before my eyes. Tyler! Jade's voice cuts through the chaos from behind her door. Tyler, are you okay? Please answer me. Sir, paramedics are on their way. An officer presses gauze against my wound. Can you tell me what happened? I barely register his questions. My focus splits between Lila being led away in handcuffs and Jade's increasingly panicked calls from inside her apartment. Matthew's cries have turned to exhausted whimpers. Tyler, I hear the sirens. What's happening out there? The hall spins slightly. I press harder against the wall, leaving a smear of red. I'm here, Jade. I'm okay. He needs medical attention, someone says. The ambulance is 2 minutes out. Lila's sobs echo down the stairwell as they take her away. My daughter, my flesh and blood. The same flesh that's currently staining my $1,000 shirt. The irony would be funny if it didn't hurt so damn much. The paramedics burst through the crowd, their equipment clattering against the walls of the narrow hallway. A young EMT kneels beside me, her quick hands already assessing the damage. Sir, I need to look at that arm. She cuts away my sleeve, revealing the angry red gash beneath. This will need stitches. I barely feel the sting of antiseptic. My mind keeps replaying the flash of metal, the look in Lila's eyes as she slashed at me. The daughter I raised, the little girl who used to beg me to check under her bed for monsters. Now she's become one? Sir. A detective steps forward, notepad in hand. His badge reads Martinez. Once the paramedics clear you, we'll need a statement. Do you want to press charges against the woman who assaulted you? She's my daughter. Behind Jade's door, Matthew has finally quieted. My son, my blood, just like Lila. She could have killed someone today. My voice comes out rough. If that knife had hit somewhere else, if she'd gotten through that door to Jade and the baby. The detective nods, understanding in his eyes. The choice is yours, sir. But given the violent nature of the assault and the witness statements, we're looking at serious charges either way. I close my eyes, seeing Lila's face twisted with rage, hearing her screams echo through the hall. The weight of what she's done, what she could have done, settles heavy on my chest. Yes, the word tastes like ash. I want to press charges. Martinez scribbles in his notepad. We'll need you to come down to the station once you're treated. Make it official. The paramedic finishes wrapping my arm. We should transport you for these stitches, sir. I nod, too drained to argue. The weight of my decision presses down, crushing but necessary. Sometimes being a father means making the hardest choices, even when they break your heart.
Chapter 31. Jade. I trace my thumb over Tyler's bandaged forearm, my heart aching at the stark white gauze covering the deep gash Lila inflicted. Matthew snoozes against my chest in his carrier, oblivious to the chaos that unfolded tonight. The detective said they're charging her with attempted breaking and entering, assault with a deadly weapon, and making terroristic threats. Tyler's voice comes out rough, exhausted. His blue eyes drift to Matthew, softening. I still can't believe she showed up like that. I should have never come back to New York. Maybe none of this would have happened. Don't. This isn't your fault. Tyler squeezes my hand. Lila's been spiraling for a while now, finding out about us, about Matthew. It just pushed her over the edge. A nurse pokes her head in to check Tyler's vitals. I shift in the hard plastic chair, adjusting Matthew, who stirs but doesn't wake. The security footage from my building caught everything. Her screaming outside my door, threatening to kill me if I didn't open up. I swallow hard. Then you showing up, trying to talk her down. And her slashing at me with that knife when I step between you. Tyler's jaw clenches. She's my daughter, but I won't let her hurt you or our son. What happens now? They're holding her for a psychiatric evaluation. After that, she'll be arraigned. Tyler runs his good hand through his hair. My lawyer says, with the evidence and witnesses, she's looking at serious time, unless she takes a plea deal. God, Tyler, I never wanted this. She was my best friend. I know, baby, but she made her choices. He looks at the sleeping infant. We have to protect our family now. The weight of those words settles over us. Matthew stretches in his sleep, tiny fingers curling against my chest. Tyler reaches out, touching our son's curly hair with gentle fingers. I want you and Matthew to move in with me. Tyler's words hang in the hospital room air. My place has top security, cameras everywhere. You'll both be safe there. I stare at him, my pulse quickening. Tyler, I mean it. That apartment of yours isn't secure enough. What if Lila had gotten inside? His fingers tighten around mine. I can't risk anything happening to either of you. Are you asking because of what happened tonight, or? The question sticks in my throat. Tyler shifts on the hospital bed, wincing as the movement pulls at his bandaged arm. His eyes lock onto mine with an intensity that makes my breath catch. I'm asking because I spent a year without you, without knowing about our son. Every day I wondered where you were, if you were okay. I'd give anything to get that time back. So this isn't just about protection? No. He leans forward, his free hand cupping my cheek. I want us to be a real family. No more hiding, no more separation. I love you, Jade. I want to wake up to you and Matthew every morning, to be there for his first steps, his first words. Matthew stirs against my chest, making tiny snuffling sounds. I adjust him in the carrier, buying time to process Tyler's words. Everything I dreamed of hearing, now laid bare in a sterile hospital room after the worst night of our lives. What about your reputation? The media will... Screw my reputation. Tyler's thumb traces my jawline. I don't give a damn about what anyone thinks. They can kick rocks for all I care. You and Matthew are the only one I care about. You really want this? Us? More than anything, his voice drops low, certain. Move in with me. Let me take care of you both. No more running, no more distance. Tears blur my vision as memories of the past year flood back. Those first weeks were so hard. My voice cracks. Matthew had colic. He'd cry for hours, And I'd just walk the halls of my parents' house at 3 a.m., bouncing him, singing, trying anything to soothe him. Tyler's thumb brushes away a tear rolling down my cheek. Some nights, I'd sit in the rocking chair watching him sleep, and the silence felt crushing. I glanced down at Matthew, peaceful against my chest. I'd think about you, wonder if I made the right choice leaving, but then I'd remember the complications, Lila. Jade, I missed my job, my friends, but mostly I missed you. The words tumble out between quiet sobs. Every milestone, every little thing he did, I wanted to share it with you. His first smile, the way he gripped my finger so tight. When he started sleeping through the night, I had no one to high-five. Tyler shifts closer, his good arm wrapping around my shoulders. The pediatrician appointments were the worst. Sitting in waiting rooms full of couples, watching fathers coo at their babies while I filled out forms alone. I wiped my eyes. Even simple things like grocery shopping became an ordeal. Try managing a cart and a fussy infant while sleep-deprived. You're incredible. Tyler's voice is thick with emotion. You did all that on your own, kept him safe, healthy. I was terrified I'd mess everything up, that I couldn't be enough for him. My fingers trace Matthew's chubby cheek. That choosing between being a good mother and having a career would mean sacrificing one for the other. Listen to me. Tyler tilts my chin up. You're not alone anymore. Those 3 a.m. walks, we'll take them together. Doctor's appointments, I'll be right there beside you. And your career, we'll figure it out. Whatever you want to do, however you want to do it. You say that now, but no buts. You've carried this weight alone long enough. His forehead touches mine. Let me share it. Let me be there for every moment, big and small. No more lonely nights. No more silent celebrations. I nod, my chest swelling with a warmth I haven't felt since before I left. Tyler's words wrap around me like a shield, chasing away the lingering fears and doubts that haunted my year alone. The weight of single motherhood, the endless nights wondering if I'd made the right choice. They all seem lighter now. His lips find mine, soft and gentle. A kiss that speaks of promises and tomorrows. The familiar spark ignites between us, but tempered now with something deeper. The bond of family, of shared love for our son. His hand cups my face, thumb stroking my cheek as if memorizing every detail he missed during our time apart. Matthew shifts in his carrier, making those adorable little grunts that always melt my heart. Tyler pulls back from our kiss, his attention drawn to our son. His fingers drift to Matthew's curls, so much like mine, threading through the soft spirals with a tenderness that makes my eyes sting. I watch them together, father and son meeting for the first time, and my heart threatens to burst. He's perfect. Tyler's voice carries a note of awe. Look at these curls, and his nose. He's so beautiful. His finger traces the tiny bridge. But those eyes, when they're open, all me. He laughs softly, a sound full of joy and wonder. I can't believe we made something so incredible. I smile, watching Tyler discover all the little details of our son that I've memorized over the past 3 months. The way Matthew's eyebrows scrunch when he dreams, his pouty bottom lip, the dimple that appears in his right cheek when he smiles. You should see him when he's awake. He's so alert, takes in everything. Pride fills my voice. Already trying to roll over. The pediatrician says he's advanced for his age. Tyler beams, still gently petting Matthew's hair. Of course he is. He's our son. The possessive pride in those few words, our son, makes my heart skip. No more singular pronouns, no more facing milestones alone. Our son, our family, our future.
Chapter 32. Tyler. I step back from hanging the last piece of artwork, a handcrafted wooden mobile with stars and moons dangling above the custom-built crib. The sun casts a warm glow across the sage-green walls. Every detail in this room has been meticulously planned, from the plush elephant-shaped rug to the built-in bookshelf filled with children's classics. The door creaks open behind me. Jade walks in with Matthew nestled in his carrier, his tiny hands reaching up toward nothing in particular. My son's soft coos fill the room, and my chest tightens with pride. Tyler! Jade's voice trails off as she takes in the nursery. Her eyes sweep across the hand-painted forest mural spanning one wall, the oversized rocking chair in the corner, and the changing station equipped with everything we could possibly need. You did all this yourself? Had some help with the heavy lifting, but yeah, the design, the details, wanted it to be perfect for him. I run my hand along the smooth wood of the crib railing. For both of you. Jade sets Matthew's carrier down and lifts him out, cradling him against her chest as she walks the perimeter of the room. Her fingers trace the intricate carvings on the bookshelf, lingering on the custom nameplate, Matthew's Adventures. Look at this, baby boy. She holds Matthew up to see the mural. Daddy made you a whole forest. Matthew squeals, his legs kicking with excitement. The sound echoes off the vaulted ceiling, mixing with the gentle whir of the ceiling fan. The rocking chair. Jade sinks into it, testing its comfort. It's identical to the one at my parents' house. Called your mom. She told me it was your favorite spot to feed him. I move behind the chair, my hands resting on its curved back. Thought you might want something familiar in your new home. Jade cradles Matthew closer, her eyes glistening as she takes in more details, the stuffed animals arranged on floating shelves, the sound machine ready for nap time, the drawer full of swaddle blankets in various patterns. This is... She shakes her head, overwhelmed. I can't believe you put so much thought into everything. Here, let me hold him. I reach for Matthew, and Jade passes him over without hesitation. His weight settles against my chest, tiny fingers gripping my shirt. Those blue eyes, my eyes, stare up at me with complete trust. You're natural. Jade watches us from the rocking chair, a soft smile playing on her lips. Should have been like this with Lila. The words catch in my throat. All those years focused on building the business, thinking I was securing her future. But I missed the moments that mattered. Matthew coos and I trace his cheek with my finger. I want to do better this time. Be there for every milestone, every scraped knee, every bedtime story. Tyler, I failed her, Jade. My own daughter sitting in a prison cell because I couldn't see how much she was hurting. The memory of that night flashes through my mind, Lila's face contorted with rage, the knife slicing through my forearm when I didn't even realize it. Stop. Jade stands, placing her hand on my arm. What Lila did, that's not on you. She made her choices. She was my little girl. Should have known she needed help long before things got this bad. You can't blame yourself for her reaction to us, to Matthew. Jade's grip tightens on my arm. She's getting the help she needs now. That's what matters. Matthew squirms in my arms and I adjust him against my shoulder, breathing in his baby powder scent. I'm going to be different with him. More present. More aware. You already are. Jade's voice is firm. Certain. Look at this room. Look at how you're holding him right now. That's not a man who's going to repeat past mistakes. I settle into the rocking chair with Matthew, his tiny body curled against my chest. His eyes track my movements, alert and curious. You and me, little man, we've got so many adventures ahead. I stroke his soft cheek. When you're old enough to hold a baseball, I'll teach you how to throw. We'll start in the backyard, just us. And if you love it, maybe we'll join a league. If not, I shrug. We'll find something else you're passionate about. Matthew grabs my finger, his grip surprisingly strong. See those books over there? Every night we'll pick a new story. Start with Goodnight Moon, work our way up to Harry Potter, And when you're ready, we'll act them out, build blanket forts for castles, turn cardboard boxes into spaceships. His eyes start to droop, but he fights sleep, determined to keep watching me. The world's waiting for us, buddy. We'll take road trips to the Grand Canyon, camp under the stars. I'll show you how to make the perfect s'more. Extra chocolate, just like your old man likes it. And when winter comes, we'll hit the slopes. Start you on the bunny hill until you're racing me down the black diamonds. Matthew yawns, his tiny mouth forming a perfect O. There's this cabin up in Vermont. Been in our family for generations. We'll go fishing in the lake, spot deer in the woods. Build snowmen in winter, catch fireflies in summer. Your sister... I pause, swallowing hard. Your sister used to love that place. The way her eyes lit up when she saw fresh snow. Maybe someday, when things are different, you'll both... I stop myself, focusing back on Matthew. But for now, it's just us. And I promise you, son, every moment counts. Every scraped knee I'll kiss better. Every nightmare I'll chase away. Every science project, every parent-teacher conference, every Saturday morning cartoon marathon, I'll be there. Front row seat to your life. No meetings too important, no deals too big to miss a single second. His breathing evens out as sleep finally wins. But I keep rocking, memorizing the weight of him in my arms, the trust in his peaceful expression. The soft warmth of his tiny body against my chest fills an emptiness I never knew existed until now. My son, my beautiful boy. Jade's smile reaches her eyes as she watches us, leaning against the forest mural. You're such an amazing dad already. My heart swells at her words. Matthew's steady breathing against my chest grounds me in this perfect moment. The gentle rise and fall of his chest matches the rhythm of my rocking. Think we could give him some siblings one day? Her eyebrows shoot up, but that playful spark I fell in love with dances in her expression. She saunters over, hips swaying with each step. Mr. Collins, are you suggesting what I think you're suggesting? Maybe I am. I reach for her hand with my free one, pulling her closer. The familiar scent of her perfume surrounds me as she steps into my space. This room's big enough for a couple more cribs. And I'm thinking Matthew could use a brother or sister to share all these adventures with. She traces her fingers along my jaw, the gentle touch sending electricity through my body. You'll need to put a ring on it first. My pulse quickens, heart thundering against my ribs. If only she knew about the vintage sapphire ring sitting in my office safe, the one I'd spotted at an estate sale last week. The deep blue stone had called to me instantly. The moment I saw it, I knew it belonged on her finger. That can be arranged. Can it now? She leans down, pressing a soft kiss to Matthew's head, her natural maternal grace making my chest tighten with emotion. Sounds like Daddy's got some plans, baby boy. More than you know. I squeeze her hand, watching her face light up with curiosity. The way she looks at me now, full of love and trust, is everything I never knew I needed. After all the months apart, all the pain and uncertainty, having her here feels right. Perfect.
Chapter 33. Jade. I stretch and roll over in the massive bed, my hand instinctively reaching for Tyler's warmth. Empty sheets greet my fingers instead. Sunlight streams through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting golden patterns across the Egyptian cotton. The mansion still feels surreal, a far cry from my cramped apartment. I slip out of bed and pull on my silk robe, padding down the marble hallway toward the kitchen. The aroma of coffee and butter hits my nose before I round the corner. "Who's the hungriest boy in the world?" Tyler's deep voice carries from the kitchen. Matthew's delighted squeal answers him, followed by the distinct sound of tiny hands slapping against his high chair tray. I pause in the doorway, taking in the scene. Tyler stands at the stove in just his pajama bottoms, his broad shoulders flexed as he flips what looks like the last pancake onto a growing stack. Matthew sits in his high chair, face already sticky with syrup, grabbing at the small pieces of pancake scattered on his tray. "Mama?" Matthew spots me first, throwing his hands up. Tyler turns, spatula in hand, and his face breaks into that devastating smile that still makes my stomach flip. "Morning, beautiful. Coffee's ready." "You two seem to have everything under control." I cross to Matthew first, kissing his syrupy cheek. "Are you eating all your breakfast, baby?" He's already on his second helping. Tyler slides an arm around my waist, pulling me against him. His skin radiates warmth through my thin robe. Unlike his mama, who needs to sit down and eat before these get cold. "Is that an order, Mr. Collins?" "Damn right it is." He guides me to a chair, setting a plate of perfectly golden pancakes in front of me. Matthew bangs his tray again, showing off his pancake-covered fingers. His dark curls are wild from sleep, so much like mine. But those blue eyes, those are all Tyler. "So, little man," Tyler leans against the counter, taking a sip of his coffee. "Should we tell Mama about our big plans for today?" I raise an eyebrow, cutting into my pancakes. "Big plans?" "First, we're hitting the park. There's this amazing playground I found with those baby swings he loves." Tyler's eyes light up. "Then we're gonna read that new book I got him, the one with all the animals." Matthew bounces in his high chair, reaching toward Tyler. "And after that?" Tyler swoops in, wiping Matthew's sticky fingers with a warm cloth. "We're going bird watching in the garden. I set up some feeders last week, and there's this cardinal pair that keeps coming back." "Sounds like you two have quite the day planned." I take another bite, savoring the buttery sweetness. "Room for one more?" Tyler crouches next to Matthew's high chair. "What do you think, buddy? Should we let Mama crash our guy's day out?" "Bah!" Matthew waves his arms, drool running down his chin. "That's definitely a yes." Tyler grabs a napkin, dabbing at Matthew's face, though I think he's demanding final approval rights on all future plans. I shake my head, unable to stop smiling as I watch them together. Tyler's complete attention focuses on Matthew, catching every gesture, responding to each coo and gurgle like they're having the most important conversation in the world. My heart swells seeing how natural they are together, like they're making up for all those months apart. "You're staring," Tyler says without looking up from Matthew. "Just enjoying the view?" I pop the last piece of pancake in my mouth. It's a good one. Tyler shifts his weight, running a hand through his salt and pepper hair. "Actually, there's one more thing planned for today." His voice drops lower, taking on that serious tone that always makes my pulse quicken. "And I don't think I can wait until later." "What is it?" I set my fork down, noting the sudden intensity in his blue eyes. He reaches into his pajama pocket, pulling out a small velvet box. My breath catches. Matthew continues playing with his pancake pieces, oblivious to the weight of this moment. Jade Wilson. Tyler moves to one knee beside my chair, his expression soft yet determined. This past year has taught me what truly matters in life. Finding you again. Discovering Matthew. He opens the box, revealing a stunning sapphire ring surrounded by diamonds. "You've given me more joy than I ever thought possible. Will you marry me?" Oh my God. The words come out in a whisper. Even though I already knew this was going to happen. Even though I'd overheard him asking my father's blessing on the phone. Seeing him here, now, with that ring. Matthew chooses this moment to let out an excited, "Ba ba ba," slapping his hands against his tray and sending tiny pieces of pancake flying. I think that's his way of saying, "Say yes, Mama." Tyler's eyes crinkle at the corners, but I can see the vulnerability beneath his smile. My fingers tremble as I reach out to touch his face. Tyler Collins, you impossible man. I smile wide, already feeling the tears forming in my eyes. Yes. The word bursts from my lips, carrying all the love and certainty I feel. Yes, of course I'll marry you. Tyler's hand shakes slightly as he slides the sapphire ring onto my finger. The stones catch the morning light, sending blue sparkles dancing across the kitchen walls. His thumb brushes over my knuckle, and then his mouth finds mine. The kiss is soft, tender, a promise of forever. Matthew's delighted giggle breaks through our moment. I pull back to see him beaming at us, pancakes still smeared across one chubby cheek. His blue eyes sparkle with mischief, just like his father's do when he's up to something. Look at the mess you've made, little man. Tyler presses one more quick kiss to my lips before standing. He grabs a fresh washcloth from the drawer, his movements already showing the easy confidence of fatherhood. Arms up, buddy. Matthew raises his sticky hands, cooperating as Tyler wipes them clean. My eyes blur with happy tears as I watch them together. My son and his father, so natural, like they were never apart. The sight makes my heart squeeze with equal parts joy and lingering guilt for keeping them separated for so long. Come on, champion. Tyler lifts Matthew from his high chair with practiced care, cradling him close to his chest. My baby immediately grabs onto Tyler's shirt with his tiny fists. Let's give Mama some time to finish her breakfast. We've got some serious playing to do in the living room. He winks at me over Matthew's head, and I can hear my son's excited babbling fade as they head out of the kitchen together. I swipe at my damp cheeks with my napkin. You sure you don't need help? We've got this covered. Tyler settles Matthew against his hip. Right, Matthew? Bah. Matthew reaches for Tyler's face with his freshly cleaned hands. Take your time, Tyler says. We'll be building block towers and probably knocking them down immediately. I nod, still dabbing at my eyes, and as they head toward the living room. I stare at the sapphire ring on my finger, tilting it to catch the morning light. The weight feels right, like it belongs there. More than a year ago, my world revolved around deadlines and marketing campaigns. Now, my priorities have shifted in ways I never imagined possible. The sound of blocks tumbling, followed by Matthew's delighted squeal, drifts in from the living room. I gather my coffee mug, still half full and warm, and follow the noise. Tyler sits cross-legged on the plush carpet, rebuilding what looks like their fourth or fifth tower, while Matthew crawls toward the scattered blocks. My son's determined expression matches his father's focused one, both of them fully invested in their construction project. Room for one more? I settle onto the floor beside them, tucking my legs underneath me. Always. Tyler's hand finds mine, his thumb brushing over the new ring. Though fair warning, your son's quite the demolition expert. As if on cue, Matthew launches himself at the newly built tower, sending blocks flying. His giggles fill the room. Speaking of experts, I lean against Tyler's shoulder. You're amazing with him, like you've been doing this forever. Making up for lost time. Tyler pulls Matthew into his lap, pressing a kiss to those wild curls. And hoping to get even more practice. My heart skips. More practice? His blue eyes meet mine. Maybe give Matthew a little sister or brother to knock down towers with? The idea of expanding our family, of creating more perfect combinations of us, sends warmth spreading through my chest. I'd like that. A lot. Matthew squirms out of Tyler's grip, crawling back to his blocks. I watch him go, already imagining him as a big brother. Look how far we've come. I take a sip of my coffee. From a secret romance to this. Wouldn't change a thing. Tyler's arm slides around my waist. Well, maybe one thing. I would have found you sooner in New Jersey.
Chapter 34. Tyler. I tuck Matthew into his crib, the soft glow of the nightlight casting a gentle shadow on his peaceful face. I brush a kiss against his forehead, whispering, "Good night, little guy." My heart swells with a mixture of pride and disbelief. He's mine, ours. As I step into the bedroom, Jade is propped up against the headboard, a book in her hands. Her curls tumble around her shoulders, and her eyes are focused, scanning the pages. She's wearing this silky nightgown that clings to all the right places, making my pulse quicken. Damn, she looks sexy. I slide into bed beside her, our shoulders brushing. She glances at me, a soft smile playing on her lips. "He's out?" she asks, her voice a low purr. "Like a light," I confirm, my hand finding her thigh, tracing patterns on her smooth skin. Her breath hitches slightly, but her eyes don't leave mine. I lean in, capturing her lips in a slow, deliberate kiss. Her book falls to the side, forgotten, as she melts into me. My hands explore her body, feeling every curve and line as if it were a landscape I'd been away from for too long. She responds eagerly, her fingers digging into my hair, pulling me closer. The kiss deepens, growing hungrier, more urgent. Her book slides off the bed, hitting the floor with a muffled thud. Neither of us acknowledges it. We're too wrapped up in each other, too consumed by the heat that's been simmering between us all day after I proposed to her. Sorry to interrupt. I know no one likes missing out on a spicy grand finale, but unfortunately this platform won't allow us to air what's about to happen next. To make up for this, we're offering a 40% discount on the full, unabridged version of this audiobook when you go to vixavonromance.com and apply code VIXA40 at checkout. Thank you for listening to Vixavon Romance.
I hope you're enjoying this audiobook by Vixavon. If you want to keep hearing more audiobooks, then please hit that subscribe button and like the video. It may seem insignificant, but the more people that subscribe, the easier it is to produce more audiobooks in the future. So please, help us out and subscribe to our channel. Thank you for listening, and now back to your book.